This kid was bored out of his mind at school because he thought everyone was way too weak. They cared more about simping over some famous girl than about actually training. When he got back home, a woman launched a surprise attack. The strike was so heavy that Leo barely managed to block it. This person was no pushover at all. She attacked again, stating she expected a lot from him. Leo pushed the woman back and asked, "Why are you being so hard on me, Mom?" The woman Queen Plaf didn't hesitate for a second. She simply said, "I need to make sure you're as talented as you think you are, Leo." Plaf unleashed a powerful technique that would be impossible to dodge for any normal kid. She even feared the worst might happen, but Leo, he was no ordinary kid. He dodged the blow and set up a counterattack. Within seconds, his mom was on the ground. A total defeat. It seems the boy is every bit as strong as he claims. His mother asked if he would join the Lemurn Academy next year. Once he was old enough, that is the most prestigious academy in the entire continent. Reina told him he would find worthy opponents there, so he needs to work hard. With an arrogant smirk, Leo thought that waiting until next year was simply a waste of time. The Plav family isn't as important as the Serdinger family, but the vice leader decided they would stay there for a week. Celia, a prodigy, herself wasn't happy about that. But when they took her to meet Matriarch Plav, he formally introduced Celia to Reina and Dave. The young girl quickly returns their hospitality with a polite introduction of her own. She expresses her gratitude for being hosted in their home. Reina steps forward and takes a moment to observe Celia. She notices that Celia looks much like her father and uncle, both in looks and temperament. Celia, in turn, notices the distinct black hair and Reina's striking red eyes. She quickly realizes that Reina is part of the Serdinger family, making her Celia's aunt, later size, and Reina, who share the bond of being siblings, sit down to catch up. During their conversation, Size mentions his recent trip to the Delon Royal School, where they hoped to meet Leo. However, they were disappointed to find out he had already left, having zero interest in meeting anyone. Reina apologizes for her son's behavior, acknowledging that his attitude might have seemed disrespectful. Size then curiously asks his sister about Leo, asking what kind of person he is. Reina speaks very highly of him, claiming that Leo is incredibly talented. Her answer prompts Size to question if Leo is truly worthy of inheriting the Serdinger flames. Reina's praise for her son continues, but she makes it clear she's not just talking as a proud mother. Leo genuinely possesses the talent and the potential to be worthy of that legacy. Size is quite intrigued by this. Although he trusts her judgment, he feels driven to evaluate Leo himself before forming a final opinion. Later, we find Leo sitting quietly trying to focus. After completing his short ritual, he declares to himself that he has finally achieved a vessel capable of holding everything he needs. Leo reflects on why he had avoided learning aura until now. The truth lies in the unique nature of his body. Embracing aura too early would cause it to naturally adapt and specialize. This would restrict his ability to gather mana and soul energy, two vital elements of his long-term plan. In his past life, he had witnessed the danger of power spiraling out of control. If he had fully mastered the skills and essence of his fallen comrades, he wouldn't have left a trail of ruin to avoid repeating history. Leo is determined to achieve absolute mastery in this life, so the first step on his journey is to tame the aura, but he intends to do it entirely his own way. Before he could dive deeper into his thoughts, a familiar voice called out to him, diverting his attention. Turning around, he sees Celia Serdinger with a confident smile. She remarks that he finally seems to have grasped the basics of training. Though her words had a hint of sarcasm, she proceeded to offer him tutoring in swordsmanship if he was up for the challenge. Leo, meanwhile, had no clue who she was, so she introduced herself as Celia Serdinger, the renowned princess of the sword. She had to be specific. With the formalities out of the way, Leo got straight to the point. While he felt honored by her consideration, he had no desire to accept instruction from someone he considered less capable than himself. Naturally, the girl got triggered hearing this. His comment sounded like he was implying he was stronger than her. Leo clarified that in a real fight to the death, she was probably stronger, since he couldn't use aura yet. However, a match using only swordsmanship was a completely different challenge. He was sure he could easily outmatch her. Celia felt provoked by his statement. She looked around and grabbed one of the spare swords nearby. She wanted to prove that what he had was nothing more than unjustified arrogance. She planned to do it by beating him in a mental duel. Even if Leo learned aura, there was no chance he could defeat her. She simply wanted to give him a harsh reality check. She added that if she won during her week-long stay, he would become her servant. Leo remained unfazed by the condition she set. In response, he asked, "And if I win?" To keep things fair, she replied, If you win, I'll become your servant. Once the bet was made, Leo grabbed a practice sword and dove straight into the sparring session. He tried to hit her with his speed, surprisingly formidable, but she quickly evaded him. However, she couldn't help but notice that his speed was actually quite eerie. Even so, Cell was sure that this wouldn't be enough for him to win. As they charged once more, Leo delivered a brutally heavy blow. The pure power behind it overwhelmed her. She quickly recoiled, since the impact proved too much to handle. When Leo's sword hit the ground, it shattered instantly. But he didn't stop there. He charged at her once again. The previously arrogant woman was already starting to regret challenging Leo. She was certain she wouldn't be able to block the incoming hit, so she braced herself and took the impact head-on. But to everyone's surprise, she took no damage. She had deployed an aura armor in the final moments. This went explicitly against the terms of the fight, which was supposed to be pure swordsmanship. This arrogant woman wouldn't admit the truth that she couldn't dodge his attack. Instead, she offered an excuse, claiming it was just a reflex. Leo announces his victory, stating that the outcome is set in stone. Naturally, this stuns her. She isn't ready to concede defeat so easily. Leo had anticipated her reaction. Then he takes off the magic weight, bracelets he used to suppress his physical strength. With his next strike, he demolishes her barrier. The girl is completely shell-shocked. Leo, meanwhile, gives her no breathing room, letting her feel the full weight of his power. Later, while strolling through the courtyard, Leo runs into his mother. She quickly introduces him to his uncle Sais. Leo gives a quick, respectful bow. Sais returns the gesture, introducing himself in turn. The two men shake hands. His mother then asks if he has met Celia. Leo remembers her collapsing after their battle, overcome by fear. Before Leo can recount the events, a knight approaches Sais. He brings a report regarding the lady. Sais is intrigued to hear that Leo defeated Celia and did so without ever mastering aura. He personally praises Leo, stating that he is truly remarkable. But Leo claims she simply underestimated him. Sais then asks about Celia's loss in the bet. Leo responds cheerfully that the loser agreed to become the winner's servant. So essentially, Celia will be his maid for the next week. Although Sais finds this idea distasteful, he understands the importance of keeping one's word. Still, he emphasizes that Celia comes from the house of Serdinger. He cannot allow her to perform menial tasks. He hopes that Leo will waive the agreement. In exchange, he offers to personally grant our boy something much more valuable. But Leo rejects the offer immediately. He informs his uncle that this was a bet between him and Celia. As long as she carries the Serdinger name, she must face the consequences. His uncle then asks if Leo is willing to give up the chance to learn the Serdinger's aura-breathing method. Leo once again offers a sharp retort. He believes that an aura-breathing method given merely out of his niece's desperation and humiliation holds no true value. As Sais, seeing no other alternative, he decides to get a little aggressive. He confronts the boy head-on, reminding Leo that he just declared he would use a direct Serdinger descendant as a servant, and that their aura-breathing method is worthless. Leo remains unshaken and unafraid of any looming consequences. He calmly affirms the truth of his uncle's words. Suddenly, his uncle's expression softens. He politely asks our boy if he doesn't think his statements are brazen and disrespectful. Leo once again reiterates that he had no intention of insulting the Serdingers. He claims that if he had received the aura-breathing technique as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have eagerly accepted it. However, he won't take it as a bribe for her to dodge the consequences of her loss. He understands that if his uncle won't acknowledge Celia's defeat, it means they think she is superior to him, and just messed up the duel. But Leo firmly asserts that even if Celia had fought him with everything she had, he still would have won. This makes Leo's mother even prouder. Her brother is equally captivated by hearing such an assessment from Leo. The fact that this young man rejected the offer simply because he didn't like his uncle's conduct only underscores his exceptional character. He wishes such a child belonged to the Serdinger bloodline. Sais then signals to his knights, instructing them to escort Celia to the servants' quarters. He allows Leo to address him without formal titles. After that short conversation, Leo says his goodbyes. Sais turns to his sister, proudly telling him that once they return home, she will convince her older brother, and together they'll teach Leo the powerful Phoenix Breath technique. Later, the scene shifts to Leo's room. The first thing we notice is Celia's deeply embarrassed expression. She's practically reeling from mortification as she introduces herself. Celia, the maid assigned to Leo for the coming week. Leo finds it absolutely charming when she addresses him like that. Who could have guessed her elegant bearing would suit a simple maid uniform so well? The uniform really looks great on her. Celia seems annoyed by his praise, as she's well aware of her own beauty. Leo apologizes, since he didn't mean to offend her, but admits he had a friend who was a bit too obsessed with beauty, and that habit must have rubbed off on him. He recalls how that particular friend often remarked that eternal beauty is unmatched. He swore that if peace ever returned to this world, he'd spend his life spreading beauty everywhere. His friend is none other than the master dwarf blacksmith Dueno. Suddenly, the eyes of Celia land on the book Leo is reading, and she asks about it with genuine curiosity. Leo explains he read it cover to cover in his youth. It's the book titled The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia remembers how she used to read this book when she was only 5 years old. Noticing her fondness for the book, she walks over to the shelf and picks out another, commenting that many tales feature Kyle. In response, Leo argues that many great achievements in history aren't easily attributed to just a single hero. He suggests that many feats credited solely to one person were likely the collective efforts of numerous heroes throughout history. In essence, he implies that Kyle's achievements have been shared in a similar way among other heroes. Celia, however, dismisses such notions, stating that Kyle was likely a total fraud who took all the credit for the great deeds of others. At least that's the common belief nowadays. She, of course, shares this opinion. Naturally, Leo is upset to hear everyone considering Kyle a scammer, a phony who didn't contribute anything to the world. He then brushes aside the talk about Kyle deciding that it's time for breakfast before starting his training. Celia quickly settles into her role. Like any diligent maid, she humbly requests permission to train alongside her young master. On the outside, she seems pleasant and polite, but on the inside, the girl is harboring a flood of resentful thoughts toward him. Even so, she must keep up the act because she's determined to uncover the secret of his strength. Leo heads quickly to the training hall, ready to grant her request. Moments later, we see Celia, completely wiped out on her knees and gasping for air. After this first round, Leo offers his assessment. During a fight, when your stamina runs out, your reaction speed drops and openings appear in your movements. You leave yourself wide open. This is exactly what's happening to her now, but Celia isn't sure if such a grueling effort is actually beneficial for training. Leo agrees, believing today's youth lack endurance compared to those in the past. Aura techniques have come a long way. This must be why people have neglected their physical conditioning. Aura boosts physical strength, and by training the body, the aura itself gets even stronger. The girl refuses to be labeled as weak. She gathers her courage and gets ready for another round. Before charging, she warns Leo, "You'd better stop underestimating me." But her rushed attack misses, and Leo throws her aside effortlessly. With a single blow, she crashes to the ground, now completely frustrated. After a string of humiliating defeats, Leo then presents her with a bracelet, and she eagerly takes it. Little does she know, this bracelet is infused with gravity magic, making it impossibly heavy. Meanwhile, Leo wears a sly smile as he reveals his true plan. He intends for her to train using this bracelet from now on. The next day, Size watches them train as well. After witnessing Celia's struggles, her uncle is sure this will be a valuable experience for her. Before she heads to Lumen, it would benefit her to have her pride humbled at least once. Then he turns to Leo and shares some exciting news. He's considering asking the Patriarch for permission for Leo to inherit the Phoenix Breath. The mention of the Phoenix Breath surprises Leo. He remembers it as the core aura technique of the Serdinger family. He's heard that only those recognized by the family can inherit it. Celia also expresses her concern that her father won't allow it so easily. But it seems that Size had already anticipated this. He offers Leo a condition. If he passes the entrance exam for Lumen, he'll be granted permission to learn the technique. Of course, this comment really ticks Celia off. To her, Leo is just a brat who can't even use aura. And since the entrance exam for Lumen involves actual combat, it'll be extremely dangerous for him. Leo openly admits that he lacks any real combat experience, but we know that's only true if you ignore his past life. Size waits for Leo's response, to which he quickly agrees, as long as his parents approve. A week passes, and the day of the entrance exam finally dawns. When they see the distinguished presence of Celia Serdinger among the participating students, everyone stares in awe. Meanwhile, Celia teases Leo, asking him if he's feeling nervous. It seems that after so much time as a personal maid, Celia has really gotten into character, since she still addresses Leo as master. While they are there, Jillian's distinctive voice catches their attention. He's here specifically to see Celia, but he's a bit startled when he notices Leo accompanying her. This guy mocks Leo, believing he doesn't belong here since he can't even use aura. At the same time, he tries to greet Celia politely. However, the poor guy is completely ghosted by the pair, as if he were invisible. Feeling awkward, he tries to remind Celia, "I'm Gullabin, Trayton we met last time." To Gulliben's dismay, Celia didn't even recognize his name. She quickly grabbed Leo's hand to make a swift exit. Suddenly, someone called out to them. Two siblings had just appeared. The taller brother was 16-year-old Abad Llewellyn from the prominent Llewellyn family. Beside him was 14-year-old Chelsea Llewellyn, also a Llewellyn. Celia clearly recognized them, but Leo was completely oblivious. Celia quickly revealed they were the Llewellyn siblings from a heroic lineage within the Lordran Empire. Celia was visibly annoyed. She was far from thrilled to see them. She warned Leo the Llewellyn siblings will be competing with us in the exam. We absolutely cannot lose to them. She couldn't stand the Serdinger clan, losing to the Llewellyn family. But this didn't bother Leo in the slightest. After all, he was from the Plav family, not Serdinger. When the two greeted Celia, she had no choice but to acknowledge their greetings, returning the gesture. She also made sure to introduce Leo from House Plav, a noble family, within the kingdom of Dalad. Upon hearing that Leo didn't have a distinguished rank, Abad Llewellyn scoffed, considering him a nobody. The two siblings turned around and walked away, boldly declaring, "We'll definitely take the top spot." Predictably, Celia despised the Llewellyn siblings. She was itching to crush them completely in the upcoming trials. Suddenly, an official from Lumen Academy stepped up to the podium. He immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The man introduced himself as Albus, Siren, a professor at Lumen Academy. The look on Celia's face turned to pure shock at seeing this esteemed figure. Leo, however, remained unfazed, mainly because he had no clue who the man was. Celia was visibly frustrated that Leo didn't recognize someone of Albus's stature. She took the opportunity to fill him in. She explained that Albus Siren was listed in the hero registry, distinguished chronicle of the greatest heroes of the era. Leo took a moment to look the professor over carefully. He noticed something peculiar, an immense concentration of mana in Albus's left eye. The professor, Albus, then addressed the gathered students. He began outlining the structure of the entrance exam. According to Albus, the tests consisted of two main components, one-on-one combat and monster subjugation. Traditionally, participants would complete these tasks in order. However, Albus quickly declared that such methods were boring. He wasted no time in proving his point. In an instant, he torched the piece of paper he was holding. It was a symbolic rejection of the exam's conventional structure. Then he pulled out a thick, ancient-looking book. Upon opening it, the professor revealed the first chapter titled Prologue, the Wild Forest. At that moment, a massive enchantment circle pulsed with light beneath the feet of every student present. The stage was set and no one had a clue what the professor was planning next. But one thing became crystal clear. Albus Siren loathed inefficiency. He declared he would combine all the tests into one unified challenge and proceed immediately. To grasp the implications, one must understand that the hero registry was far more than a mere historical record. Its true power lies in its ability to conjure a hero's world, a place filled with the experiences of past heroes. By entering this realm, one can claim the strength of a predecessor. To put it simply, it's a unique system for forging heroes. All the students have been thrown into this heroic realm dubbed the Wild Forest. The professor declares that their only mission is to survive. Whether they join forces or stab each other in the back, they can do whatever it takes to stay alive. Those who wish to forfeit can break their orb and escape. The rules are pretty straightforward. After scanning his surroundings for a few minutes, our boy quickly recognizes the place. It looks exactly like he remembers. This used to be an elven forest before being conquered by the Witch Queen, Salatna. Meanwhile, some students are already itching to bail, especially since they think this place is nothing more than an illusion. But our boy doesn't buy it. He feels that while this world might have sprung from the examiner's memories, everything that happens here will be lethally real. The deadly dangers that lurk here could claim a life if one isn't careful. Just as danger crosses his mind, Leo senses a presence. He's suddenly attacked by an arrow that, upon impact, shatters the ground beneath him. Fortunately, he comes out completely unscathed. But when he turns toward the source of the arrow, he sees it's Chelsea. A girl from the Llewellyn family, it seems. She's mistaken him for an offspring of the Serdinger family and intends to take him out because of it. But Leo quickly clarifies that he's from the Plav family. Chelsea, however, gets even more aggressive, convinced he's lying since she'd seen him with Celia earlier. Without hesitation, she unleashes her magic. Interestingly, Leo is impressed as she recites a spell that was unknown in his past life. He also notices that the fundamental principles of the spell feel familiar to him. Meanwhile, Chelsea is frustrated by his calm and collected attitude in the face of her attack. To throw him off, she unleashes her formidable skill, but Leo effortlessly blocks it with a simple flick of his sword, and the mana blade she sent his way simply dissipates. This leaves Chelsea stunned. She realizes he didn't even use aura. How could he have blocked her attack with such ease? Our boy bruises her ego even more by saying her attack was too simplistic. He suggests forming an alliance, assuring her it would be beneficial. He reminds her that whoever survives the longest earns more points. As a sorceress, she should at least try to pass a test before being eliminated. Her reaction is swift and predictable. She fires back, boasting that she's no ordinary sorceress, but a battle mage. His comment calling her attacks simple clearly offends her. Stung by his words, she channels all her power, determined to crush him and prove she's not weak. But all her attacks prove useless. Leo isn't even in the path of her blades. Even worse, she can't detect even a trace of mana anywhere. She can't even pin down his location. However, her eyes quickly lock onto Leo, who is standing right in front of her with his fist tightly clenched. It's unclear if that punch connects with her face, scaring her into the truth. One thing is undeniable: her knees buckle under her, a sign of our boy Leo's triumph. Regardless, he reiterates that the alliance offer is still on the table, should she change her mind. Before she can respond, the scene shifts to the Lumine Academy faculty, watching the spectacle through a digital screen. They're thrilled that the battle is finally heating up. Meanwhile, back with Chelsea, it looks like she's facing a ruthless challenge. Leo has tied her to a sturdy tree trunk, and his expression clearly shows he's got sinister plans for the unlucky girl. He also lights a small campfire as night falls. The fire grows fiercely, and the flames begin to close in on the helpless girl, tied to the trunk. Seeing the flames sends her into a total panic. But she could escape this mess if she agrees to cooperate with Leo. This lady is incredibly stubborn and flat out rejects him. She firmly states that she doesn't need anyone by her side, except for her brother. She tries a burst of wind magic, but her efforts are futile because Leo has already activated a magic nullification skill. However, she thinks he lacks the mana to maintain it, so it'll soon fade. The lady finally gives in, believing she needs magic to escape her predicament. But that is precisely why Leo is right there. He's ready to keep a close watch, making sure she doesn't try any funny business. Without hesitation, he intensifies the fire, and soon the flames begin to lick at her. Even her clothes are. This fire turns out to be the breaking point. The girl finally submits and agrees to an alliance with him. But of course, mere words aren't enough to convince Leo. He demands that she swear on her family name. The girl quickly complies, swearing on the name to finally cooperate. Leo releases her from the ropes, but before she can fall into the blazing hell, he catches her gently in his arms. The scene returns to the professors, who are closely watching the students' progress. So far, Alvis Zeron hasn't seen a single student who meets his exacting standards. It seems completely silly and ridiculous to him that most students choose to compete and fight each other. The only ones showing truly remarkable strength are Celia Serdinger and a certain Llewellyn, who are collaborating effectively. At least this offers him some comfort, that there's still hope for the students' potential. Then his attention turns to Leo and Chelsea, who are also cooperating. His eyes are especially drawn to Leo, even though the fire trick he pulled on Chelsea was pretty childish. Securing Chelsea Llewellyn's cooperation at least earns him a passing grade in Albie's eyes. This is especially significant since he lacks the raw power or elegant grace of Celia and Abad. However, it seems the professor is dead wrong. Our boy beat Celia without even breaking a sweat. Anyway, Alvis Zeron views Leo as an unexpected dark horse in this competition. After dispatching some monsters in their path, both Leo and Chelsea decide to move forward. Chelsea finally realizes that forming an alliance with Leo turned out to be a wise choice after all. She asks him what aura he's using because she can't feel. To her surprise, Leo calmly claims that he doesn't know how to use aura at all. Naturally, this leaves her completely stunned. While they're talking, a monster lurks behind the bushes, watching them closely. Chelsea quickly spots the monster and instantly unleashes an attack. This attack was overwhelmingly powerful for such a weak creature. Even Leo admits she has impressive strengths, but the way she uses it is completely wrong. Suddenly, Leo detects something fishy and tells her to hold up. He notices something unusual on the ground. When he kneels down, he spots dry soil and decomposed bodies. Without warning, an explosion goes off, but Leo quickly jumps away, carrying Chelsea in his arms. The sneaky attackers who set the trap finally reveal themselves. It's Gullible and his cronies. We know he has a major bone to pick with Leo, so it's no shocker that he's here specifically to target him. He orders one of his guys to charge, and the poor underling obeys without a second thought. Unfortunately for him, he's met with a crushing blow from Leo, leaving him face down on the ground. Leo stands tall, radiating unshakable confidence, and calmly tells Chelsea, "Watch my back." For a split second, Chelsea is dazed, witnessing how he effortlessly saved her twice in a row. but she quickly snaps out of it and gets behind him ready to take on the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, Gullible, true to form, makes a desperate retreat. He ditches his teammates, trying desperately to put as much distance as possible between him and Leo. The only thing on his mind is finding an ally fast. As luck would have it, Celia spots him from afar. Instead of chasing him down, he walks calmly toward the area he just fled from. When they finally arrive at the scene, what they see is absolutely jaw-dropping. The area is littered with monster carcasses and the bodies of students who dared to challenge them and failed. Naturally, Chelsea lights up with joy to finally reunite with her brother. Meanwhile, Celia scolds Leo, demanding to know exactly what he's doing with Chelsea. Leo proudly declares that it was his choice to form an alliance with her. Celia, however, finds it hard to believe. She'd sooner believe him if he claimed to have seen a cockroach doing backflips than believe he convinced the famous and stubborn Chelsea to team up. To this, Leo, casually but with a sinister edge, states, "I simply convinced her." His wicked smile even disturbs Celia, who starts wondering what exactly he could have done to win her over. Anyway, Leo begins helping the students he had just incapacitated get back on their feet. Seeing this, Abad asks why Leo is helping his opponents. Our boy quickly makes it clear that they shouldn't be fighting each other. Joining forces to conquer the world's challenges is a much better path than selfish conflict. Since Abad and the others seem puzzled by the challenge Leo is referring to, he points toward the nearby withered corpses, hinting at a much bigger problem. Looking at the corpses on the ground, one of the students observes that their moisture seems to have completely vanished. Leo explains that's not the only weird detail here. He points out how out of nowhere, this entire area seems completely devoid of monsters. It's as if the creatures were terrified of something. Perhaps a powerful high-level monster has emerged, scaring off everyone else in the forest. As the puzzle pieces, it clicks, Abad finally understands the situation. He remembers that the first big achievement of the hero, Albie, was taking down a high-level monster. Just then, everyone hears a thunderous roar in the distance. It's the sound of something massive and threatening stirring deep within the forest, and it's close. The roar thickens the air with tension, a clear sign that the monster has finally decided to show itself. Meanwhile, Gullible stumbles through the woods with only a torch clutched in his hand. He looks completely terrified. Despite facing grave danger, his weak mind is more fixed on getting revenge on our boy than on his own survival. Suddenly, he notices the corpse at his feet. Then something lurking in the dark shadows makes him trip and fall. The shape he glimpsed in the gloom is a colossal monster. The beast looks like a giant spider and seems pretty hungry. At this point, it's clear that Gullible's end is imminent. Now, let's focus on Professor Albie and the students. It turns out that a shocking 500 students failed the exam. The real dilemma: the selection process requires at least 100 students, but only 50 are left in the trial. Instead of just filling quotas, the professor intends to pick only suitable candidates who truly meet his high expectations. After all, the director entrusted him with the task, confident he would choose only the best. Albie believes in finding heroes during times of immense hardship. He has developed a keen interest in Leo, a dark horse who possesses unexpected talent. The question is, can this dark horse conquer the brutal exam? Back to the students in the exam, they're nimble, but they're struggling to navigate through the oppressive darkness. Celia lights up her blade, announcing she saw something ahead. The red glow of her sword reveals the face of the terrifying spider, currently devouring its prey. Fear grips their hearts while Abad rushes to unleash a mage spell to neutralize the threat. However, Leo quickly steps in, advising Gullible to break the crystal. Gullible is trapped, turning into breakfast between the spider's fangs. He can barely move. He's in deep trouble. He manages to shatter the blue crystal, sending an electric shock into the mouth of the creature. With his preparations complete, Abad charges his Wind Fang spell and lets it rip on the menacing beast. His attack succeeds in wounding the monster, but it doesn't deliver a killing blow. The four of them are horrified by the threat level they're up against. This monstrous arachnid is the Spider Princess, Tarantula, and she's far from cute. A student foolishly lunges forward, expecting to land a melee hit. He is quickly swatted away with one blow hitting the deck. Next up is Celia, confidently sure she'll end the fight with a single strike. Activating her prominence spell, she fires a destructive crimson beam, impaling the beast and unleashing waves of pain. However, the spider is tough as steel and recovers in a flash, making Celia's strategy just as pointless. Abad takes this moment to talk sense into her, explaining that a mage's destructive power far outclasses that of a knight. He unleashes a spiraling wind spell, aiming to shred the spider in an endless vortex. However, as his attack wraps up, he's terrified to find the creature completely unhurt with its eyes fixed right on him. Sensing her brother is in deep trouble, Chelsea unleashes her windbreak magic to rush to his aid. Even so, Abad gets slashed by the spider's claw, though his sister's magic softens the impact. He comes over to check on him. Relieved, he narrowly avoided losing an arm. They've thrown everything at this monster, but its insanely fast healing makes their efforts totally useless. A wave of despair washes over them as the tarantula queen closes in to end their struggle. Leo steps in, explaining that this creature is the daughter of Salatna. She was a lethal beast in the hero's army, the one who turned the elven forest into a wasteland. Furthermore, Leo realizes that the mana he felt in Professor Alby's left eye carries traces of the Fairy King's power. The tarantula ruled the cursed moor. Not only did she decimate the elven forest, but she also devoured the Fairy King's most trusted comrade, who had turned against her. At the time, Leo thought Luna had successfully taken down the tarantula. The truth, however, is much darker. The tarantula survived by eating the Fairy King's aid, who held the source of infinite life energy, an invaluable artifact, the Ring of Life. Stubborn as a mule, Abad thinks it's his sole duty to beat this monster if it's part of the test. Both he and Celia decide to let loose a barrage of attacks, hoping to take the creature down themselves. The tarantula tanks their fury, but Leo knows it's all for nothing, since the creature will just keep regenerating endlessly. In fact, they'll be the first ones to run out of mana. In a final Hail Mary, Celia asks for his advice on how to fight the monster. Leo explains it requires a two-man tag team. However, his suggestion is instantly brushed off by Abad, who stubbornly hopes to defeat the monster on his own. Celia feels the exact same way. With both of them acting like kids, Leo steps in and gives them a harsh reality check. If they don't work together to take down this monster, everyone's going to fail. His words finally hit home. Abad considers the possibility of working together, but thinks it'll still take time to coordinate a joint attack capable of killing the creature instantly. The problem is nobody else can hold off the monster long enough. Deciding to take the lead and help in their fight, Leo offers to buy them some time. Celia thinks he's lost his mind, reminding Leo that he can't even use aura yet. Leo confirms he can't last more than 5 minutes in his current state. Abad the mage fears their coordinated attack might still fail. However, Leo is completely convinced it'll work and picks up a weapon from the ground. He adds that both fire and wind elements have strong affinity, and that will be enough. Despite their differences, the Sword Princess and the High Mage forge an alliance. Meanwhile, Leo sees the grotesque spider as a worthy challenge and a powerful reminder of his past life. The battle ignites as our hero masterfully slices off one of the creature's limbs with a swift strike, stunning the other two students. Then, he obliterates the monster's face. He feels a grim satisfaction facing this Tartarus entity. A flashback reveals an elven boy running, tears of pure terror streaming down his face. Tragically, the Tartarus monster catches him in its web. The boy is completely trapped inside the creature's sticky webbing. All hope of escape fades away as the spider quickly closes in, ready to devour him whole. The boy begs his mother for help, bracing for his grim fate until a luminous figure appears, a beacon of salvation stepping in to stop the creature from harming the child. Luna burned with fury at the creature, for not only was it desecrating her homeland, but it also devoured the second in command of the elven forest. Luna unleashes a radiant strike, aiming it straight at the fanged monstrosity. Her magical attack enveloped Tartarus, trapping the beast before she summoned a devastating pillar of thunder. Luna hadn't anticipated that the army of Hebos would also invade and subjugate the elven forest. At that very moment, Leo, in his original life, took it upon himself to free the boy, guiding him out of the web's tenacious grip. Back in the present, he stands with an axe in hand, ready to create an opening for his teammates. Still, without his aura, he's very limited. Calling Chelsea for backup, Leo instructs her to use elemental magic, pointing her conjured weapons toward him. He skillfully evades a strike with great prowess. Due to his blinding speed, Chelsea is worried he might get caught in the blast. At this rate, however, Leo assures her he'll be fine as long as she acts quickly. Chelsea channels her magic, ready to forge any kind of weapon for him. Leo will take anything, as long as it gets the job done. She conjures a weapon for him while he expects her to create a scimitar and a bastard sword. With both weapons in hand, Leo unleashes a storm of slashes attacking the spider. As each weapon breaks, Chelsea conjures another for him. He grabs a dagger and a battle axe. Leo's amazing and formidable physical prowess has left Chelsea completely stunned. Now she thinks he's a martial arts master. Even Abad is forced to acknowledge his immense strength. However, he is far from invincible as a razor-sharp cut slices right across his cheek. Leo thinks that if he can't even stop one attack, he needs to step up his assault and press his attack against the spider, demanding another weapon. Unfortunately, Chelsea has exhausted her arsenal, which leaves him stunned. Luckily, however, Celia has finished the preparations for her ultimate move. She unleashes a spiral of blazing fire, incinerating the creature and taking it down instantly. The life drop ring falls from its body and the beast is finally subdued. Celia collapses to the ground, relieved that the ordeal is over. Even so, she can't help but marvel at Leo's superhuman effort to hold off Tartarus for 5 minutes. Celia tries to praise him, but Chelsea is quicker to speak. She has become his most devoted fan, believing that his recent feat rivals the heroes of old legends. Leo finds it unremarkable, however. This girl is completely captivated, driven by her ambition to master battle magic. She implores him to teach her. Interestingly, Celia wants Chelsea to receive intense instruction from him, hoping she'll understand the true difficulty. In the meantime, Leo retrieves the life ring, causing Prince Cielito to appear as a fairy. He restores the prince's memories by speaking his name. Upon hearing that, he retreats into the ring, accepting Cielito as the Fairy King. This remarkable outcome is all thanks to Professor Alvy's discovery of the Mana Eye. The countdown for the testing grounds begins. Beating the stage has granted them the blessing of the Fairy King's oath. Before being relocated, Leo recognizes someone from his past life. Elsewhere, Killian Badian, the Academy's headmaster, carefully examines the examination report from the Western Territory. His assistant asks him how many students will be allowed to advance. Given his strict criteria, the headmaster is surprised that 40 students have successfully passed the exam, a number he still considers modest. He isn't too dismayed, as he had anticipated that at best, only 10 students would move forward. This remains a pretty significant achievement. Celia and Abad seem to be the standout candidates. According to his estimate, the headmaster learned of a recommendation for the annual representative. It's mind-blowing that even Professor Alby has recommended a student. They were almost certain the candidate would be Serdingers or Llewellyns. However, this candidate turns out to be someone completely unknown until now, a guy who outshines both Celia and Abad in accomplishments. Back to Professor Alby. He is closely evaluating the boy's abilities. He proposed the student Leo Plavs as the representative for the Night Division. The headmaster is amazed that the professor speaks so highly of such an exceptional student. He specifically claimed that this candidate possessed the talent of a true hero. Now that the exam is over, Leo enjoys a private hot sauna, savoring its comforting heat. The reward for completing the exam is the promise of the Fairy King. Even though conquering a hero's domain normally doesn't grant anything, he was strangely granted a clear exception to the rule. Leo finds himself mystified, and then he sees his mother standing right in front of him. She challenges him. "Do you know why I was expelled from the House of Serdinger? While trying to rescue an ally, she lost control, unleashing the flames of Serdinger. But she doesn't regret her choice, not even now. Fixing her gaze on her only son, she hopes his incredible talent will be guided down the right path. She is also thrilled to congratulate him on being admitted into the academy. As they enter the magnificent city of Lumeria, students are instructed to pick up their belongings before leaving the premises. Lumeria stands as the heart of the world, with its most renowned institution being the Lumine Academy. Now that Leo has arrived, his uncle greets him and offers his congratulations on his success. Leo wonders why his uncle is there and finds out that the House of Serdinger is currently dealing with a lingering dispute that has been going on for over a month. He asks Leo if he knows the cause of this disagreement. Leo suspects it involves the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath. His uncle confirms that's exactly the problem. Even though his older sister isn't part of the Serdinger clan, Leo is undeniably her son. Besides, the clan elders are deeply impressed with Leo's performance on the Western exam, which is known for being brutally hard. Leo is given a unique subspace key that he immediately activates with a spoken command. This grants entry into a mysterious tome. His uncle then instructs him to mark the book's pages with his own blood. Leo obeys his command, biting his thumb and letting the droplets splatter onto the page. Now that he has offered his blood, he can access the knowledge residing within the book. The secrets are now his alone. Although mastering the Serdinger techniques is a real challenge, his uncle is convinced of Leo's aptitude and is confident he will adapt quickly. With that, he formally introduces Leo into the House of Serdinger. After their meeting, Celia asks Leo to meet her at an undisclosed location. Suddenly, a girl unexpectedly bumps into him, causing them both to fall. The girl hurriedly gathers her books, apologizing for her reckless haste, and rushes off just as Leo notices her ID card. He picks it up and finds it's Chloe Mueller, a freshman at the academy. Leo opens the door to find an upset Celia. She scolds him for his massive shopping list and for being so late. He apologizes, explaining his unexpected run-in with his uncle before getting there. Her mood brightens and she eagerly asks, "So what happened?" To answer her burning question, Leo summons the Sardinier flames, wondering if he's doing it right. Seeing this, she is completely floored, certain that Leo had mastered the secret technique. In less than a month, his insane feat leaves her, jaw dropped, making her question his very humanity. Later that day, the Sword Princess and the Forgotten Heroes spot a ship docking nearby. Professor Aina Landu introduces himself as the instructor for the night class. He urges the students to board the ship immediately for their imminent departure to Lumen. The journey begins with the students relaxing and enjoying the ride. Leo and Celia look just like a couple, which prompts a cocky young man to make a comment that rubs Celia the wrong way. He is an alchemist from the kingdom of Moira, a merchant who sells all kinds of gear and tries to close a deal with the pair by offering supplies for their school needs. Leo introduces himself using his student identity and claims he's from the kingdom of Dalad. Thomas is visibly stunned to hear this, knowing his kingdom faced the grueling Western trials. Leo wants to address the unspoken weirdness as he finds the situation hauntingly quiet. There is an eerie calm, even though Celia believes this is the typical welcome for freshmen after passing their tests. After passing their trials, the boy shifts his gaze to his instructor while taking a seat, agreeing with Celia's take. Out of nowhere, the ship jolts as a massive tentacle emerges from the deep, barely grazing Tomas. While the rest of the students plead with their instructor for help, calmly sipping his wine, their teacher scolds them for even daring to ask for help. He declares that students of Lumini Academy must excel in times of danger. This challenge is theirs alone to conquer. They are facing a truly monstrous enemy. A colossal kraken looms over the students, even in a moment. This critical, the forgotten hero keeps his cool and severs the creature's tentacle with his blade. Celia stands her ground as well, stung by the fierce assault of the sword. Princess the Kraken retaliates with a torrent of water that soaks Celia completely. The monster grabs Thomas, who screams defiantly. Seeing this, both Celia and Leo dash forward, eager to take the beast down. The alchemist, driven by his own peculiar interests, unleashes a burst of power. He anticipated that the Sword Princess would hold her own, given her reputation. However, he didn't expect another student to match her ferocity. Poor Thomas is nearly crushed by a frozen tentacle. He yells at the person who almost ended him. Chloe, the girl with glasses who bumped into our hero, is a master of ice magic. Fending off the monster solo, she scolds. The alchemist, whose meddling is only making the fight harder. Instead of backing down, Thomas admits that people like her look down on the weaklings who try to help. As another tentacle snaps, the dynamic duo of Abad and Chelsea emerges. Their rivalry, rooted in their respective clans, remains unresolved. However, the battle mage takes notice of our hero despite their opposing sides. With monsters swarming the lake and pushing toward the academy, the instructor considers this the perfect initiation for the freshman. Savoring his wine, he singles out the best: Celia Abad, Chloe Walden, and finally Duran, Moira. The captains from each region are standing out against the threat. One student, however, goes beyond, even with their stellar efforts. An unknown rookie with no established regional dominance outshines them all. His swordsmanship is the definition of perfection. He reacts as if he anticipates every single blow. The instructor is thrilled to see the boy unleash his full potential in the upcoming classes. Meanwhile, the useless alchemist quickly burns through his potions as they finally reach their destination. Upon disembarking, the instructor hopes the students get used to monster encounters, since they'll be facing them all the time. Now they will explore the magnificent entrance hall. The training grounds of Lumine Academy are truly remarkable. Many onlookers eagerly anticipate a grand display from the freshmen. The entrance ceremony is about to begin. The night division gathers with their instructors. The captains are called to the front of their ranks. The academy director presides over the announcement, anticipating great feats from this year's aspiring heroes. Callion stresses to the students that if they aspire to be powerful heroes, they must put their lives on the line. They will always be expected to break their own limits. He slams his fist against the ground. The director states that if they can't meet the bare minimum he just described, they have no place in this esteemed institution. Then a moment later, he softens into a fatherly figure as if he hadn't just completely rattled them. Callion then asks why everyone has suddenly gone silent. His stellar reputation and image as the brilliant sword master are slowly fraying with each passing day. Next up is the freshman representative's speech. It's a name that the freshmen are eagerly waiting for. It's not Celia, Abad, Chloe, or any other familiar name. Only the name Leo Ploff echoes through the hall, surprising even him. He quickly turns toward the professor. Realizing that the recommendation must have come from him, Leo takes the podium and begins his speech to the faculty and upperclassmen. Meanwhile, many students whisper about this unknown figure. They have no clue what happened or even who he is. The speech wraps up, leaving the audience exhausted. Then Leo Plath is asked about his goals as this year's representative. He knows his real objective is to deliberately challenge the high-ranking students behind him. Leo delivers his answer with perfect courtesy and professionalism, catching the eye of the other instructors. They anticipate a very formal ceremony. That is until our protagonist breaks out openly declaring he's ready to take on anyone who dares to challenge him for the spot. This bold and hostile declaration pisses off the top-ranked students, but Leo couldn't care less about who he has to face. With the announcement over, the students head to their dorms. Starting tomorrow, exploratory classes begin for 1 week. This is a very special grace period that lets students try out any class before picking 3 major subjects. Students are strongly advised to get some rest, making sure they aren't late for their first class. Leo's room is located right next to Thomas's, who is hyped for his first class tomorrow. They swap good nights, and Leo collapses onto his bed. His mind wanders, thinking over what he's destined to achieve at the academy. Having secured his spot at this elite institution, he's dying to finally unearth his long-lost hero record. A long time ago, the next day in the cafeteria, Thomas asks to sit with our protagonist. Leo, indifferent, lets him. Then Leo is approached by a visitor. An unfamiliar, annoyed face appears. This is Duran from the Central Region. He's here to see if Leo's challenge at the announcement actually holds any weight. Leo realizes that his speech was undeniably provocative. After all, it was essentially daring a stranger to get in his face. Duran thinks he's a big shot from the Central Region, but Leo, completely unfazed, just keeps sipping his fruit juice. Infuriated at being ignored, Duran lashes out with a thundering kick, sending the table flying into the air. However, Leo's superhuman speed allows him to quickly catch the ingredients and rebuild his perfect burger midair. He handled it with such effortless style, turning a tense moment into his own personal highlight reel. Leo then taunts him, claiming he simply couldn't let such good free food go to waste. Duran, however, is burning with an intense fury, ready to tear Leo apart. He believes this freshman representative is far weaker in idea. His pride simply won't let him accept, breaking up the confrontation. Their instructor calmly puts an arm around each student. He then coolly reminds them of their positions, representative and regional captain. The instructor asks if they're ready for the fallout of fighting on day 1. You can practically see the panic etched onto their faces now. Fast forward to the first exploratory class for the night department. Celia, for some reason, starts worrying about Leo's absence. He finally shows up, completely out of breath and exhausted. His haggard state immediately catches Celia's eye, fueling her suspicion that he'd been in a scrap. Leo chooses to stay quiet for the time being. The class is about to start. Ein introduces himself as the instructor for the first-year night classes. Thomas notices that Duran and Leo are already at each other's throats. Meanwhile, their teacher, Ein, discusses the 3 primary powers born from mana. First, there's magic energy, then soul energy, and finally aura. Among these, aura is considered the hardest to master. Celia clarifies that aura requires a loss of mana, fluidity during its conversion. Her answer is spot on. Magic and soul energy typically use mana in its pure state. Aura, on the other hand, absorbs mana and reshapes it to fit the user's body. He demonstrates the appearance of aura and asks if anyone knows how to manage this refined energy from within their own bodies. After a moment of thought, Celia can't give a satisfying answer. The freshman representative finally speaks up, explaining that handling aura power requires burning mana. The instructor confirms he has hit the nail on the head. Then, Ein asks about the most crucial aspect of burning mana. Leo quickly replies that it's stamina. Impressed by the young man's understanding of aura, Ein asks if he has ever really delved into the concept before. Turns out he hasn't an even more mind-blowing feat. Someone who hasn't even formally studied, aura has somehow grasped its core essence. Ready to move past theory, Ein suggests it's time for some hands-on application. Using his aura, Ein manifests a wave-like platform called the aura step. This technique relies on concentrating aura power into the legs. Ein drops back to the ground, excitedly noting that the applications of aura are practically limitless. Other students begin to experiment and practice. While she banters with Leo, she offers him teach him the aura step if he just calls her big sister. Leo, however, doesn't feel any urgent need for her help, content with just grasping the fundamental principles of aura. Spotting Duran off to the side, the instructor decides it's time to address the cafeteria drama. Some students like Celia have no clue about the incident. Thomas hypes up her curiosity even more with his comments. Both Leo and Duran are called out by the instructor. First off, he calls out Duran, demanding to know what triggered his rage. After hearing Duran's lame excuse, the instructor decides to pitch a brilliant idea. He wants the Central Region captain to go head-to-head with the freshman rep in a foot race. This would settle who truly deserves to lead the class. Ein stipulates that both students are allowed to use their aura freely without any restrictions. To Duran, this feels like the ultimate advantage. The day of the competition has arrived. Thomas, ever the shrewd businessman, is busy running a betting pool. The first contestant is Duran, a prodigy of House Moira and a formidable master of lightning aura. Facing him is an unknown challenger with no distinguished background. This is Leo, a man who outdid even the seasoned regional captains to claim the title of freshman representative. The students expected great things from the freshman rep. However, they were deeply let down to find out he couldn't even use a basic technique like aura step. Everyone thinks his position is a total fluke. They feel someone like the Central Region captain is way more suited for the role of representative. Realizing it's the perfect time to start, laying down the ground rules. Whoever crosses the finish line first wins, and the loser has to suck it up and accept the result. No questions asked. The race is about to start. Even Celia thinks this competition is a formidable challenge for Leo. Duran is a master of speed, not to mention his lightning-fast lightning aura. Even against such odds, Celia hopes Leo will defy all expectations and pull off the impossible. As soon as the teacher gave the starting signal, the runners bolted. Moira wrapped himself in lightning aura, confident that his speed would smoke Leo completely with his flawless running technique. Our boy remained unfazed by the weak jeers near the starting line. Just as the crowd expected, the composed Central Region representative seemed poised to dominate the track with ease. The freshman representative, on the other hand, was falling noticeably behind. Leo started imbuing his feet with a subtle surge of aura, aiming to pick up this pace. The audience quickly labeled him a fraud who had illegally secured the representative spot. Amidst the crowd, united in their opposition toward him, one lone figure was cheering for Leo. Chelsea Llewellyn's fervent shout of encouragement stood out. Focused on overwhelming his rival Duran, consistently embodied his family's signature trait. He truly possessed lightning speed. Seeing him cross the halfway point in an insanely short amount of time sparked Celia's concern for her friend. It looked like Leo was headed for a loss if he didn't step up his game, so the young man scanned the track. To everyone's surprise, he didn't speed up but unexpectedly slowed down, losing his momentum. Leo veered off the track and headed straight for the walls. Celia Serdinger trusted him, but his actions defied all logic. It looked completely foolish. The entire crowd was baffled and disoriented. Meanwhile, Leo focused on boosting the aura in his feet, and with several insane consecutive leaps he soared, completely off the track. He cleared the grass and landed in the bleachers, turning to watch with cold indifference as Duran pulled further ahead at a steady speed. The aura in Leo's feet pulsed with maximum power. The intense energy caused the stands beneath him to crack. Then with a massive bound, he launched himself back onto the track, propelling himself with incredible force. The jump was so insanely powerful that it left a small explosion in its wake, briefly throwing Duran off balance. From that explosion, Leo shot out like a red meteor, burning through the rest of the track. The bold kid even taunted his opponent as he went by, buzzing past Duran, calling the arrogant jerk a slowpoke. The fiery meteor quickly crossed the finish line. His graceful landing left the crowd speechless. Duran stopped a few meters short, completely stunned, his lightning aura dissipating. It was a total beatdown. Leo threw his head back and gave a triumphant smirk. He had won, even though the bleachers took a serious hit. Regardless, it was worth it, without a doubt. The spectators who had been trash-talking him just moments ago were now absolutely floored. They realized that the show they just witnessed was no joke. They believed Duran was the fastest among all the freshmen. The idea of anyone outrunning him seemed completely preposterous. To add to the shock, he'd been beaten by a kid who was still green at aura control. Out of everyone there, only a select few like Celia. Among them, they understood Leo's true maneuver. She knew that he hadn't just performed a simple aura step, but a full-blown Phoenix step. With Leo's victory, Carr and Chelsea were stoked, showering their friend with compliments. The professor silently processed what his eyes had just witnessed. Duran had unleashed his lightning aura, his special power to boost his speed. Though expected, the raw speed the young man showed was nonetheless staggering. In contrast, Leo Plath was conventionally slower, but his aura mastery was far superior. He built up his fire aura, concentrating it in his feet to propel himself. Through this, he executed a formidable singular aura step. It represented the flawless application of a simple idea. With the grace of a true sportsman, Leo approached Duran, offering his hand and declaring it was a good match. He even admitted that a longer race might have yielded different results. Still, salty about his defeat, the young man rejected the handshake, deliberately bumping Leo's shoulder as he passed by. The professor is convinced that among his current group of students, a powerful hero might finally emerge once again. The moment Leo joined his friends, Chelsea immediately showered him with praise. Carty asked Celia why Chelsea was so captivated by Leo and not him, even though the answer was painfully obvious. With class dismissed, Carr invited everyone to the cafe, even promising to cover the tab. Leo excused himself, regretting that he couldn't join them for a relaxing break. Without saying another word, he quietly stepped away from the group. When asked where he was going, he simply replied, "I'm going to check out the summoning classes." Confused, his friends questioned why a knight student would attend a summoning class. Predictably, the reason, it was purely for research. Something he still couldn't quite understand was why the Fairy King gave him the promise as a reward. As far as he knew, rewards in the world of heroes were always tied to the abilities of the world's owner. The reward he received seemed to be linked to summoning, but Professor Albie was just a mage, not a summoner. Logically, then, Leo should have received a magic-based skill. Besides, to contact a fairy, one had to travel to Fairyland. Any reward he might have received would remain useless for now. While Leo waited where the summoning classes were held, a familiar voice asked if he was also a summoning student. The voice belonged to Chenxia, the captain of the Eastern top scorer. Unlike the other captain from the recent race, this young lady was polite, cheerful, and kind. They greeted each other cordially, and she insisted that he just call her Shia from then on. She was sure that Leo was from the Night Division, so finding him interested in summoning was quite a surprise. He claimed he was only curious about spiritualism. If that's the case, then we'll run into each other often in various classes. When asked what spirit she had contracted, Shia summoned a beautiful water nymph. Unfortunately, Leo hadn't made a single contract yet. Ever kind, she insisted that if he ever needed help with spirit summoning, he shouldn't hesitate to call her. Leo wasn't one to turn down help or useful connections. Then, he made the unfortunate mistake of asking a lady's age. Shia smiled and replied that she was 17. She also knew Leo was younger at just 15 years old. In Leo's mind, he marveled at Shia's youthful appearance. She looked even younger than Chelsea. She noticed his brief pause and called him out. "Were you thinking something rude?" Which Leo denied. In fact, you should always deny it. In any case, she had approached him to express her deep admiration for his race against Duran. She had actually been in the crowd while it was unfolding. The image of him crossing the track was vividly etched in her memory. Boldly, she challenged him to a race someday. Amused, Leo smiled and immediately accepted. After dealing with so many over-the-top personalities, it was refreshing to finally meet someone so down-to-earth. And so the introductory Summoning Division class officially began. From the start, the setting was unconventional. Instead of a classroom, they met out in the fields. There were some striking individuals present. Two of them had flashy white hair and peculiar features. They looked like main characters, not mere background extras. Leo scanned the area, noting only a handful of students gathered. Shia had already expected this. Summoning wasn't exactly a popular choice. After all, just as he was wondering why the class was being held outdoors, the answer descended from the heavens. A massive, scaly body with wings vast enough to eclipse the sun soared over the students. The creature landed, revealing its fearsome form. To everyone's shock, it was a black wyvern. Some students, their resolve wavering, felt weak in the knees the second they saw the beast. Then the woman riding the wyvern smirked, saying, "My wyvern seems to have taken a liking to this class." She quickly dismounted, introducing herself as Yura, named the summoning professor for the school year. Yura was a stunning woman with long white hair, a toned body, and striking features. The students, captivated, seemed to wish they could become the professor's personal summons. Leo reflected that if Perbeduano had been here, he would have been totally charmed by a woman with a charm different from Luna's, and with her poise, he would surely be inspired to create even more cultured art. Without further ado, Ms. Yura addressed her new recruits. She stated that their presence in this prestigious program indicated they possessed some innate talent. The first-year students answered affirmatively. Ms. Yura appreciated their confidence. Therefore, they would head to the practice area immediately. She called upon Carlo, the associate professor of the first-year summoning class, to bring out the griffins. Miss Yura explained they would ride together in pairs. They had enough griffins to accommodate everyone. The problem was that this was the first time any of them had handled something as temperamental as a griffin. As soon as she heard a complaint, Ms. Yura's gaze hardened as she demanded to know if they intended to listen to her lesson or not. Leaping onto her black wyvern, she declared, "Those who think they can't ride a griffin should simply quit and go home." Her scaly beast echoed her intensity. It roared and flapped its wings, ascending with a powerful display of dominance, while everyone else was shook. One tall student stood proud and unfazed. Associate Professor Carlo stepped in smoothly, urging the students to hurry up and follow the professor. Once they got over their initial apprehension, most of the students found that the griffins were more docile than they had imagined. However, some of these four-legged birds proved quite difficult to handle. It all came down to pure luck. Leo and Shia paired up for the activity. She kindly asked to hold the reins, and Leo immediately agreed. And so 2 by 2, the students took to the skies. Those who adapted quickly soon matched the professor's speed, soaring over the ocean. They hadn't anticipated such a bold privilege, riding a griffin on their very first day. As expected of the exceptional programs at Lumen, everyone's apprehension about the griffins quickly faded away. Some students were even playfully arguing over who would get to hold the reins. Shia and Leo glided effortlessly through the sky with Shia at the helm. She was initially apprehensive, but her griffin turned out to be remarkably tame. Even so, caution was still essential. Griffins were notoriously difficult for first-time riders. Seeing that everything was progressing smoothly, Ms. Yura decided to introduce a challenge and pulled out a whistle. She blew it hard, releasing an inaudible tone that only the griffins could hear. As soon as the four-legged birds heard the melody, primal instinct seemed to awaken in them. Their talons extended fully, and all the creatures began to act wildly. The terrified students turned to the professor for help, not knowing that she was behind the beast's sudden frenzy. Ms. Yura was convinced that any student unable to handle a runaway griffin had no place at Lumen Academy. Even Shia, a fairly skilled young summoner, was struggling with her griffin. As she wrestled with the griffin's reins, Leo, he held her hand and her waist, steadying her in the saddle. He warned her that griffins were proud beasts. Trying to dominate them by force would only make them rebel even more. His touch was gentle. Leo subtly guided her fingers, helping to control the runaway mount. Taking control from behind, he took charge and pushed the griffin to unprecedented speeds. They flew with such swiftness and precision that they soon overtook the professor and her associate. Ms. Yura praised his masterful command of the beast. She turned to Carlo and asked if the first-year representative had applied for the night specialty. The records indicated that this was true. He rode with such skill that she wondered if he had a personal griffin at home. However, Carlo's records showed that Leo wasn't from a noble bloodline, wealthy enough to own one. This could only mean that he relied purely on his innate talent. It was still early in the class, but Ms. Yura was optimistic that she had unearthed a hidden gem. After that aerial odyssey, all the students finally arrived at Summoner's Island. This was the practice field for all summoning specialties. Many students were sick to their stomachs on the beach after such a turbulent flight. Meanwhile, Leo just wandered along the white sandy beach, looking for the perfect fruit. When he finally found one of the right size and ripeness, he reached out to pluck it from the tree and noticed a singed feather. His thoughts whirled with possibilities, but for now he kept them to himself. After securing the ripe fruit, he offered it to the griffin, as a thank you for getting them safely to the island. With everyone present, Ms. Yura gathered the group. Starting today, you'll be facing an exam. A practical exam right on the first day. Many had only intended to try out the introductory class, but now they were facing an unexpected challenge. Ms. Yura clarified that unlike the other two specialties, the summoner's journey extends much further. This was something everyone should already know. For summoning, simply controlling mana isn't enough to forge a true contract with a compatible spirit. You need a genuine spiritual affinity to skillfully command your summons. Sufficient taming skills are essential. The path is arduous and intricate. That's why summoner heroes are far less numerous than those of the other two conventional classes. However, the summoners who earn the title achieve feats far greater than the vast majority of other heroes. Great summoners have indelibly etched their names into history. That is the true appeal of being a summoner. Every student here hopes to become such a legendary figure. Elisa Hergen from the renowned family of Summoning Heroes of the North. The Hergen clan stepped forward and boldly asked about the nature of the exam. Ms. Yura clarified that true to its name, Summoner's Island was crawling with beasts and spirits. Since a summons is considered a weapon for summoners, the exam would evaluate each student's taming prowess. With this in mind, the test objective was simple: They simply had to tame a summons in the forest and bring it back to the beach. After taming and forging a contract, they would be allowed to keep their new summons. The students erupted in cheers. Rarely did they get the chance to claim their own beast. While everyone else rushed off, anxiously into the woods, excited to find their new partners, Leo serenely entered the grove. Surprisingly, Elisa followed him from the entrance. Rumors of his victory over Duran had spread quickly upon seeing him in the summoner class. She felt compelled to greet him. The other notable students in the class watched this interaction with great interest. Leo brushed Elisa off with a wave, saying casually that he was just doing his best, being dismissed as if she were some random commoner. Infuriated Elisa, watching her pupils from afar, Yura could already discern the key members of her first-year class. Soon after, many students began the task of taming their chosen beasts. None, however, captured Leo's interest. Some students noticed the first-year representative venturing a bit too far into the forest. Some secretly hoped for his failure. They imagined he'd lose his chance to tame a summons, score a big fat 0, and retreat to some rough night specialty. Ignoring the commotion, Leo pressed on along the path, going as deep as possible. His guiding light was the feather he'd seen earlier near the orange tree. Just moments ago, its tip had been badly singed, but now it was in perfect condition. He discovered a clearing deep in the forest. After ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed, he drew the Schrodinger's fire he carried inside and burned the feather to ashes. An overwhelming heat surged behind him. His suspicions were instantly confirmed. Back in Leo's hometown, life had settled down now that their boy had left the nest. Reina was cooking a meal outdoors, one worthy of a Ghibli movie. Even so, she still worried about her little one. It was technically his first day of school, so there shouldn't have been any need to feel so anxious and tense, right? If Reina could have seen what her son was actually facing, she would have known her worry wasn't baseless. Leo tried to calm himself down. He'd be fine, he was a tough kid. Meanwhile, that same boy was being engulfed by the most blistering heat imaginable. He was surrounded by the flames of a legendary phoenix, one of the 3 great summons. With a voice that dominated the flames, the phoenix seemed perplexed. It saw only a mere child wielding the flame. Schrodinger, the legendary beast, had only appeared after sensing the flame of Reina. Upon hearing his mother's name, Leo asked the phoenix how it knew her. It seemed the phoenix had arrived just in time. The legendary beast was remarkably familiar with Leo's mother. It declared it owed Reina a great debt. "I am Farina, one of the 3 mystic summons," the elusive phoenix introduced itself properly, granting Leo the respect due to Reina's bloodline. Leo Plav reciprocated the respectful introduction with one of his own. He asked Farina to explain its bond with his mother. The phoenix confessed Leo's mother saved my summoner's life, Ellen Lunda. Upon hearing the name, Leo gasped in surprise. Ellen Lunda was a true hero. The incident happened while Ellen was clearing a dungeon in Siren. She had lost all of her comrades. At that moment, her own life was hanging by a thread. Then the blazing Reina Schrodinger arrived to save her. Reina was a noble knight, however. To save the hero, she sacrificed her blazing aura. If it hadn't been for that event, Reina surely would have claimed a coveted seat among the heroes. It was the first time Leo had heard the whole story. Even so, his mother always maintained that she never regretted her actions. On that fateful day, Farina laughed, knowing that Reina truly embodied that kind of knightly spirit. Leo changed the subject, asking why a legendary phoenix was in Lumen. Farina unfortunately couldn't reveal the reason. She also wondered why a young knight had come to the island of summons. When Leo revealed he was also learning summoning, Farina felt compelled to examine the boy more closely. Sensing a powerful aura within him, an energy far beyond his young age, she burst out laughing. She declared their meeting a matter of fate. Finally, she could repay the debt she owed his mother. Farina urged Leo to reach out his hand and take her flame. The fire danced across his palm, gradually molding into an egg, the offspring of a phoenix. Farina hoped that one day, as a formidable summoner, Leo would forge a pact with her child. It was unfortunate that another summoner had been designated to receive the egg, but Farina preferred Leo. When the young man asked if it was possible to hatch it and tame it right now, the phoenix nearly tripped in shock. Before she could stop his attempt to initiate the process, a blistering light already enveloped the boy's form. Farina tried to warn him it was too soon for such an act. If things failed, he could even lose his life. With unwavering focus, Leo reached the point of no return. Farina was forced to give in. His willingness to challenge the impossible, without a hint of fear, was a trait inherited from his mother. All she could do was wish him luck as the egg began to hatch. It seemed as if only he and the fire within him existed in the world. Leo reached out his hand, captivated by the magnificent glow. The moment his palm touched the small flame, it swelled into an untamable and unstoppable inferno. Leo panicked, pulling his hand back. The intense heat began to choke the breath out of him. Such was the power of a phoenix flame. This ordeal, he realized, had to be a path for him to understand the trial of the mythical beast. To unleash powerful flames, a phoenix must incinerate its own body. This means enduring unbearable agony every day. They exist with burning flesh for an eternity, while regenerating continuously at an astonishing rate. Even if it was only a little, Leo could now grasp their suffering. He stopped fighting the agony. Instead, he embraced the fire. It completely enveloped him as he shared the phoenix's torment. The radiance reached its peak, surging wildly around his body. Suddenly, the egg in his hand began to crack and fracture. Leo opened his eyes. A newfound wisdom, an acceptance of agony, was etched into his soul. The fire that had scorched his flesh slowly gathered around the egg. This greatly accelerated the hatching process. A curious Farina asked if he had succeeded. He confidently replied that he had. She smiled, hailing him as a total genius for pulling off such a daring feat. If a phoenix calls you the best summoner in the world, you can definitely bet on it. Even before the egg had fully hatched, Farina was already congratulating the young man on securing a successful contract. The eggshells faded into ashes. What remained was an adorable tiny chick named Fiora. Farina beamed with excitement, transforming into her human form, while putting her hatchling in Leo's care. By all accounts, Fiora looked like an ordinary red chick, yet she was undeniably cute. At noon, most of the students had already returned to the beach. Almost everyone brought back harmless companions commonly found at the edge of the forest. Ms. Fiora turned to her associate Carlo and asked about the remaining time for the other students who hadn't come back yet. They only had 5 minutes left. Just as I expected, the only ones left were the 4 exceptional students I had noticed. From deep within the forest, a roar echoed as a giant bear emerged, noisily knocking down trees and everything in its path. Perched on the back of the imposing beast was none other than the disheveled Chen Xia. She had managed to tame an aqua bear cub, destined to be her potential knight. It was an impressive feat. Her entrance was quickly eclipsed by the darkness enveloping the tamed beast of the reserved student. He secured a shadow raven as his summon and was now gathering aura while riding one of its claws to the beach. Even renowned summoner lineages would have a hard time taming a shadow raven. He had actually managed to tame one, though a full contract wasn't yet forged. Even so, he met expectations. Miss Yura's requirements had been completely exceeded. A minute later, the students began to gasp in amazement at the sight of a pristine white snake slithering onto the beach with Elisa riding on top. Elisa arrogantly declared, "I went ahead and contracted this Gorgon snake simply because my family lacks one. I'm just completing my Pokedex." Carlo finally called it, marking the end of the exam. Fortunately, the last student reached the beach just as time ran out, compared to the dramatic arrivals of the other 3. Leo walked calmly onto the beach with a tiny chick perched on his head. While his classmates inspired fear and awe, his image radiated pure charm. His less perceptive peers burst into laughter upon seeing him. They assumed he had tamed a common chicken, seeing it as incompetence in summoning. While everyone else was laughing, a chill ran down Ms. Yura's spine. A muffled curse escaped her lips. This bold student had just presented a phoenix for his first exam. At sunset, the first-year summoning class officially concluded, and the students were guided back to the academy. While everyone else was winding down, Leo still had a pressing matter to discuss. He straightened his tie and knocked on the office door. A soft voice invited him in. Opening the door, he found Professor Yura, dressed casually. The sunset glow illuminated her features. She quickly set her work aside and gestured for the young man to take a seat. Miss Yura admitted she had never before witnessed a baby phoenix. She didn't even know such a mythical summon existed on Summoner's Island. A freshman forging a contract with a phoenix was an extraordinary feat. It marked an unprecedented achievement in the Academy's history. Miss Yura leaned toward the young man, her inquisitive gaze locking onto him. She revealed that she knew his true nature. Leo swallowed hard. Perhaps he had shown too much and accidentally exposed his true identity. However, his worries vanished the moment Ms. Yura pulled him into a tight hug. She then hailed him as an absolute goat at summoning, the likes of which had never been seen. While she wanted to praise his achievement publicly, the professor believed they should keep his contract with the Phoenix on the down low for now. If such monumental news got out, chaos would break loose instantly. For now, she urged him to make sure he chose summoning as his primary major as soon as the exploratory classes wrapped up. In her eyes, this young man had the talent, innate talent to become a hero summoner one, whose legend would endure through the centuries. By the way, I know what you're thinking, but reality can be a bitch. There is zero chance of you becoming his summon. The next day, Lumine Academy and its residents woke up to a beautiful morning. Chloe walked through the halls still, sleepy and yawning from a lack of shut-eye. Carr saw her yawning and playfully warned her that her mouth might split if she kept it up. Chloe looked and felt totally wiped out, having pulled an all-nighter buried in magic books. Recognizing the girl he had run into days before, Leo pulled Chloe Mueller's ID out of his pocket and handed it back. She thanked the freshman rep for saving her the hassle of getting a replacement. What struck her as odd was that Leo was also planning to hit up magic classes. He explained that, since they were still in the orientation phase, he wanted to check out as many lectures as possible. Chloe, however, was laser-focused, strictly on magic, so she only stuck to classes related to that. Carr low-key whispered to his friend that Chloe, this ice queen, was dead set on reaching the top of the magic division. But you see, Carr had no filter, so Chloe Muller caught every single word. Carr instantly felt the room turn, freezing the second she fixed her gaze on him. Just as he was starting to creep away and dodge the drama, a massive ice pillar materialized in his way. It was a perfectly crystallized pillar nearly locking Carr in an icy prison with no way out. Chloe dragged him toward the front seats, demanding he behave himself and pay attention to the lecture. A few moments later, another familiar face showed up in the hall. Two of them, in fact. As expected, Abad and Chelsea Lee, hailing from an illustrious bloodline of mages, were also there for the magic lesson. Then the door burst open. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The moment he walked in, he effortlessly drew every eye in the place. As he stepped up to the podium in front of the class, the girls began to blush and whisper about their handsome new magic professor. With his hair impeccably slicked back, a sharp tie, and a perfectly polished look, Len Horace introduced himself. The professor for the first-year magic division, he was carrying a thick stack of papers. Before starting today's introductory class, he planned a dramatic opening. Then, with a simple flick of his finger, the stack of papers on his desk floated through the air and then settled perfectly on every student's desk. For their intro, everyone was facing a magic theory exam right off the bat. Naturally, everyone was floored to be tested on magic theory before even a single lecture. Professor Len Horace stated that any student who failed to meet his standards would be kicked out of his class. Since they were all now Lumen students, this level of expectation was only fair. Once the exam was over, they had to hand their papers to his assistant, Anna. In sharp contrast to Professor Horace's intensity, Assistant Professor Anna seemed like pure sunshine. However, the person most blindsided by this first day exam was undoubtedly Leo. With just one look at the first question, Leo knew instantly that he was in deep trouble. He had absolutely no clue about current magic trends. The increasingly complex formulas on his paper were completely gibberish to him. As the clock ticked away, every student scrambled to remember every last detail. They struggled to answer the tricky questions. With every grain of sand that fell, the tension in the room skyrocketed. Their futures as magic heroes wrote on this one exam. When time ran out, the students started talking about the test. Many found it surprisingly easy. Yet not even the brightest minds could crack the final question. Compared to them, Leo was a total nervous wreck. He had only managed to answer a single question despite his best efforts. As he handed in his paper, with a shaky hand, a wave of regret washed over him. I wish I'd learned more about modern magic before getting here. Convinced it was a lost cause, he left quickly. He couldn't stand staying in the lecture, all eaten up by shame. He decided that he should just study magic on his own. Over the last century, magic had evolved by leaps and bounds. Magic that once demanded a deep grasp of complex theories now only required memorizing tedious activation conditions. Professor Horace quickly graded the papers. He didn't even need any materials. He did it with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Leo mused that the shift in magic toward memorization had nerfed the overall skill of modern mages. After checking the exams, the professor gave his students a glimpse of his magical prowess. He summoned a glowing orb of light that bathed the entire lecture hall. Arcane symbols and ethereal ideas swirled inside it. This was the very heart of the magic he had forged himself. He had built this intricate magic formula piece by piece from start to finish. The class aimed to cultivate students who could research and forge their own unique brand of magic. That's why he gave them a test in the very first introductory session. It had 49 questions, each worth 1 point, based on basic recall of ideas that got progressively challenging. The final question, worth 51 points, explored the fundamental nature of magic itself. Professor Horace hoped that one day his students would become mages capable of unraveling that ultimate challenge. Chelsea let out a sigh of relief. Now she could feel certain that nobody else had answered the last question correctly. She hadn't even known how to start tackling it herself. She looked up and saw Leo's seat, empty, his exam carefully set aside. She figured he had just given up. A wave of disappointment washed over her. It would have been wonderful to attend magic classes alongside him. After the professor's fervent speech, his assistant came over and hurriedly whispered something to him. Anna informed him in a low voice. One student solved the 50th question correctly. This news stunned the stern professor. The stoic and resolute Len Horace persona vanished instantly. He roared with laughter in front of the class. At such incredible news, he asked his class, which one of you just made history? Who was the first student to conquer the 50th question on the first try and achieve a perfect score? Professor Horace was beaming, almost giddy at the prospect of training a generational magic genius. But Anna quickly corrected him. The student didn't get a perfect score. That was also perfectly fine. He didn't let that dampen his spirits. He reasoned that the student must have failed some of the earlier questions or perhaps spent too much time on the final section. Then Anna dropped the real bombshell with another whispered word. The student who got it right, she revealed, only solved the very last question. They left the other 49 untouched. The professor instantly demanded the student's name. Anna handed him the student file for Leopold. Professor Horace bellowed Leo's name out loud, ordering him to stand up. But it was already too late. Not even his friends had noticed him slip out of the classroom. He had turned in his work, feeling pretty embarrassed. To break the sudden awkward silence in the room, Chelsea carefully raised her hand. She explained that Leo had left right after finishing the exam. His test score was a total anomaly. Technically, he got the highest score of everyone. He had solved only the final part and nothing else. The guy at the center of the magic class commotion was already in the cafeteria hanging out with Celia. He told her what had just happened. She laughed at him for bombing the test. He had summoned a cute little bird in one class, but he had crashed and burned completely in magic class. Celia believed Leo needed to realize that he was mismanaging his academic path. She urged him to focus solely on his swordsmanship. He was a knight in training, after all. When Leo suggested endurance training, she quickly changed the subject. Their cheerful banter was shattered when an imposing figure loomed behind Leo. Professor Horace was absolutely livid. He believed this knight in training had mocked his class. He demanded an explanation for leaving, after only one question. Were the questions so simple they weren't worth his time? To answer them, Leo stood up and respectfully clarified the situation. He admitted that he truly believed he had no hope of passing that exam. To him, every single question, except for the final problem, seemed insurmountable, and he couldn't figure out how to start any of them. He revealed shrewdly that he had been self-taught in magic, using ancient texts, which made him unfamiliar with modern techniques. A thought began to spark in the professor's mind. Then, he hoisted the young man off the ground like a light pet. When he let him go, Leo had never felt such total bewilderment. Meanwhile, the professor's eyes gleamed with joy and growing possibilities as he insisted Leo follow him. Leo had no chance to refuse or even ask about their destination. Professor Horace grabbed him by the collar, dragging him out of the cafeteria, like a child who had discovered the ultimate toy. Celia sat frozen in her seat. This was her first encounter with the Academy's magic theory professor, and he certainly left an eccentric impression. His assistant, Anna, unfortunately lost track of her boss in seconds, unable to prevent the peculiar antics of Lane Horace. She barely had a moment to catch her breath while chasing after the energetic professor. The professor ushered Leo into his office, then quickly scribbled complex magic theory problems on his chalkboard, challenging the young man to solve them. He reasoned that if the kid hadn't solved the last question by pure luck, then he must possess his own established magical framework. Professor Horace watched intently, eager for the young man to reveal a new magical system through his answers. In less than 10 seconds, Leo had already written his final answer on the board. Shocked and a bit restless, he asked if Leo had mentally solved every single problem he had thrown at him. And that was exactly what Leo had done. The professor had struck absolute gold after years of making zero progress. He finally discovered a talent worthy of being nurtured to the very top tier of heroes. Professor Satoru was right outside, strolling peacefully through the halls. Little did he know his quiet day was about to be crashed. by his over-the-top colleague Professor Horace, who came running at him with a huge innocent smile on his face and eyes beaming with energy. Satoru wanted no part of this. He knew that whatever his colleague was hyped about would wreck his calm day. He turned and walked away. Horace latched onto his legs, showering him with thanks like a hyped-up puppy. Professor Albie had to use magic to hold him back. It wasn't the first time he'd seen Horace acting totally wild, but today he was really pushing it. Professor Horace didn't have a care in the world. Even dangling in midair, he just wanted to say, "Thanks for uncovering Leo Plav's genius." Albie was totally stumped. Why would this magic fanatic call an aspiring knight a wizardry genius, hearing knighthood and Leo mentioned in the same breath? Pissed off Professor Horace, he insisted that the kid had to become a sorcerer come hell or high water. He couldn't stand all that talent, rotting away just swinging metal around. Finally, his assistant and part-time babysitter, Anna, caught up with her boss, as he ranted that sending Leo to the Knights would be a slap in the face to sorcery itself. Albie dropped him to the floor. At least the professor was deeply grateful to Anna for cushioning his fall. After running all over campus, the assistant's cheerful mood had vanished. As she urged him to get back to class, as if he'd been summoned, Leo strolled quietly past the commotion. Professor Albie gave him a reassuring smile. The young man reflected that sorcerers stayed completely unchanged over time. Even now, they were all total lunatics. A week after the magic theory fiasco, the introductory courses finally wrapped up. Leo was just chilling on the rooftop, absorbed in his book, far from any drama or excessive disturbances. As usual, he delved into his own legacy. Today, Kyle, the so-called hero from back then, was universally considered a fraud. Seeing how the world had moved on in his absence and the shift in opinion still weighed heavily on his mind. While he reflected silently on the roof about the passage of time, the first-year professors were rushing through the campus hallways without even knocking and burst into the director's office, loaded with complaints. Professor Elon held Leopold's application form. The disciplines chosen by the young man were swordsmanship, sorcery, and summoning, the three major hero disciplines. After witnessing the raw potential the boy showed in every field, the professors got into a heated scrap to claim him as their own. Besides a student signing up for every major discipline was something unheard of in any hero military academy. They believed their students should stick to just one discipline. Director Odeon just laughed at their bickering, saying that Leo reminded him of that fictional hero from all those legendary stories. Hearing the director's words, he made the teachers stop their heated arguments. Principal Bodian stated that the fifth great hero, also known as the hero of the beginning, Kyle, was the only person rumored to have mastered every class in history. Meanwhile, Celia and Chelsea were gasping for air from exhaustion while running laps around the track. Carr spotted Leo chilling in the shade of a tree and wondered why the girls were training so hard on a weekend. Chelsea had asked Leo to train her and he agreed, but that still didn't explain why they were just running laps. Leo simply replied that above all else, even more important than weapons, a hero must possess limitless stamina. This cardio training would forge that. Even Chelsea had completely bought into the idea that endurance was the most vital quality for a battle mage. During their break, the girls gathered around Leo as he offered them water bottles to cool off. Surprisingly, Chelsea seemed to enjoy training her stamina over the weekend. She declared that she wanted to run with Leo. As soon as Celia heard the poor girl say that, she spat out her water. The exhausting memories of training with Leo instantly flooded her mind. Since he already planned to go for a run, he might as well lead the ladies. However, Celia had sworn she would never run with him again. Watching their exchange, Carr asked Celia and Leo what was going on between them. He wondered why they seemed so close. He had even thought they were dating at first. Celia put an end to the confusion by dropping a bombshell. They were nothing more than cousins. Leo was the son of her father's sister. The revelation that their blood flowing through Leo's veins completely stunned Carr and Chelsea. Leo finally got pumped and started stretching to join the ladies for the next round of cardio from hell. Not wanting to waste his time training, Carr took off. He planned to explore the city of Lumeria a bit more. Celia tried to join him in the vibrant city, but Leo had already grabbed his cousin by her hair. Today was training day. Carr couldn't help but think that the nobles in his circle didn't have a single shred of dignity. Time passed and the long-awaited day of class assignments finally arrived. Leo headed to his assigned classroom, Class 1-5. Inside, he saw Carr sitting there gesturing for his friend to come sit next to him. The sharp young entrepreneur had been the first to arrive, already knowing exactly where his class was. Say what you want about Carr, but the guy was top tier at gathering intel. Another familiar face was also sitting among them. Chelsea was in her seat, though it was hard to tell if she was dead or alive after that brutal weekend of training with Leo. Carr asked about the hell Leo had put the girls through. He replied that they had only covered the basics. Suddenly, a couple of low-ranking students looked toward Class 5, notoriously known as the Class of Despair. They mockingly wondered how many of those pathetic underclassmen would even last past the first semester. A sluggish voice cut through their taunts. It stated that those two seniors, mocking the freshmen, were much more pathetic in his eyes. The pair of extras spun around as a chill instantly ran down their spines. A man with messy dark hair and an untamed beard stood before them. His presence was crushing and immense. It was Harold, Edmund, the homeroom teacher for Class 1-5s, also known by his nickname, the Wailing Wall. The teacher ordered the extras to form a chair with their bodies, and pure terror forced them to obey. He sat down on his human throne and addressed his students as useless failures. Class 1-5 was labeled the loser class, having scored the absolute lowest. Among all the incoming students, Professor Edmund was certain the students had already heard the rumors about him. He asked his class if anyone knew why he had chosen to assign himself as the advisor for this cursed class. Carr cautiously raised his hand and answered, the Wailing Wall must have stepped in to help everyone pull up their grades. The professor already knew Carr Thomas by his full name. His answer was totally fitting for someone ranked dead last in the academy. Professor Edmund shifted the question. He inquired if anyone in this struggling class understood the true duty of a student at Luminae Academy. Chelsea bravely raised her hand and declared, "It's our duty to conquer the hero's world through practice missions." That was the textbook answer. However, all the professor could see were the faces of students who would perish moments after entering the hero's world. Therefore, wouldn't it be wiser to simply expel these pathetic burdens who would only hinder their peers? This was exactly his reason for taking over Class 5. It was also why he was widely known as the Wailing Wall. While he terrified his students, Leo remained completely unfazed. The professor silently evaluated him. This young man would probably be just fine if he were dropped into the hero's world right now. Then, he ordered everyone to change into their gym clothes and head to the training grounds. It was the first day of school, marking the beginning of combat studies. Class 5 followed their orders, quickly gathering on the track. While his students endured the harsh sun, the professor set up a massive sun umbrella, a lawn chair, and even some refreshing drinks for his comfort on the sidelines. It's time to fix the warped mindsets these kids have cultivated since joining this prestigious academy. He thought. Then he posed another question. He asked what would actually save them in the real world, where life is so fragile when adversity hits. Neela Carvan, a shy cavalry major with a rare healing attribute aura, meekly offered, "My comrades by my side would save me." "That is the wrong answer," Professor Edmund declared. He asserted that their saving grace lay in their own ability. Only when they hone their skills in the face of danger can they even begin to provide help to their comrades. As a follow-up, he asked if anyone there felt confident in their ability to protect their peers. A cheerful voice, energetic and calm, rang out from the crowd declaring, "I am confident in my abilities." To test her conviction, the professor ordered the girl to conjure a fireball to prove if she was a proper magic knight. The girl in question was the lively and upbeat Eliana Leiden, a dual-class magic knight. After she showed her fireball, the professor remained unconvinced that she possessed the necessary prowess. He even belittled its size and intensity, telling her this isn't even enough to kill an ant. Challenged by the professor's biting remarks, Eliana channeled even more mana into her spell. She conjured 2 fireballs, transforming her surroundings into a rising pool of flames. Not only did the number of fireballs increase, but their size also doubled. The professor, Edmund, gave her a dry compliment on her spell. Sipping from his juice box, he conjured a small orb of wind, challenging Eliana to hit the tiny being with her impressive fireball. The wind orb soon transformed into a spirit of wind and soared through the air. Imbued with its own will, it approached Eliana, mocked her fire with a giggle, and gave her a playful boop on the nose. The feisty young girl lost her cool and began unleashing fireballs in every direction, trying to hit the annoying wind spirit after, wasting her mana on attacks that didn't land a single hit. The professor interrupted. "What's the point of multiplying the number and size of an attack if you can't even hit your enemy? This exercise aims to highlight your biggest deficiency, the ability to apply your skills effectively. You must refine your abilities and push your limits. That is the true path of a hero." The professor smiled and declared that the class wouldn't end until one of them captured their wind spirit. Leo simply listened in silence. The professor's words were harsh, but he could confirm their truth, maybe. he should get involved in this lesson and try to catch the sylph. While the entire class ran across the track the professor's gaze, Edmund remained fixed on Leo Splash, given the hype surrounding the boy. He was determined to discern if Leo was all talk like the legendary hero Kyle. Unfortunately, even with the whole class joining the chase, the sylph effortlessly eluded them. From a distance, Leo projected his aura, channeling his power to his feet. With a burst of speed, he propelled himself forward like a crimson cannonball, leaving a shockwave of power in his wake. His speed reached its peak, his concentration was absolute. Maybe he really was the first, a genuine hero of all classes. Carr and Chelsea were already out of breath. After trying to catch the annoyingly fast wind spirit, then our protagonist appeared, his feet and body shrouded in a fiery aura. Using the refined aura step technique, he ascended to the skies, the blind spot of the indomitable sylph. With the force combined of gravity and the momentum of aura step, he lunged downward without giving the sylph any chance to evade or escape. His first attempt fell short by a mere millisecond. It seemed he had botched his initial assault, but the smirk on his face suggested otherwise. He subtly manipulated the aura threads in his hand, weaving a strand that tied itself to the sylph's foot. This effectively secured the capture of the wind spirit. Unfortunately, none of the students from Class 5 reached the stunned sylph first. Instead, it was snatched up by that brat, the lightning-fast Duran. As expected, his speed was truly exceptional, but he only caught the sylph because Leo's aura thread had restricted its movements. Nonetheless, the smug look on Duran's face was still irritating. Another person entered the field, clapping cheerfully. This boastful man is Seijin, the tutor for Class 1. He currently holds the second spot in the faculty's annual rankings. He took this chance to show off his class's talent, even offering to give Class 5 some pointers. Meanwhile, Professor Edmund wasn't even looking at the field. He was kicked back in his chair, drinking juice. Then he asked his colleague to oversee his class for the day. While Professor Seijin took second place in the faculty vote, this easygoing man always took the top spot every year. The students, especially Carr, they were eager to witness the showdown. Between these two titans of Lumen Academy, both professors had served the academy for over 2 decades. Professors Ain, Yura, and Lin had been their apprentices. Overhearing their chat, the lovely Nella Carvin asked Carr how he knew so much about the academy's business. Unfortunately, this guy lacked social grace and often alienated everyone else. Professor Seijin let out a superior laugh. Though he didn't know what his rival was up to taking charge of the most challenging freshman class, Seijin was dying to find out. So he proposed a competition between classes 1 and 5 for the event. They chose Lumine's traditional ball sport, called Bastra. Professor Edmund got up from his chair and hailed Seijin. As a genius, he shook his colleague's hand, adding that learning through hands-on experience was paramount. After accepting the challenge, he leaned back in his comfy chair and left all direction and supervision to Seijin. Professor Seijin couldn't wrap his head around how he kept losing the faculty vote to this lazy guy, while his students looked at him with pity. At least the Wailing Wall addressed his class, once more declaring that this match, slated against Class 1, was an opportunity to hone their skills. Finally, he warned them if they lost, every student in the class would face expulsion. Hearing that, even the top students were dumbfounded, since this was their first class with him. And to make matters worse, their opponent was Class 1, a class that boasted 3 captains in its ranks, but he brushed off their excuses, simply telling them to double their efforts. Besides, he believed they had very little reasons to be worried about the representative freshman out of all the individuals in his class. He directed Leo to select 6 participants for the competition. Reflecting on the direction of his teacher, Leo was convinced that he was being put to the test for some hidden motive. This didn't come from a place of disdain. Rather, the students in his class had lost all of their drive. After only 1 week of enrollment, their morale was completely trashed. Leo thought Herod intended to use him to guide the discouraged students of Class 5, who had already abandoned all hope. The teacher of Class 1 used his magic to conjure the arena. Meanwhile, Leo figured there had to be some solution within the Bastara competition, a way to help his classmates escape their dire situation. The Academy's elite, Luminette, was now facing Class 5. Even Chelsea was shaking with fear. She struggled to explain the rules of the Bastara game since Leo knew absolutely nothing about it. The game was a long-standing combat sport that had persisted through generations at the Academy. Based on that description, it didn't sound any more special than a simple ball game. Thomas explained it wasn't that simple. In truth, it's way more dangerous than a mere game. The Sword Princess. Celia mocks Chelsea for her pale and defeated look. Her taunting made Chelsea explode with fury, refusing to lose to a Serdinger. Leo, on the other hand, stays perfectly calm. He urges them to chill, sure that they won't lose anytime soon. Celia is livid. She swears to show him the results of her training real soon. Chloe meanwhile, is determined to win. Against the freshman representative, she intends to turn the tables. His previous result with that, Sejin calls all participants to head to the Leo arena. He looks at his teammates asking who would join him. Two of them step forward, Chelsea and Eliana. The stakes are sky high. Losing means immediate expulsion. That's why they're ready to give it their all for the win. Thomas and the others quickly join them. While Leo signals to the professor that his class is ready to start, Sejin takes out the ball and tosses it high into the air. Every participant from both teams locks in, intensely focused on the ball. The game begins. Duran and Leo jump for the ball, but the lightning boy moves a split second faster. He quickly snatches the ball, claiming the first move. The game has barely started, and Leo chooses this exact moment to learn the rules. He finds the rules surprisingly simple. He just needs to charge the ball with aura and then fire it at the goal. Players are forbidden from using their bodies. The first team to reach 11 points wins the game. Duran unleashes his fury, blasting the ball with thunderous speed. Leo barely dodges it at the last second. Thomas couldn't even track it, though. The ball went whizzing past him and ripped into the net. The first goal is scored by Duran from Class 1, instantly plunging the students of Class 5 into deeper despair. Tide is overwhelmed by the pressure, fearing they'll all be expelled at this rate. Leo now asks how to regain possession of the ball. There are three main ways. They can claim it if the ball goes out of bounds during their opponent's possession or by catching the ball. While Tide explains the final method, their conversation is cut short. Eliana, she is brutally knocked down by Celia's explosive throw. The Sword Princess mocks their careless chatter and reminds them that they should be focusing on the match. The situation is looking grim for Eliana. Players cannot attack directly, nor block opposing players. So the third way is to leave an opponent unable to continue. The only way to do that is by hitting opponents with the ball. Leo has heard enough and snatches the ball, convinced it's time for them to fight back. Eliana is out of the game, leaving Class 5 one player short. Both teachers are scrutinizing the match. Seijin believes that any team with an elemental advantage, fire, often has an overwhelming edge in the game. And when it comes to House Serdinger, their flames burn with even greater ferocity. He couldn't fathom why Herod chose to accept the challenge, knowing that the Sword Princess was in Class 1. He believed that Herod's class, didn't stand a chance of fighting back. In response, the unfazed professor simply yawned as if his words held no weight. Addressing Seijin, Herod recalled an old memory of his first student from House Serdinger. That woman was dubbed the Empress of Bastera, a formidable force in the game. Herod shared cheerfully that her son was competing for Class 5. This revelation left Seijin completely stunned. Back in the game, Class 5 was acting like a bunch of quitters, underestimating their potential and regretting their choice to join the academy. Celia spotted Leo conjuring his flames, realizing that he was finally getting serious. Charging up a ball of incandescent fire, he launched the sphere with staggering speed. It took Chloe's mountain of icicles just to stop his fury. She stood triumphant, believing she had successfully blocked his attack. But Leo suddenly materialized right beside her, having anticipated every single one of her moves. Leo boldly declared that he would score regardless. He leaped up and punched the ball with his fist. Chloe's barrier shattered effortlessly. Even Seijin was impressed by the boy's shrewd combat intelligence. Class 5 erupted in cheers of victory. Because of the freshman representative, the Class 1 teacher realized right then that the real match had only just begun. A flurry of goals followed, driving the score to 9-10. Many players were even left completely overwhelmed during the match. Finally, the lightning-fast Duran unleashed his strike, hoping this shot would decide the game. But in the end, Thomas sacrificed his body, giving his all to keep the ball from scoring. He managed to snatch the ball while on the verge of mana exhaustion. Thomas finally collapsed, leaving both classes on equal footing. However, Class 5 only had Leo remaining, while Class 1 still had their three captains intact. This appeared to be a significant disadvantage for his class based on numbers alone. The mage from Yellow Claw was ready to take her revenge. Following her humiliating defeat in the previous exam, she conjured numerous clones to bolster her defenses. Leo was ready to make his final move against Celia and Duran. With his feet arched off the ground, he charged forward with inhuman speed, stunning the three captains with the sheer quickness at which he vanished. Leo moved with such blinding speed that he blew right past Celia before she could even react. He had no intention of taking them on directly, which meant he was gunning for the goal. This left everything in Chloe's hands to defend. She tried desperately to pick out the real Leo from among his many clones, just trying to process. This level of magic left her breathless as Leo sped right past her. Chloe collapsed in defeat, questioning how a mere human could wield elven magic. In the end, not even the three captains could stop him, and the conclusive winner of the match was Class 5. Leo's name was chanted as the students of Class 5 celebrated with wild, unbridled joy. They had been on the brink of expulsion. Seijin was amazed to learn that Herod had pushed them to their absolute limits just to win the match. The three captains, however, were crushed by their loss. Seijin knew he needed to talk to them. He approached Chloe, asking if she felt upset about their defeat. He reminded her that tradition required them to always salute their opponents, even when they lose. He praised their efforts to secure victory for Class 1. Seijin expressed immense pride in the students who worked hard, and even those who cheered on their allies. His beaming words of encouragement truly moved them. Herod, however, didn't have such kind words. He bluntly called them losers, provoking them even further. Both classes, regardless of the result, had given their all in the competition. Sagan emphasized that pushing past their limits had brought them victory. He expressed a desire for both rival classes to learn and grow from one another. With sincere sportsmanship, they shook hands. Celia annoyed Chelsea, who fired back with her own biting remarks. Thomas, on the other hand, was exuberantly cheerful as he shook hands with Duran. Duran simply looked at him with a cold, blank stare. Chloe was on the verge of tears from embarrassment. Leo extended his hand, praising her performance. He believed that with a little more effort and experience, she could reach an incredible level of prominence. She initially took his words as a joke, but seeing the sincere look on the boy's face, her perspective shifted. Chloe vowed to surpass Leo one day and shook his hand. A month had passed since then. Our trio was sharing a meal when Thomas asked eagerly about their club choices. Instead of joining an existing club, Leo aimed to start his own. This left Thomas completely floored. Chelsea, always his biggest fan, immediately offered to join. The club he intended to create would be called the Hero Research Society. It was an unusual name. Leo held the ambition to dive deep into the mystery of the forgotten hero Kyle, who was considered a fictional character without any real historical significance. Thomas doubted anyone would join such a club. Chelsea, however, proved her unwavering loyalty by expressing her immediate readiness to sign up. A commotion broke out nearby, which suddenly reminded Thomas of a significant event scheduled for today. Today was the day the fifth-year students were scheduled to return. After clearing the dungeon, fragments of the hero's record were scattered all over the world. Occasionally, these fragments were responsible for spawning more dungeons themselves. These were known as hero dungeons. The seniors of the academy would clear these hero dungeons and retrieve the scattered fragments. Their expeditions typically lasted at least 2 weeks, often stretching into months. Leo considered that his mother must have undertaken similar dungeon expeditions in the past. Chelsea saw the seniors and recognized them as the academy's elite. Among them was the muscular Ligamua from the east. Next to him is Toru, Ayan, a stunning beauty from the south, and finally, plus the one who prefers comfy clothes. However, a key figure is nowhere to be seen. That's the strongest student. In the academy, the student council president, Reese, Thomas is just about to explain, when suddenly, our guy is gone. The rumor mill says he was taken away for being too OP, just kidding. Celia had quickly rushed him outside. Turns out, Reese, the student council president himself, had asked for a private meeting with our boy. Leo is baffled, wondering why he's being asked to meet out of the blue. Celia thinks he's clueless about everything going on at the academy. He believes he'll get it once he gets there. So he heads over, taking a seat in a spot that Celia finds a bit odd. Then the sword princess jumps up to hug her brother. Yep, you heard that right. Reese is her brother, and he's thrilled to greet Leo, who's been killing it in every single class. They enjoy a meal of dumplings together, but for some reason Celia is nervous since she's never tried them before. She takes a bite and finds herself totally loving the flavor. Her brother had been planning to bring her to this restaurant ever since she arrived. More importantly, he's eager to meet Leo, whose mother was once highly respected within the family. He also recalls how Leo's mother was quite famous during her time at the academy. She was a student who went all out to earn her legendary status. For instance, she boldly trashed the dessert served at the academy, and once rallied all the students to storm the principal's office. Celia is shocked to hear about her role in that notorious incident. The siblings chat happily while Leo, deeply impressed by Reese, considers him truly worthy of his reputation as the academy's finest. Very soon, Reese is destined to become a hero. Reese decides it's time for them to treat themselves to dessert. He tells them to head out while he picks up the tab. As they're leaving, Reese is surprised to find a peculiar object in his blazer, totally unsure where it came from. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Herod's class, where Eliana is dying to ask a question. Herod calls her question pathetic without even hearing it. he shows zero restraint. Eliana wants to know why Class 5 hasn't selected a representative yet, especially since other classes have already made their picks. Herod brushes the suggestion off lightly and nonchalantly confesses that he simply forgot to choose one. Being his usual lazy self, he just orders Leo to become the class rep. Eliana and Tide have to remind the clueless instructor about the proper democratic selection process. However, they quickly learn why it's better to keep quiet. Herod insists that the chosen class rep must be responsible for taking everyone's notes to squash any attempt at leaving. In the auditorium, an announcement reveals that students must immediately leave class for the Hero Studies lecture at the auditorium. Leo and Thomas run into a completely exhausted Chloe. She looks like a ghost, desperately begging to buy recovery potions from the alchemist. The potions are acquired and she takes the alchemist's last stock. Leo suggests she might be overworking herself. So early in the school year, Chloe downs the potions, ignoring Leo's concern. As the main scholar in magic theory, she is deeply worried about her standing. It's a dead giveaway that Leo will master modern magic and effortlessly eclipse her in that exam too. Thomas, in his naivety, fails to grasp the gravity of being in second place. Chelsea has to explain Chloe's crucial role to this clueless guy. As the designated mage of the magic tower, battle mages rarely care about theoretical breakthroughs, but for Chloe, it's her whole world. The core of the magic tower lies in research and magical study, so her own pride is on the line. Chelsea gets frustrated, questioning if the alchemist actually possesses any real magical skill. Meanwhile, Chloe still seems under the weather despite the potions and catches a glimpse of something peculiar. At that moment, Principal Callian is seen witnessing the unusual phenomenon of the afflicted hero's scroll. Reese has handed over the hero's page and reports its strange reaction. It was so badly damaged that it should have been lifeless, yet it stirred. No relic was nearby for that to happen. The principal asks if it reacted after the incident, and learns it has remained dormant since then. Callian ponders deeply, deciding to look into this matter personally. He tells Reese to go rest up since he just finished his mission. The principal orders his assistant, Elena, to bring the afflicted hero's scroll to the auditorium. In the room of beginnings, Callian ponders deeply, resolving to investigate this matter personally. He tells Reese to go recover since he just finished his mission. The principal orders his assistant, Elena, to bring the afflicted hero's scroll to the auditorium. In the room of beginnings, he insists on its presence. During the freshman joint class session, it is revealed that even tiny fragments can react if the individual named in the hero's chronicle makes contact. In this case, that individual is Leo, though this remains unknown to all of them. At the Academy auditorium, the freshmen attend their inaugural joint session. A cacophony of chatter forces the lovely Professor Ardian to demand silence. Ignoring her warnings, they keep blabbing away. Ardian reaches her limit, unleashing a furious outburst. She issues a chilling ultimatum: stop the chatter or face dire consequences. Her sweet and shy facade shatters. Replaced by a ruthless and deadly resolve, she fiercely scolds them for their foolishness. Ardian is surprised to realize their sudden silence. She reverts to her delicate and reserved self, acting as if the outburst never even happened, while the remaining students are soaked in fear. They had simply gotten used to the fact that she could be fiercely intimidating when necessary. Leo had witnessed her skills, and now considered her a spiritualist and exceptionally rare vocation, even in his previous life. Ardian began the class session with a dagger in hand. She discussed the emergence of the hero records and the origins of hero clans. To unlock a hero's world, an object imbued with personal significance to that hero is essential, essentially a conduit. This makes it much simpler for the descendants of a hero to open a hero's world with ease. That is also why the Academy safeguards these hero records, valuing the bonds forged between their families. To offer a perfect comparison, it reflects the relationship between a key and a treasure chest. Leo was captivated by the explanation and waited anxiously for what would come next. Ardian also emphasized the vital role of hero studies, calling it crucial for revealing insights into the world of AI hero and deepening their understanding. As students advance in their education, eventually, they will select a hero to emulate and complete their sagas. The professor's explanation was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Elena. She presented a fragment of a hero record that the fifth-year students had recently recovered. At the sight of the enigmatic relic, the students burst into cheers. She opened it slightly, then sealed it once more. Ardian wanted them to gather their thoughts before they experienced the fragment themselves. She sought to understand their aspirations to become heroes, Celia declared enthusiastically. I want to become the most formidable knight my family's lineage has ever seen. Ardian was impressed by her bold ambition. Meanwhile, Chloe expressed interest in compiling a spell book documenting her unique spell creations. Many students shared their own aspirations. Thomas desired to serve as a vital support for future hero candidates. Finally, Leo stood up to declare his bold ambition. My goal is to completely annihilate Erebos for good. This statement caught the attention of not only the students, but also the professors. Ardian tried to make a smooth transition, despite being shaken by his proclamation. Students from other classes were gossiping about his grand statement, dismissing it as mere trash talk. As for the professors, Jared was somewhat perplexed knowing that Leo never spoke without a deep purpose. 1,000 years had passed since Erebos was shattered into countless fragments and sealed. However, there was resurfaced in various forms in recent times. Even a single piece was capable of unleashing immense devastation. But this kid had just declared the impossible. He sought not just to defeat a mere demon fragment, but Erebos in its entirety. Ardian finally wanted to dive deeper into the hero record. Now, she intended to give each class the chance to deduce the hero's page before proceeding to explain how a hero's world could be cleared. It also prepares them for unforeseen situations, emphasizing that the professors are always watching so they don't act carelessly. The students are hyped, their words flowing as they finally get to touch a hero record. Ardian decides it's only fair to call the class representatives to the front. Celia from Class 1, Leo from Class 5, then Abad and Chen. From the remaining classes, 2 fragments had been recovered from the dungeon. But for this lesson, they'll only use 1. The second piece is significantly smaller, but it's still there to show various forms. Leo is up first. He steps forward to touch the fragment, and the hero record bursts wide open. The hero's name and chapter are hidden, but even the professors are, alarmed by the record's fierce response. All of them are, suddenly, pulled into the world of the nameless hero. Bewildered by a landscape of chaos and ruin, the class representatives and professors found themselves in a different realm. They were met by a vast pile of monster corpses scattered across what was clearly a desolate battlefield. Quickly assessing the unexpected turn, Professor Edmund urged everyone to gear up, as they were now trapped inside a hero dungeon. Professor Sajin, thinking fast, identified a landmark that could offer clues. Was a fortress wall that stood tall, some distance from where they appeared. Surprisingly, Leopold recognized the place from the era of catastrophe. The last bulwark of the final city, the walls of Gardaslan. If his hunch proves accurate and the era is correct, then Leo is the only person who understands their situation. From a distance, he heard a familiar voice, uttering his old name, Kyle. The voice confessed with regret that her unfulfilled wish had been foolish. The voice belonged to a woman whom the current era celebrates as a legend. She was Licinius, one of the founding heroines and comrade of Kyle. No matter how silly her wish once was, she fervently believed that they would finally save the world, and they did. Seeing a friend from millennia past ignited a whirlwind of emotions. Inside Leo, facing Licinius on this decaying battlefield, was beyond his wildest dreams. Her smile lit up the entire hero, dungeon-shattering reality, and casting everyone back to the physical world. This sudden and bizarre event began when Kyle grabbed the small fragment from the unknown hero record, which was meant strictly for display. Chensha anxiously asked the professors about what had just happened, but none of them had an answer. With a frustrated expression, Professor Edmund quickly announced that classes were suspended. He implored everyone to stay calm and leave the hall in an orderly fashion. While everyone filed out, bewildered Leo remained on the podium, still clutching the small torn fragment. Lost in thought, he was convinced that what he held was his own page. Kyle's page in his hand was the most vital clue for his quest, a fragment of his own record. Seeing Leo in such deep reflection intrigued Professor Edmund. Once the commotion died down, the students scattered looking for empty classrooms to occupy. All the remaining classes had been canceled for the day. In one of these classrooms, Leo revealed that they had glimpsed the legendary Licinius, the Queen of Wisdom. The idea that the Academy had discovered Licinius's hero record made Chelsea's eyes sparkle. She knew this signaled a momentous occasion. Eliana clenched her fist, in frustration, regretting not having fought harder for the class president position. If she had, she wouldn't have missed such a critical chance. Carl shot her a look, suggesting she didn't stand a chance in the competition. Sensing the mockery, Eliana quickly unleashed a barrage of blows on the unlucky guy. Hearing the commotion, Professor Edmund entered the room to scold them for the noise. He gave them a choice between self-study or expulsion. Given his unpredictable behavior, it was hard to tell if he was kidding or not. When the professor left the room, the students didn't dare cause another disturbance, choosing to play it safe. Lost in his thoughts, Leo wondered why his hero record had fallen into such disarray compared to others. It was so distorted that he struggled to recognize the world it represented. The opening prompt also hid the name of the world and the chapter of the record. It was almost as if someone had deliberately sabotaged his record, perhaps to wipe out his legacy, since hero records are ancient relics that allow for the inheritance of a hero's power. Sabotaging one implies desire to prevent the rise of a new hero. The only plausible suspect who possessed both the motive and the means was none other than Erebos. It might be fragmented into countless pieces, but its power is limitless. This incident ignited a fierce determination in Leo to unravel why his hero record had been so devastated. After the hero record fiasco, an entire month of school life passed without incident. Now let's focus on the magic department's class. Inside, the impeccably dressed Professor Horace was revealing the details of their assignment for the midterm practical exam. The freshmen were tasked with creating their own original magic. The announcement of unique magic struck dread into the hearts of the young mages. Original magic is a type that uniquely reflects the individuality, creativity, and power of a mage. In the current era, where activation techniques dominate, mages rarely strive to create their own spells. However, original magic can turn out to be a powerful secret weapon for critical situations. This traces its origins back to the star magic every elf learns. In fact, star magic is also a lesser form of original magic. Only one individual in history had ever wielded the full and boundless power of star magic. That person was none other than its creator, the founder of Nebula and one of the founding heroines, Luna. Hearing the professor stress the importance of the upcoming midterm exams made Chloe focus entirely. Sitting beside her, Leo couldn't help but notice a peculiar book on her desk. Simply being near the book filled him with unease. It exuded a strange vibe, dark and hauntingly familiar. Noticing Leo's gaze on her book, Chloe quickly tucked it away inside her bag. He was almost certain it was a grimoire. Just then, Professor Horace ended the session and wished them luck with creating their own magic spells as the freshmen began to head out. Leo caught up to Chloe and grabbed her hand. Startled, she shot him an indignant look. Leo smirked and asked her to join him for lunch. Of course, he had a hidden agenda. He had seen how sneaky she looked when she hid that grimoire and was dying to know why. She forcefully pulled her hand away. Chloe rejected his invitation, claiming she had no time for such nonsense. Her mind was consumed by the desire to crush Leo on the upcoming practical exam. Right on cue, breaking the tense silence, Carl stepped in with his usual upbeat energy. He teased Leo, calling him a player for daring to challenge the Ice Queen's top spot in magic studies. Chloe was still salty about her loss to Leo when it came to techniques. However, when it came to pure magic, she refused to let anyone surpass her. With clenched fists and fierce resolve, she vowed to claim victory in the midterm exams. Leo knew that if he backed down or held back, it would be a serious lack of respect for Chloe's sincere conviction. Like a true competitor, Leo offered his hand and gladly accepted the challenge. Promising to prepare thoroughly, Chloe shook his hand with a blank stare. "I've never seen anyone more focused than the Ice Queen," Carl, the playful one, observed from the sidelines, completely impressed by Leo's smooth moves in getting a girl to hold his hand. As night fell, Leo found himself standing before the colossal and imposing Tower of Heroes. He had heard that somewhere, within its immense walls, lay the Academy's forbidden library, Lumen. Gaining access there could offer clues to the enigma of his missing hero record. As he made his way up the grand staircase, some upperclassmen were intrigued by his presence. Halfway up, a voice called out his full name. It was an upperclassman with tanned skin, curly hair, and large circular glasses. She exuded an undeniable charm. She blew a bubble with her gum, then claimed she'd heard a lot about the young prodigy of Professor Horace Lane. This striking upperclassman was Toru Ion, a fifth-year student. From Lumen's magic department, Leo gave a polite bow and offered his greetings. Without making much of the encounter, he tried to continue his climb, but Toru stuck out her long legs, blocking his path. What business could a freshman have in the Tower of Heroes? Leo answered honestly that he was simply there to meet with the student council president. Seeing his confidence, Toru's curiosity was sparked. He insisted that if he committed solely to the magic department, he'd have plenty of opportunities involving the tower. She was remarkably persistent. Even though he was already taking magic classes, Toru finally stopped her playful interference and moved her leg. Leo went on his way, thanking her for understanding. With a subtle tone, she reiterated her expectation that Leo choose magic as his primary path. before the end of the semester. She had made her point, leaving Leo to interpret her words. However he saw fit, Leo offered his usual polite smile in response. Reaching the top of the stairs, he encountered several more upperclassmen, heading even higher in an elevator. He joined them and pressed the button for the 9th floor. To his surprise and embarrassment, the button remained stubbornly inactive. It didn't matter how many times he pressed it, it kept sticking, and the temperamental elevator continued to test his patience. Leo would have been stranded if it weren't for a friendly voice explaining that the buttons only activate when mana is channeled through them. The booming voice belonged to another upperclassman who recognized Leo. This senior student sounded way more chill and polite than Toru. This tall man with a kind face was Lee, another fifth-year student from the night department. He flashed a wide, toothy grin at the rumored freshman class representative. Leo once again gave his senior a polite bow and returned the greeting, just like Toru Lee asked about his business in the Tower of Heroes. Leo, with a smile, stated he had matters to discuss with the student council president. Lee's interest piqued immediately. It was rare to find a freshman in the entire academy who didn't feel even a little intimidated by him. Even rarer was someone bold enough to walk straight into the student council president's office alone. Impressed by Leo's unwavering mental toughness, Lee suggested he seriously consider joining the night department as his main affiliation. Tired of repeating the same conversation, Leo let out a dry laugh. Finally, after a series of interruptions that had worn him out before his true mission had even begun, Leo reached his destination. He knocked, introduced himself, and asked President Reese if he could come in. A warm and welcoming voice from the other side invited him in without hesitation. President Reese seemed to be knee-deep in paperwork. Despite the looming sunset, he still greeted Leo with a smile. Without taking up any more of the president's time, Leo got straight to the point and requested access to the academy's forbidden library. Upon hearing such a request, Reese's demeanor changed instantly. He turned serious. Knowing that Leo wasn't one to joke around, Reese readily explained the gravity of the request. You see, there are only two ways for an ordinary student to enter the sacred forbidden library. The first and most straightforward way is to conquer a hero dungeon, a feat much easier said than done. After a successful dungeon raid, it was customary for the conqueror to personally return the recovered pages to the hero records stored within that very library. Realizing that this method was way beyond his current reach, Leo asked about the second way in. President Reese leaned forward with a knowing smirk and promised to reveal the secret of this second method once Leo finally joined the student council. Days later, after his encounters with the upperclassmen and the student council president, it was time for the night department's practical exam. For the opening day of this massive practical exam, held at the academy's open-air stadium, a massive crowd had gathered. Students and faculty alike had come to watch. Always the shrewd businessman Carl brought out a popcorn cart. He was ready to hawk his goods to the gathered audience. His sales pitch was remarkably blunt. You can't truly enjoy the upcoming battles without munching on some popcorn, right? Seeing her friend's big plan unfold, Chelsea didn't know whether to be impressed or embarrassed. Meanwhile, Eliana felt that Carl, he would already be insanely rich if he weren't stuck at Lumine. Leo lined up with his fellow freshmen from the night department and scanned the spectators. Sure enough, Chloe hadn't come to watch. Professor Einstein stood on the track looking sternly at his students to underscore the gravity of this upcoming evaluation. Without further delay, he called up the first pair, ready to face off in the opening match. First up was Hall Snape, from Class 1-1, a sly-looking kid with a smirk and sketchy eyes. His opponent was none other than our boy Leo, Plav from Class 1-5. The contenders stepped into the arena, firing up the crowd's excitement. Up in the stands, Carl was diligently hunting for new customers. His gaze locked onto Professor Seijin. He happily ran over to the disgruntled professor, eager to boost his profits. Samples in hand, he asked Professor Seijin, "Would you like a popcorn and drink combo to enjoy the upcoming match?" True to his snobby nature, he scoffed as if eating popcorn were beneath his dignity. He believed only less refined individuals, like Professor Edmund Harlan, would buy such a thing. Realizing he wouldn't win the professor over that easily, Carl looked toward Class 1-1 for help. Luckily, Celia was there. One look was enough for her to get what Carl needed. Using her secret technique, she cranked her adorable charm to the max and asked, "Professor, are you treating the whole class to some delicious popcorn?" With the trap set, all Carl had to do was lead the rest of Class 1-1 in cheering for their professor's generosity. Seeing his students chanting his name with such high spirits, Professor Sage's resolve slowly crumbled. He might be a snob, but he was also a hard-working teacher who craved his students' affection. The formidable professor gave in and asked Carl to give his students a popcorn and drink combo, but strictly limited to one per person. While Carl cashed in on his booming business, the contenders for the opening match had taken their starting positions. With a confident, almost cocky smirk, Leo addressed his opponent, calling him lucky, declaring him the first casualty. Hall. Snape sensed that the freshman representative didn't see him as a real adversary. He was determined to make Leo regret that arrogance. Hall. Snape. The deceptive young man came from the brave Snape bloodline. Before the first round officially kicks off, let's hear the basic rundown of the evaluation from our favorite popcorn seller. Favorite. You see, the midterm practical exams for the Knight department consist of a simple series of duels. Those who secure 5 combat victories will earn a passing grade. A palpable tension gripped the stands. Even though everyone knew Leo was the freshman representative, only a few had seen him in action. Since Leo was also majoring in 3 departments, they believed he had an edge over those who focused solely on a single discipline. Furthermore, Hall was ranked 3rd in Class 1, only trailing the formidable talents of Celia and Duran. His weapon of choice was the spear, and his aura had a sharp, toxic quality. Wielding his spear with remarkable precision, Hall put his great skill on display. In his mind, he only knew Leo as that arrogant guy who's always hanging around. Celia. Professor Einstein gave one final warning. Whoever incapacitates their opponent would take the victory. They had to treat this match as if it were a real battle. As soon as the signal rang, Leo recoiled, startled by a dark aura he hadn't felt in a long time. Curiously, that dark aura wasn't coming from his opponent. Instead, it emanated from the looming campus. A vile and disgusting dark energy coiled around his mind, foreshadowing a deadly premonition. Without Leo knowing it, this unsettling aura was pulsing from the library. There, Chloe was buried under countless magic books, preparing for the magic department's midterm exam. The formula she scribbled joined a pile of torn pages, all filled with uninspiring ideas. Pressure was starting to eat away at the Ice Queen. Despite her efforts, she struggled to forge a unique winning spell, using only her own skills and wisdom. At the end of her rope, she lashed out at the books scattered across her desk. The ghost of Leo's talent haunted her thoughts, slowly consuming Chloe from the inside. Her fierce refusal to be outdone by the boy prodigy pushed her to the limit. Her gaze fell upon the books she had strewn across the library floor. One volume in particular seemed to call out to her. It was the grimoire she had been carrying with her for some time. With no other choice, she convinced herself this artifact held her only shot at victory. Her fervent desire to keep the top spot in the department left her mind susceptible, completely wide open to outside influences. Her desperation, combined with the dark energy radiating from the grimoire, was so potent it caught Leo's senses in the middle of the match. Noticing Leo's distraction, Hall seized the chance to close the distance and take his shot. Taking advantage of his opponent's slip-up, he thrust his spear, aiming straight for Leo's head. Fortunately, Leo regained his composure and dodged the blow just in time, backing away. Hall then revealed his family's signature technique, transforming the tip of his spear into a poisonous, winding blade that reeked of venom. His spear struck out like a snake, closing in unpredictably and relentlessly on Leo's chest. Leo, ever calm, grabbed the spear with his bare hand. Without a hint of hesitation or even a blink, Hall was completely stunned. The sheer power needed to stop such an assault must have been immense. Caught off guard, Hall's grip faltered as Leo snatched the weapon from his hands. Hall, refusing to let go of his spear, was dragged along with it. Nervous and shaky, he looked like a total amateur. Once he pulled him within reach, Leo doubled down on the humiliation by landing a heavy punch right on Hall's cheek. The impact sent the snake boy skidding across the track like a discarded doll. Leo might have been momentarily distracted, but a seasoned veteran like him would never allow for negligence in a fight. Infuriated by that humiliating first exchange, Hall pushed his aura to the limit, choking the arena with toxic gas. He barked at Leo to stop bluffing, declaring that the real duel hadn't even started yet. As he relentlessly poured green aura from his body, the area grew thick with a poisonous mist. Hall calculated that given the rumors about Leo's inability to handle aura, he could gain an advantage by relying on his own power. Even if Leo boasted superior physical strength, a core vulnerability was impossible to overcome. Seeing the green mist floating in the air, Leo unleashed his fire aura. A smile spread across his face as he recognized the rarity of poison auras. While the mist tried to breach his effective range, Leo effortlessly incinerated the poison, meeting little resistance. Still convinced of his supposedly superior technique, Hall intensified his aura, pouring more power into it. He firmly believed that unless those flames matched the prowess of Celia, he would eventually claim victory. While the snake boy indulged in his own ego, mid-combat Leo had already crossed the distance completely unharmed. It was time to make this kid answer for his arrogance and negligence. Leo closed the remaining distance between them with a theatrical touch, his fire completely overwhelming the poison. Witnessing the vibrant display of auras in the arena, the audience exploded with excitement, enthusiastically munching on popcorn. From the Class 1 seats, Duran watched the battle with a perpetually somber expression. Celia looked completely shell-shocked, while Chelsea loudly cheered for her man. To her, everything Leo did was undeniably cool. Celia had never imagined that Leo could amplify the power of his fire aura to such a fearsome degree. Poor Hall Snape also felt the unexpected force of Leo's flame as it drew closer. By his estimation, Leo's fire already rivaled that of Celia, the top knight of their entire year. Who would have thought that a student majoring in every subject in the academy could excel so spectacularly as a pure knight? Despite this, Hall hardened his resolve, preparing to unleash a move he had been carefully saving, hoping to use it to defeat Celia at the right moment. He never expected to be forced to use it against Leo in the very first match of the midterms. He molded his aura into the image of a venomous snake, conjuring a serpent prison and hurling it toward his opponent. Intrigued by the technique, Leo allowed himself to be caught by the serpent prison, remaining motionless, while he carefully analyzed the snake's form. Hall truly believed he had achieved something remarkable, even shooting a quick glance at Celia in the stands, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. The young man had diligently refined this skill, hoping to match Celia's flame, and he was quite optimistic about its debut. In response to his subtle blush, Celia simply sighed, and then pointed toward the opposite side of the arena. Hall's fleeting arrogance had distracted him from the fact that Leo was already boiling his serpent prison alive, causing the serpent's constructed body to bubble and sizzle under the intense heat. With one final push, Leo completely annihilated the weak aura spell, overcoming it with ease. Hall's eyes widened in disbelief. The technique he had worked so hard to perfect was incinerated as if it were nothing more than a trivial enchantment. Frustrated, he abandoned his aura entirely and instead raised his spear for a direct assault. Throughout the entire encounter, Leo hadn't even drawn his sword. When he finally did, he parried the spear with such force that it was ripped from his opponent's grip. Pressing the tip of his blade against the young man's neck, he issued a harsh warning to all: never take your eyes off a flame, or you might get burned. As the young man fell to his knees, Professor Aney declared the winner of the first match. In a spectacular show of fiery dominance, Leo claimed the victory. His biggest fan, Chelsea, felt her heart flutter as she cheered enthusiastically for Leo. Always confident in his partner, knew that Leo would secure this win without breaking a sweat. Hall retreated to his corner, accepting that Leo was simply on a whole different level. Even in a real fight, it was no wonder he could constantly stand right by Celia's side. To his surprise, a familiar voice offered him praise for his performance despite his crushing defeat. Looking up, he saw Celia, with a smile gracing her face in the stands. She was celebrating his remarkable technique. Despite his loss, Hall had just received a compliment from the very girl he had been chasing after. Maybe then, it wasn't such a terrible outcome after all. He vowed to treasure that compliment for the rest of his days. As the next match began, the professor called Elian Layden from Class 5 to the stage. Bursting onto the scene with fiery energy, Eliana immediately demanded to know her opponent's identity. When Professor Aney announced Chenchia from Class 10 as her opponent, Eliana's surging energy instantly deflated. She had been itching for a decisive victory, but instead found herself facing one of the top 3 students from the night department. The two young women took their positions facing each other as they awaited the starting signal. With a gentle smile, Chenchia wished her opponent good luck, followed by an elegant bow. Even her politeness exuded a quiet power. Still, Eliana wasn't one to back down, even when the odds were stacked against her. She responded to the polite greeting with a determined smile of her own. The moment the starting signal rang out, Chenchia's hand moved with fluid grace, summoning her water aura. Waves of energy began to dance around her form, resembling a calm ocean. In stark contrast to the calm of the fiery Chenchia, Eliana's resolve manifested as a whirlwind of wildfire, a rapier firmly gripped in her hand. Harnessing the power of her blade, Eliana surged forward, pushing her speed to the limit with a thrust. Chen already braced herself for the assault, encasing her body within a sphere of water. From the stands, Leo watched, realizing that absorbing the impact of the rapier would inflict severe pain. Colliding head-on with a solid Water aura shield at full speed would be just as punishing. Eliana had been way too reckless. She tried to end the fight with a single blow, a move for which she was severely penalized. Chenxia's water sphere wasn't merely a defensive barrier. It could also scald her opponents. In the second bout, Chenxia's calm power secured a decisive victory. Eliana got up with a wince and shook off the sting of being overwhelmed in a single exchange. Despite the humiliating defeat, she still felt her performance wasn't all that bad. Leo, however, had already anticipated this outcome. It had been a bad matchup from the very start. Nonetheless, the fight could have lasted longer, and Eliana's prospects would have improved if she had kept a clearer focus. For the third match of the day, Professor Eins called upon a prominent figure from the night department, Celia Serdinger from Class 1. To everyone's amazement, the third bout promised a spectacular showdown, a clash that no one expected so soon. Celia's opponent was none other than Duran, Moira, who was perennially ranked second in Class 1. Celia looked at her classmate with a frown and gave her a knowing smile. She could already feeling that this confrontation would be thrilling, in stark contrast to Celia's cheerfulness. Duran's stance indicated that he treated this combat with the utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, in the stand's car, had somehow gotten a pair of 3D glasses, clearly vibing with his own invention. Then, he pushed a whole bucket of snacks toward his seatmate Leo, offering to share. All eyes were glued to the stage. It wasn't every day that you witnessed a clash of titans. The atmosphere hummed with excitement. The stage lit up and the air crackled with energy. Their battle-ready auras blazed with their swords drawn. The fight to crown the true top student of the Night Studies Department was about to begin. The starting signal rang out and Duran made his first move, a lightning-fast thrust. His body and his blade seemed to fuse, becoming a single thundering blur. But Celia was a master swordsman in her own right. Her reflexes were fast enough to parry the initial attacks effortlessly. For most freshmen, this was their first glimpse of the top scorer's true combat power. Absorbed in the exciting battle on stage, Carr asked Leo who he was betting on, nonchalantly stuffing popcorn into his mouth. Leo declared that Celia would take the L if the fight kept up at this pace. Carr was stunned by Leo's bluntness, yet he wasn't counting his cousin out just yet. Even from the stands, he saw the calm, resolve in her burning eyes. He figured she had an ace up her sleeve, waiting for the right moment to wow everyone. Duran picked up the tempo, pushing his speed to a whole new level as he continued his relentless assault. Caught off guard, Celia was forced into a defensive position. He almost took a hit to the neck. Only his instincts allowed him to move, just a tiny bit. Confident that he could now overwhelm Celia, Duran lunged into a close-quarters confrontation with his main rival. It was a huge mistake. Celia raised her ornate blade and conjured a flame that eclipsed any other flare seen that day. The fire burned so savagely, so brightly, that the arena's protective barrier began to flicker, struggling to contain her immense power. Most of the freshmen had never witnessed a battle of this intensity. Leo praised Celia's patience and impeccable timing. She had unleashed a brilliant move at the perfect moment. Carr looked puzzled, so Leo explained. The freshman training ground, you see, was pretty small and contained. Celia must have realized she couldn't match Duran's raw speed, so she simply transformed the whole field into her own blazing stage, leveling the playing field. With this home field advantage, she backed Duran into a corner. Now he had to be incredibly mindful of his movements, lest he be engulfed by the fiery hell. Plus, the intense heat would naturally blur his vision. Celia was already a formidable fighter, but she's become even stronger, even smarter in how she uses her skills. This lady had just unveiled her domain expansion. With the heat slowly draining the grumpy blonde's strength, Celia exploited the gaps in his defense. She seemed to flicker, reappearing behind Duran. Her fiery slash could have ended the fight, but Duran's insane reaction speed saved him, pushing him to the absolute limit. Duran gritted his teeth and swung his sword in a desperate act. Losing your cool in a fight against someone as skilled as Celia was a death sentence. She rendered his sword completely useless, grabbing it with her bare hands once she unleashed her fire aura all across the arena. She had completely outclassed the number 2, her youthful ferocity and raw power, becoming clear as she ended the match with an unexpected move. Instead of her sword, fist, or legs, Celia slammed her head into Duran's, knocking the brooding blonde opponent unconscious. As her fiery glow faded, Celia Serdinger secured her third win of the day, and the crowd went into a total frenzy. Dusting off her uniform, she smiled. Celia offered a playful tip, saying Duran could use some more strength training instead of leaning solely on speed. Duran finally coming to after being briefly lights out from the headbutt took her extended hand to get up from the grassy floor, the Academy's press team and the shippers who wanted the two top contenders together loved the sight of the captivating duo. Leo felt satisfied seeing that his cousin's hardcore training had paid off. Suddenly, the meddling Professor Edmund materialized behind the boys, munching on his own handful of popcorn. Apparently, he had closely followed the commentary from his class reps from start to finish. He found Leo's take to be quite insightful. At the end of the day, every match in the night studies practical exam wrapped up smoothly. Celia Serdinger finished the day with 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran Moira ended with the same score. Just like Chensia, all of them recorded only a single defeat in their 5 matches. Leo Plav, on the other hand, ended the day with a perfect 5-0, officially claiming the top spot. 1 week after the high-stakes practical night studies exam, the general linguistics written exam ended. Professor Edmund, looking as scruffy as ever, congratulated his class for their diligent effort during the past semester. As he said his goodbyes and headed for the exit, he warned that some could still face expulsion due to a bad score. As soon as the door shut, Class 5 burst into a cacophony of reactions. Eliana, as fiery and energetic as she is, was privately dreading the prospect of expulsion herself. Meanwhile, a group of anxious students converged around Chelsea, hoping to catch a glimpse of her answer sheet and discover her impressive score, while the eager students jostled to be the first to see the coveted answer sheet. The class president was just sleeping peacefully at his desk, sitting across from him. Millie woke Leo from his lethargy, asking him how he did on the written exam. He claimed his performance wasn't terrible, but his face betrayed his words. Nelia was amused to see that the formidable class representative could also look as vulnerable as any other student. She added that if he felt any pain or discomfort, she'd be just a phone call away, ready to help him with her healing magic. Hearing the kind offer, Carr chimed in, claiming his shoulders and back had been especially stiff lately. Before he could slyly secure some free healing, Chelsea gave him some real pain, with a sharp smack to the back of his neck, dismissing the interruption. And moving on, Chelsea turned to Leo to ask him about his summoning practice sessions. She had heard from Ty that Leo rarely showed up at the summoning field to practice. In fact, it was because Leo had been diligently honing his skills away from prying eyes. Knowing Leo, this behavior was totally on brand for him. Chelsea then eagerly asked what rank he intended to reach in the next exam. It's a no-brainer if it's Leo. He'll definitely claim the top spot. On the day of the practical summoning exam, numerous upperclassmen and faculty members gathered to witness this year's big spectacle. For all the freshmen, the summoned creature race is treated as the premier event of the semester. Today, Roomba A31, a junior, from Lumen's summoning department, will provide live commentary, witnessing all the grandeur. Celia asked the brother of their student council president if this was really an exam. He clarified that the summoned creature race had evolved into a long-standing custom established within the summoning department. Furthermore, it is among the events selected for the interdepartmental exchange, ensuring it remains a perpetual hot topic. Whenever an event goes down, Carr invariably sniffs out potential customers and an opportunity to profit. So he relaunched his popcorn and cola business. Once again, even before the race started, his sales were skyrocketing. The crowd buzzed with clamor and excitement. This presented a sharp contrast to the uneasy silence on the stage where the participants had gathered. The freshmen from the summoning department were already feeling anxious, and the roar of the spectators offered no comfort. Meanwhile, the race favorites, Leo the white-haired lady, the white-haired knight, and Chelsea, were intensely focused on the looming challenge. Elisa Jurgen, the white-haired lady from the famous northern lineage of hero summoners, approached Leo to praise his exceptional performance on the night studies practical exam. Then she questioned him about his preparation for this summoned creature race, seeming unconvinced of his abilities, and you could hardly blame her. For someone claiming thorough preparation, she had never seen him take part in group practice. Upon hearing Leo singled out her followers, immediately interjected to challenge his readiness. They pressured Leo to withdraw if he wasn't committed to taking summoning seriously. None of them had ever seen him form a genuine bond with a summoned creature. Ty tried to pacify the unprovoked anger of his classmates, advising them to cool it. However, the simps kept up their incessant yapping, scolding Ty for not backing the star student against someone who was being completely disrespectful to their summoning department. Chelsea grew worried about the mounting tension in the air before the exam began. Sen Liu, a freshman from the summoning department, hailing from the eastern continent of Sia, approached her. He assumed that, since he had already pulled good grades on his night studies exam, He didn't need to overexert himself or sweat over summoning studies. Having had enough of the pointless chatter, Walden, captain of the southern continent and the top student in the summoning department, stepped forward to silence the commotion. He stated that if they were going to argue about their practice with summoned creatures, they should do it somewhere else. He didn't want to hear it. Hearing his arrogant and smug remark, Sen Liu's temper flared. Walden reiterated his stance, stating it was annoying to listen to noobs bragging about summoning spells as if it were some big achievement. Oblivious to the implications, Sen Liu asked the captain if he felt any guilt, considering he hadn't shown up for taming practice either. Walden, however, never deigned to show up, considering such training to be basic and beneath him. He wasn't some scrub who needed training to competently handle mere griffins. A heated Sen Liu moved to strike Walden, but the other Liu intervened to prevent the fight, grabbing Sen Liu's arm. He warned that a fight before the exam would not only lead to a penalty, but to an outright disqualification. The warning was enough for Sen Liu to back down. Tai then approached Leo, apologizing and clearly uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere among the freshmen. He explained that the Summoning Studies Department inherently had a significant skill gap between its majors and minors. Because Chelsea and Leo, neither of whom were dedicated exclusively to summoning, were getting such high scores, the sophomores confronted the freshmen, scolding them for allowing such a disparity. Beyond his absence from practice, they saw Leo as a gifted but lazy talent, even though he had every intention of going all out in the race. From a distance, some shadowy figures, seemed to watch with great interest. A dark power shrouded a hooded man who seemed way too invested in this race, and more specifically in a student. That student was Sen Liu. Sen Liu radiated an unnatural power within him, and he had every intention of unleashing that power to cause harm, maybe even death, just to snatch the victory. Before the race started, Ron Weasley was going to briefly explain the rules. First, for the freshmen, they were only allowed to use summoning skills during the test. This meant that even dual-class students were banned from using aura or magic. Once the clock started, they had to tame a random griffin in the stables. Then they had to take to the skies and navigate the sprawling summoning island. Once they crossed it, they would use the Silent Lake as a turning point before heading back to the academy. Who would come out on top in this midterm exam? Would it be the captain of the South or the East? Would Elisa live up to her family's legacy? Or would Sen Liu's secret weapon flip the script? Or maybe Leo would put on another dazzling performance, cementing his spot as the undisputed GOAT. All the racers gathered at the starting line, waiting for the bell. Miss Yura spoke to her students with passion. She urged them to chill out and trust their training. Anyone who panics and chokes will be left in the dust. Her pep talk to settle their nerves only made the racers more anxious. Miss Yura then yelled, "On your marks," telling them to get ready. With a shout that echoed through the entire arena, she officially started the competition. Summoned Creatures Manual. While most of the students rushed toward the Griffin stables, a specific group kicked off the race by unleashing their summoned creatures' skills, each one from a different element. Without warning, the group fired their techniques at Walden and Lio. Even the commentator was caught off guard. As the opening bell rang, the summoning students were targeting the crowd favorites. Leo shouted to Tai, "Don't worry about me, just keep going." Taking his words to heart and eager to focus on the exam, Tai stayed atop his tamed griffin and left his class rep behind. Those in the stands made their displeasure clear. They thought it was unfair for the summoning students to gang up on the top picks. Leo knew these haters never liked him anyway, but he never imagined they'd go this far to sabotage his performance. Ron Bates argued that even with the crowd's booing, this was still a calculated move. Furthermore, Walden smashed through the elemental magic with brute force in a matter of moments. With elemental orbs still clinging to him, unfazed, he headed to the Griffin stables. He tamed one effortlessly and hopped on its back. He turned toward Leo, offering a hand if he was struggling. Leo turned down the offer, knowing that this trivial nuisance didn't pose a real challenge. Without another word, Walden took off on his loyal steed, soaring into the skies with unmatched speed. Leo was the only racer still, stuck at the starting gate, unable to take flight. Chelsea watched him surrounded by the elemental, traps her eyes, heavy with concern. Miss Yura surveyed the scene with a deep frown. The rift among the freshmen seemed deeper than she had imagined. They had gone so far as to openly attack the top student. As far as she knew, Leo's main strength didn't lie in spirits but in summons. Breaking free would be exceptionally challenging, but she was dead wrong. A blinding glow filled the arena, catching everyone's eye. Leo closed his eyes and calmly chanted a rhythmic incantation, invoking elemental spirits to shatter his bonds and clear a path. Immediately, sylphs of various elements answered his call. It's rare in this day and age to know even a few words of the ancient spirit language, let alone a full chant with perfect fluency. Leo Plaff, a master of surprises, continued to amaze. Miss Yura looked at the young man's resolute gaze and sighed in relief. She had been worried over nothing. A single thought popped into her head she had to secure. This talent for the summoning department. While Leo remained at the starting gate, the others had already covered a significant distance. The conspirators who had trapped Leo and Walden laughed, mocking their victims. They were sure the South's best would finish dead last. When her teammates asked Elisa for her thoughts, she claimed she could have beaten Leo Plaff and Walden, Titan without any shady tactics. She was also worried about the summoning class's reputation. The lackeys simply wanted to give the prodigies a taste of humiliation. Having put up with their petty chatter, Elisa sped up. She warned her teammates to think more carefully about their actions next time. Sen Liu heard her self-righteous tone and a surge of anger welled up inside him. At the race's current pace, securing second place behind, Elisa wouldn't be a problem for Liu. Besides her, he was the standout in controlling flying summons. While he was lost in thought, a lightning-fast griffin tore through the pack of opponents. Sitting in the saddle was Chen Shia. More than just riding surfing, might be a better description of her unique style. Whatever she was doing, it was working. Her speed was unmatched even without using soul energy to buff her summoned creature. The sudden arrival of Shia rattled the bullies. Led by Sen Liu, they focused their attacks on the east rep. A girl summoned a light spirit and sent it at Shia. The aerial acrobat saw the attack coming and moved quickly, balancing herself on one of the griffin's wings. As the light spirit closed in Chen, Shia vaulted into the air and pulled off an elegant mid-air flip. Her opponent, caught off guard seeing her move with such agility to dodge the danger, was left stunned. After landing Chen Xia's leg, coiled like a spring before she launched off her mount, she aimed straight at the girl who had attacked her with the light spirit. Using her momentum and body weight, she landed a powerful kick. The girl fell from her griffin screaming hysterically that Chen Xia had definitely cheated. But the girl was just plain wrong. Chen Xia hadn't used even a shred of aura. Her attack was pure martial arts. After dealing with the immediate threat, she focused back on the race, speeding down the path. She recognized Sen Liu. They were from the same region, so they knew each other. He greeted her with open hostility, declaring that making him an enemy was a huge mistake. Even though Xia was at a slight disadvantage in actual aerial combat, Sen Liu had more pressing concerns. He could feel someone pissed off by the sabotage at the starting line. The finish line was approaching fast and furious. Suddenly, a massive explosion of fire blazed in the sky, painting it a searing red. Walden was incinerating griffins mid-air with his fearsome spirit manipulation. He seemed to be the kind of person who demands full retribution with interest. He took down the culprits who had set the petty plan in motion in a futile attempt to slow him down. This fiery rampage was just a little something he unleashed in return. Seeing their teammates fall one by one, the bullies scattered in disarray, but Walden was persistent and unusually skilled. Every spell he unleashed downed another griffin, effectively disqualifying their riders as the clouds blazed. Back at the starting area, the commentator kept his attention on Leo's attempt to rejoin the main group of competitors. The freshman representative was on the verge of a disastrous race performance. After breaking free from the spiritual binding, he needed to tame the last remaining griffin in the stables. If he failed this part, his chances would be toast. Leo gave the bird a quick inspection and found a ghastly wound on its left wing. Because of how fresh and deliberately inflicted it was clear to him that the thugs who had ambushed him had also done this. That wannabe heroes would resort to such cruel tactics was unforgivable. Leo grabbed the reins and the griffin immediately began to thrash wildly. It was common knowledge that trying to ride a griffin, this guarded without first gaining its trust, was reckless. From the stands, the Schrödinger siblings watched. She was worried, but he was intrigued by Leo's approach. It seemed the young man intended to simply overpower the griffin. He would force his way through taming and mounting. Leo, he knew how angry and terrified the creature was, but he had to speed things up. He locked eyes with the thrashing bird, striking fear into its heart. With a cold stare, Leo ordered the griffin to kneel. Sensing its life was hanging by a thread, the creature stopped resisting. The griffin visibly calmed down. Rider and mount had formally forged a bond for the race. Liu reached toward the bird's left wing and pulled out the shard lodged in the wound. With a fluid motion, he settled into the saddle, ready to begin. He skillfully guided the colossal bird out of the stables and forward. The screen zoomed in on the last student still at the starting line. Everyone in the audience saw the injured wing. The commentator started suggesting that the freshman representative might finish last. Lo silently empathized with his mount. He could feel that this magnificent creature had endured immense pain. So as per their agreement, he summoned his only contracted beast, Fiore. The phoenix materialized in midair, as enchanting as ever. With a thought, Lu instructed the little chick to help with the injured wing. The phoenix flame enveloped the bewildered bird. Not knowing what was happening, it tried to resist. Celia watched the events unfolding on the screen. She was stunned that she couldn't identify those flames. Her older brother quietly confirmed it wasn't a Schrödinger flame or an aura flame. It was a power entirely different. Back at the front, most of the thugs were seriously hurt. The survivors tried to speed up, steering clear of the chaotic Walden. By now, everyone was just trying to avoid last place. Unfortunately for these guys, the real show had just been unleashed. It was fiercer than ever. Cloaked in phoenix, Flame Lu's griffin ascended like never before. Now that he saw signs of rivalry, it was time to push this magnificent creature to its limits. But just as he tried to push ahead and claim victory, someone appeared with a colossal dragon in the skies. At least that was the initial impression. But for someone who had experienced the past, like Lu, that dragon-like creature felt agonizingly familiar. It was a Fafnir. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but it was real. A few minutes before this encounter, Elisa had doubled back from leading the pack to confront Walden in combat. She knew she had to stop this monstrous threat to claim first place. With a simple snap of his fingers, Walden unleashed spirit fire against Elisa. The spirit fire detonated in a destructive explosion. She skillfully flew away from danger, escaping unscathed. She also realized that Walden was creating explosions, using wind and fire spirits. This feat was impossible without Walden's prodigious talent. Eliza found herself completely awestruck. Riding his griffin, Walden looked like an unstoppable force, ready to obliterate everything in his path. However, Elisa was a proud heiress of a renowned summoner lineage. She also had some clever strategies of her own. No matter the power or devastation of the attacks, they were useless unless they hit their target. So her clever strategy was to rely on her speed and reflexes to navigate through the barrage of assaults. Watching her skillfully guide her griffin away from danger, Walden changed his tactics. He ditched the fire spirits and wind to control a different element, conjuring ice spears. The frozen projectiles were colossal, razor-sharp and countless. Each one was clearly infused with another elemental spirit. Elisa just scoffed at the spectacle and began to awaken the hidden power of her mount, causing the winged beast to grow in size and ferocity. Her griffin then breathed out a torrent of flames, melting the ice spears. She skillfully guided the inferno to dissolve every projectile before Walden's assault could reach her. It was thwarted by Elisa's buffed summons. Watching this epic clash, the commentator was beaming with excitement from his booth. But while the top students were caught up in their fierce fight, Chenxia seized the moment, slipping between them to take the lead. Elisa wasn't going to let her get away with it, though. Using a purple magic rope, he caught Chenxia by the neck, jerking her back. With her momentum, abruptly stopped a sudden flash of flame materialized. She knew disaster was imminent if she didn't get out fast. Chenxia and her griffin nimbly evaded the danger, just as Walden's spirits came together in another colossal explosion. Still mid-air, she violently cut through Elisa's magic rope. Calling her mount with flawless timing, Chenxia reclaimed the lead through clever maneuvering. Instead of feeling fear, she was hyped to experience the skills of the summoning class champions. Further ahead, she saw the shadowy form of a strange aerial beast. Chen was puzzled as her gaze landed on a creature that looked like a black wyvern. Riding it was Sen Liu, who was steadily losing his grip on reality, his thoughts consumed by a murderous rage. Shia tried to remind her fellow Eastern student that riding, summon other than a griffin, was against the race rules, but he didn't give a damn anymore. Elisa and Walden finally arrived, sensing a peculiar presence. With her vast knowledge of monsters, Elisa was certain that this wasn't just a simple black wyvern, but something much weirder. Right then, Leo finally caught up to the lead riders with his flaming griffin. His speed was insane, and the phoenix flame was boosting him even further. Senlu didn't care about facing 3 or 4 prodigies. He thought he could take them all out. Leo shouted at everyone in a cold voice. He looked down at them, demanding an answer about where he had gotten that creature. The foolish boy. Senlu laughed, convinced that Leo was simply jealous. He declared that he had tamed and contracted the beast with his summoning skills. Leo looked at the ignorant kid, who had no idea he was riding a Fafnir. This was a creature used by the Tartaros mages. It was also believed to be one of the monsters that Kyle and his party wiped out during the Age of Despair. Given that how could an insolent punk from the academy summon a creature thought to be long gone calling, the Fafnir, a black wyvern Senlu, ordered it to attack. Its laser breath tore through the sky with devastating force. Leo and Walden quickly dived out of the way of the laser while Elisa was forced into an awkward turn to escape the danger. However, they weren't the real target. The laser beam locked onto Chen. Shia! Leo shouted a warning. Shia quickly conjured her aura shield hoping to defend herself, but it was already too late. She couldn't fully deploy it in time. The laser shattered the fragile shield. Its immense power instantly formed spiderweb-like cracks across the entire protective field. Moments later, the shield gave out completely. Chenshia's griffin was severely injured and fell unconscious. Both plummeted from the sky, plummeting uncontrollably in a freefall. Leo quickly sprang into action. His speed made catching the free-falling Chenshia look like a piece of cake. His immediate goal was to ensure the young girl's safety. He briefly addressed Walden and Eliza, telling them to head down to the ground for now. Following his lead, the proud elite students obeyed. Meanwhile, the Fafnir patrolled the skies like a hungry predator. A sinister influence began to take over Senlu's mind. Senlu was finally experiencing the thrill of dominance and loving it. The commentator reported that the contestants in the lead group had veered off course, disappearing from the broadcast's view. The final images for the audience showed Senlu summoning a black wyvern and assaulting the department's top students. Miss Yura went up to the commentary booth and abruptly pushed the young commentator away from the mic. This is no time for play-by-play. Yura snatched the mic, urging all summoning class professors and assistants to prep more flying summons. The race was put on hold. Rescue was the top priority. Professors Len and Seijin entered the booth, looking worried and bewildered. Ms. Yura revealed that one of the students had bonded with a powerful demonic beast and was out of control. Hearing the mention of demonic beasts made the professors' faces drop. They knew the beast's influence would soon wreck the student's mind. Professor Edmund joined them, suggesting the chilling possibility that something else was pulling the strings of the fierce creature. Taking charge of the situation, the scruffy professor tasked Yura with stopping or detaining Senlu, while the other professors fanned out to safeguard the students. Despite their tense relationship, professors, Seijin and Edmund, they knew exactly when to put their differences aside. If it was for their beloved students, they would willingly team up to form the most formidable duo. Back on the field, Leo found a hidden spot to gently lay down the unconscious Chenshia to check her injuries. Elisa and Walden landed moments later. Their breather was short-lived because Senlu quickly tracked them down. The Fafnir descended, locking onto the top students like a hungry predator. But Senlu wrongly thought Leo was running away from him. Leo tried to set the record straight. For the clueless student, the creature Senlu was riding wasn't a black wyvern, nor even a typical summoned beast, but the formidable demonic entity known as Fafnir. Hearing that name instantly put everyone on high alert. As Leo stepped forward with steady strides, the image of the mythical hero Kyle seemed to merge with his form. He remembered a time when his only purpose was to slaughter detestable creatures until not a single one was left. As an ex-hero and aspiring hero, Leo came here to add one more to his kill count of monsters. This would undoubtedly be a nostalgic encounter. He marched forward toward the Fafnir, towering over him. Senlu, the deluded student, mocked Leo's claim. At this point, the student's mind was clearly warped. His eyes were bloodshot and wide open, and his rage was spiraling out of control. His inferiority complex had inflated beyond measure, and he was desperate to assert his superiority over the aces of the department. Once again, he ordered the Fafnir to unleash its devastating laser breath. Just as the lethal blast was about to hit its target, a giant stone hand erupted from the earth. The hand then rose from the ground, revealing a stone golem that intercepted the incoming laser with its massive body. Hearing Leo mention the slaughter of repulsive entities was a goal that Walden supported wholeheartedly. For once, he seemed genuinely anxious. Seeing the attack neutralized by the golem's magic, Senlu began to lose his cool. Elisa also formally teamed up with Leo. She knew how serious the situation was, and disapproved of Walden's carefree attitude, and so the three aces cooked up their strategy. First, they had to knock that idiot off the demonic beast. Walden's golem couldn't hold out much longer before being smashed to pieces. They needed to be ready for their assault. Watching Elisa and Walden bicker in the middle of a life-or-death battle brought a nostalgic smile to Leo's face. Heroes, it seemed, were peculiar in every era. As the golem crumbled slowly, but surely Senlu's arrogance returned. He dared Walden to summon something stronger. Once the golem dissolved into nothing but loose rocks, the trio had vanished. Elisa launched the offensive with her mystic purple rope. It twisted and stretched at her command, finally reaching Senlu's position, while she handled the crowd control. A snap of the fingers ignited the real assault. Sparkles of fire erupted all over Fafnir's body. It was recharging for another laser beam. Walden had strategically placed detonators on vital areas, then unleashed his spirit bombs all at once. With their task complete, it was Leo's turn to act. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Leo closed the distance to Senlu in an instant. He grabbed the stranger by the hair and delivered a full-force kick to the face. It almost knocked Senlu off of Fafnir, but something else had already taken over the boy. Whoever, or whatever it was that had possessed him. Senlu's voice now praised Leo's plan of separating the boy from the demonic beast. But with a suitable vessel, this entity had already asserted its control. Sensing the growing danger, he was instantly propelled toward the sky, carried on the back of the demonic beast. Walden and Elisa remained on the ground. The possessed stranger then asked if Leo was finally feeling scared. "Are you feeling it now?" Leo simply responded, recognizing the spirit of a demonic beast tamer from Tartarus that now inhabited the body of Senlu. The Tamer had never encountered such keen insight. No one had ever discerned his true identity before. Leo's eerie composure in the middle of such chaos reminded the Tamer of ancient heroes. Naturally, this meant he couldn't let Leo grow and thrive any further. Leo represented a monumental threat, employing a more advanced spiritual technique. The Tamer shoved Leo away with great force. Leo couldn't secure a proper foothold and began to plummet from the sky. However, he remained unfazed, calling Fiore to his aid. Phoenix flames blazed in the sky as Leo expertly manipulated an orb of fire. This whole spectacle took him back to his previous life. He remembered being Kyle, the hero of his origin, but he was always the first to admit his competence in many areas, yet mastery in none. A true jack-of-all-trades, master of none. In matters of aura, Aaron and Dueno significantly outclassed him, and in magic, he easily conceded to Luna's superior skill. Lucina's summoning was in a league of its own. However, his diverse, all-rounder skills allowed him to combine capabilities and explore uncharted ideas. Wielding aura magic, his bond with Fiore and all his knowledge of summoned beasts, Leo unleashed a formidable spell, aura, magic, and soul energy. Each marked an endless path. When combined, they could unleash remarkably potent effects. Fiore, the little chick, was gone. In its place stood a teenage phoenix, powerful and elegant. Its fiery red feathers glowed, lighting up the world as it cradled Leo in its talons. Upon witnessing the transformation, the demonic beast reacted to the phoenix's energy with furious agitation. The Tamer turned serious, demanding Leo's true identity. Leo shot back playfully. "We can trade info. I just want to know where Senlu got that Fafnir." But this unusual student knew way too much about the era of despair. He was a threat, someone who couldn't be allowed to live. Anticipating Fafnir's attack, Leo unsheathed his sword and channeled the phoenix flame to pool at its tip. Fortunately for Leo, the Serdinger secret sword technique was perfectly suited for the phoenix breath. Consequently, his secret technique, prominence could ascend to a higher realm. Fafnir's killer laser beam and Leo's mythical fire collided. Their clash was nothing short of epic. Leo held his ground without yielding an inch. Senlu, on the other hand, seemed completely out of it, his mind shattered by the possession. Fafnir staggered in the air, roaring in agony and throwing the tamer off balance for a split second. Leo seized the moment to press his attack, noticing that the demonic beast's soul energy was starting to wane. He let out a battle cry, unleashing every bit of power he'd stored up to overwhelm the enemy. All the tamer could do was curse the kid. Phoenix flames surged through Fafnir's body, wrecking it from the inside and incinerating the demon, until fire spewed from every opening. Leo secured a brutally stunning victory. He praised Fiore for her clutch help while he gasped for air. It was time to retreat. However, the transformation limit of the Phoenix had been reached. Lou realized he must have miscalculated. Now he was doomed to fall to his death. As he fell thousands of feet, the true demonic beast tamer of Tartarus continued his meditation, invisible within the forest. Just as he prepared to unleash another treacherous attack, a radiant light enveloped the whole forest. Then an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing the Tamer to his knees. Professor Sijin had arrived, successfully sealing the perpetrator's movements. Beside him was Professor Edmund, his form pulsing with an aura of darkness. The Tamer immediately recognized the two revered pillars of Lumen. Realizing he was outmatched, the Tamare opened a rift in space and took off. His failure was frustrating, but he'd have to wait for another shot at causing trouble. From the spatial rift, a smoke creature, filled with countless eyes and sharp-toothed mouths, broke through. It turned toward its summoner and slammed its immensely heavy body against the Tamare. Once the smoke cleared the spatial rift and the Tamare had vanished, leaving only loose rocks and strange lingering vapors, the professors feared that dark forces were starting to move in full force. Sagan collected some of the traces for examination. The two pillars of Lumen knew better than anyone that the Academy was no longer safe. Meanwhile, Leo was still free-falling toward his doom. Clutching the little phoenix, he implored Fiore to return to the summoner's realm instead of joining him in this deadly fall. Fortunately, a scaly winged beast snatched Leo up before he could hit the ground. Perched atop the saddle of the black wyvern was none other than Ms. Yura. The relieved smile on her face was radiant. She thanked the gods she had arrived just in time. They landed gently in a meadow, the black wyvern still cradling Leo like a puppy. The demonic beast tamer had retreated to a cave in an unknown location. This was his headquarters, where he conducted all sorts of horrific experiments. His superior loomed over him, eyes full of disgust and shame. The fool had been defeated by a mere hero candidate. The Tamare, clutching his wounds, insisted that what he faced was no ordinary hero candidate. Upon hearing that the boy had a phoenix as his contracted beast, the superior's interest sharpened significantly. But knowing the boy knew Fafner's true identity, that interest turned into caution. With a malicious smirk, the tamer's supervisor licked his lips, eager to see what that intriguing hero candidate could offer them. Meanwhile, back at Lumen, the midterm practical summoning race was canceled due to the unforeseen incident. Senlu suffered such a severe mental breakdown that he perished. The new students were beginning to realize the gravity of attending Lumen. After all the commotion, naturally, everyone wondered what really happened to Senlu, but following Ms. Yura's directives, the 4 students involved decided to spread a cover story about a rogue black wyvern. Today, Leo needed to brush aside the tangled web of looming plots. It was the day of the magic class practical exam. After all, Professor Len stood at the front of the class, waiting for everyone to gather in the Great Hall. Carr and Chelsea were already inside. Glancing at the entrance, they saw Chloe walk in. Her hair was a total mess, and judging by the dark circles under her eyes, it looked like she hadn't slept in days. Leo followed closely behind her. He also noticed how exhausted Chloe looked. After a few more minutes of waiting for everyone to arrive, Professor Len finally began to speak. His serious demeanor immediately signaled that this exam would be no ordinary test. The professor wanted them to reveal their original magic and express their true selves. He felt it would be a shame to be the only one to witness the incredible magic of the next generation. So Professor Len invited some assistants. He invited 3 individuals to attend class today. They were alumni who had finished their studies in the magic department 3 years prior. Since then, they had built impressive reputations in various fields of magic. There was the insightful Real DePetney, the cool Edmund, Slack, and the upbeat Sean Hawk. These 3 would serve as judges for today's freshman exam. The trio offered their welcome to the first-year students, instantly boosting everyone's spirits. Carba felt like he lucked out. He believed the judges were the generous type, who handed out high scores. With the introductions finished, Professor Len called the first student, Eliana, Layden, to the front. With an optimistic smile, Eliana sprang into action. She took her place on stage with confidence, head held high. She turned her charm all the way up. Her eyes sparkled like stars while she presented. A polite welcome to the seniors. Hearing her introduce herself as a charming, demure young noblewoman almost made Carr cringe in pure disgust. He knew this girl was clearly faking it. For her demonstration, Eliana conjured a magnificent display of light within the classroom. She could manifest such a brilliant glow thanks to her unusual connection to the light element. But the light show was just the beginning. She reasoned that incorporating the fire element would produce truly intriguing results. As the fire and light merged, Eliana was enveloped by a swirling current of fire beams. By combining 2 of her primary elements, she could unleash a potent thermal ray magic. Sean Hawk watched the demonstration in awe. However, he noticed that this thermal ray magic was indistinguishable from the elemental laser magic, accessible to everyone. Eliana thought her demo was going splendidly, but the judges were already marking her grade without further questions. The 3 carefully weighed the evaluation criteria to give an appropriate score. After a brief discussion, they presented their final verdict to Professor Len. Hawk and Real gave Eliana a C, while Slack was a bit more lenient with a C+, resulting in an overall C. Seeing Eliana Layden's flashy performance receive such a modest score, the students became visibly tense. One after another, the magic department students were called up, only to discover to their disappointment that their hard work barely earned them grades of C and C. There were a few exceptions, however. Surprisingly, Carl Thomas secured a B+, thanks to his remarkable demonstration of metal and gold manipulation. As expected, Chelsea Llewellyn achieved the highest score to date. She received an A for her impressive wind magic. The fox and the cat celebrated their back-to-back victories. They were relieved that the exam was a total win. But the anxious rookies didn't know that the judges were deeply disappointed. Professor Len had brought them to this exam, promising a showcase of exceptional students. However, no one had really proved their worth yet. Looking at the stack of evaluation forms, only 3 students were left to be judged. Edmund, Flack knew it, these 3 were the real deals, the elite that the professor had saved for last. Next on stage was Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea's brother. The moment he stepped toward the platform, the ladies were instantly captivated. If they were the judges, they'd give him a perfect score, just for showing up. Unlike those who went before him, Abad didn't start with a flashy demonstration. Instead, he delved into the theory behind his unique spell. After presenting his theoretical plan, he announced the name of his original magic, the Tempest. Professor Len nodded with satisfaction. The judges were completely absorbed in Abad's explanation. The magic prodigy claimed that once completed, his Tempest would reach a projected power of the highest caliber. Abad Llewellyn had been preparing for this exam for quite some time. Back at the Llewellyn estate, he conducted countless experiments, relentlessly perfecting the Tempest. He had to seek help from the family elders to create a safety barrier just in case anything went south. With unwavering concentration, the mages of the Abad family stood their ground. In the center of the perimeter, Abad was free to perfect and unleash the formidable power he carried within. Lifting his body off the ground, floating gently in the air, the initial stages of the Tempest were revealed. With a fierce roar, he ignited every ounce of power in his cells to force the wind itself to submit. The wild wind quickly coiled into a destructive storm, capable of erasing everything in its path. The Tempest possessed a power so immense that even the safety barrier, guarded by 4 skilled mages, couldn't contain it. When Abad opened his eyes, he saw the Tempest sweeping an innocent animal into the sky. Panic gripped him. He refused to let his lack of control endanger an innocent life. The desperate urge to save that little animal gave him the final push. This allowed him to completely bend the very will of the wind to his command. Abad was a truly admirable individual, perhaps the most suitable hero candidate except for a certain someone else. Back in the classroom, Abad showed the judges a contained manifestation of the Tempest, summoning its full power. After all, could have wiped out part of the academy. It was a magic that intensified wind power to its absolute peak. While it looked deceptively simple, the judges knew it was rooted in a complex system of advanced sorcery. As a result, Abad Llewellyn returned to his seat holding the first unanimous A+ score, the highest achieved so far. Chelsea quietly but proudly bragged that her brother was simply exceptional. Speaking of remarkable individuals, Professor Len's face lit up at the thought of witnessing the skill demonstration of the next student. Of course, it was none other than the acclaimed student Leo. Thump Leo stood up and spoke with deep conviction as he addressed the judges. The advanced magic he would unveil was a neutral attribute system. He wouldn't say it out loud, but it was the very same system he once commanded as the original hero at his zenith in the world. Leo stepped onto the stage and declared his neutral attribute advanced magic system. The judging panel had never encountered such a concept. Intrigued, they asked him for details. Leo explained enthusiastically. It was widely known that all fundamental magic spells possessed a core attribute. This was an essential component for any type of spell. His premise was clear. He had forged an advanced magic system designed to completely revolutionize the spellcasting process. Upon hearing this, the judges reacted with a mix of emotions. Some were doubtful, while others were in awe, seeking clarity. They asked if he really intended to forge a completely new system for spellcasting. While the 3 main judges refused to consider such a wild notion, Professor Len was beaming with joy. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He was consumed by the desire to claim Leo as his exclusive mage. Edmund Slack, however, believed that Leo was just talking nonsense and felt completely appalled. They were there to judge magic, based on rigorous principles, not to entertain tall tales. Despite Edmund's disgust, Professor Len couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped in, imploring Leo to document the principles of the system. Since the professor himself was burning with interest to explore this idea, the judges were forced to remain open-minded. Leopold picked up a piece of chalk and began writing the theory on the chalkboard. For a while, the room stayed dead silent, except for the faint scratching and sliding of the chalk. Real Diabatini stated that only one mage throughout history had used a casting system that was completely different as their advanced magic. Leo calmly replied that he was fully aware of that fact. Only the star poet, Luna, had ever pulled off such a feat. Sean Hawk was annoyed that this young rookie seemed to suggest he aimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with one of the most revered figures in history. Leo modestly dismissed that idea. Of course I have no such ambition. I could never rival Luna's magical prowess. He explained that one didn't need to be a genius prodigy, like her to come up with a novel spellcasting system. The judges simply needed to examine what he had written on the board to understand how. To their absolute shock, every line of magic theory looked flawless. The young man wasn't just making up claims or trying to look cool. The spell architecture indicated a system that could handle any magic attribute without a hitch. Even Chelsea, who was quite confident in her theoretical knowledge, couldn't crack Leo's inscriptions. Carr, on the other hand, had given up on trying to understand Leo's writing after the very first line. Throughout the entire demonstration, Chloe never took her eyes off her rival. Now that the judges had an initial grasp of Leo's extraordinary talent, they asked him for the reason behind developing such a unique magic system. The answer was remarkably simple, just he wanted to master every known magic in existence. Their disbelief had turned into deep interest in this extraordinary rookie. They now understood why the professor called this year's cohort exceptional. When asked about the name of the system, Leo smiled, raised his hand, and conjured a glowing thread of mana that lit up the room. The shimmering mana converged, taking the shape of a mysterious orb of pure magic. Leo named this system the Bible. Sean Hawk was completely stunned. Digging through her vast knowledge, she recalled only one figure in history who had ever used that term. The supposedly fictional hero Kyle. She eagerly anticipated Leo's future efforts. Perhaps the young man would prove that Kyle actually existed. After the fastest deliberation of the day, the judging panel handed their scores to the professor for the announcement. The moment Professor Lenz saw the grades on the cards, a smile appeared on his lips. As expected, Leopold earned a perfect A+. While heading back to his seat, Leo reflected on his failure to perfect this magic system during his time as Kyle. This time circumstances would be different. He would make sure of it. Finally, the last student scheduled to present her unique magic stood up from her seat. It was Chloe's time to impress the judges after Leo had completely blown them away. Before sitting back down, a worried Leo asked if the deeply concentrated Chloe was okay. He certainly didn't look it. Chloe. Muller stood on stage with an unwavering and resolute posture. The judging panel had been briefed beforehand that Chloe was the top student, currently reigning in this year's magic class. They had high expectations for her performance. The moment Chloe began her presentation, her entire vibe changed. She declared her victory by forging a flame that wouldn't go out in her palm. A crimson flame danced with aggressive fervor, glowing intensely. Her classmates were completely perplexed. Based on what they knew, Chloe was an ice attribute mage, choosing the radical opposite of her strongest affinity for her high sorcery. Seemed not only counterintuitive and inefficient, but downright insane. As she stood, motionless on the stage, the judging panel felt a pang of disappointment. Compared to the previous demonstrations by Abad and Leo, her flame looked terribly ordinary. If this was her only contribution to the exam, with nothing else to reveal, her score would be abysmal. Then Chloe began the real demonstration of her magic's worth, conjuring water to dance in the air. With a simple flick of her finger, she sent the water cascading down, mimicking a beautiful waterfall. A torrent powerful enough to douse any ordinary flame. But this was no ordinary flame. Abad stood stunned, and Leo felt an ominous sensation wash over him. A chilling glint flickered in Chloe's eyes as she revealed how she created the eternal fire. Unless she consciously wishes for it to stop, it will burn forever. She finished her demonstration by doing just that, extinguishing a flame that should have defied extinction. Chloe took a piece of chalk and wrote the theory behind her revolutionary discovery. In this world, spells follow a fundamental rule: without constant mana, all spells fade away. As she revealed her theory, her classmates were completely shell-shocked. She had created a spell that defied a rule that had existed since the dawn of magic. It was just too incomprehensible, even for the panelists. They struggled to grasp her ambitious vision. Chloe Muller called her advanced magic the eternal flame. Of everyone in the room, Leo was the only one convinced that this shouldn't even be possible. Still, her theory seemed quite plausible, and her demo left a lasting impression on everyone's mind. That's why she got an A+, matching Leo's score. Leo couldn't buy it. Something felt deeply wrong. Creating a perpetual flame was a challenge that not even Luna had mastered. As far as he knew, only one entity had ever wielded such a flame, Erebos, the very embodiment of cataclysm. As soon as the exams ended, Leo went looking for Chloe. But she was already in her dorm fast asleep. Chloe hadn't slept since the test was announced. Days ago, her exam prep had been relentless. Leo held back his questions for now, letting Chloe finally get some rest. Celia then voiced her own concerns. Over the last few days, she had noticed Chloe becoming increasingly volatile. She had clashed with some classmates on several occasions. Celia also heard rumors that she was hanging out with some of the troublemakers from the magic curriculum. Lost in thought, Leo returned to the empty classroom and summoned Fiore for the first time since the race. She was now in her phoenix chick form. The mythical beast and its tamer were both thrilled to see each other again. However, Leo also summoned someone else to discuss his suspicions. From within an infernal whirlwind emerged a beautiful woman who embodied the very essence of fire. She was Fiora's mother, the guardian, Phoenix herself. Miss Farina. Her radiant beauty was unmatched. A dazzling vision of grace, seated gracefully, haughty and complete. Composure? Miss Farina ordered Leo to get straight to the point, asking why he had summoned her through Fiora. Leo then asked why she had stayed in Lumeni for so long. Since the Phoenix represents the complete antithesis of demonic beasts, there had to be a deep reason for her continued presence at the academy. Miss Farina revealed that 5 years earlier, a devastating attack shook Lumeni. 2 students and 3 staff members lost their lives in the incident. The attackers were never identified or caught. In the end, a distraught director, Callian Badian, asked for a powerful favor, entrusting the Phoenix with an urgent task: scour the school for any lingering clues. Since that day, Miss Farina has been searching for any sign of those responsible. Given her mission, she must have heard about the appearance of the demon beast tamer during the recent summoning exam that claimed the life of another student. When asked if she thought Tartarus was involved, Miss Farina sadly remained silent. She harbors deep suspicions about the shadowy organization, but that was all she could share with Leo at the moment. Realizing he wouldn't get any more details, Leo shared a crucial piece of advice for Director Callian. He offered the unsettling idea that Sen Liu might not be the only student that Tartarus has corrupted. The next day arrived and the grueling exam cycle continued. This time, all the first-year students gathered for the joint practical exam on heroism and combat studies. Supervising the evaluation was none other than the easygoing Professor Edmund. Since all students were present, he assigned the task of explaining the exam goals to the class representative, Leo. Leo eagerly took the lead, briefing his peers on this exam. Joint practical. Today's challenge involves forming teams and venturing into a hero's world. The world you will be entering is the infamous Chetmer incident. As soon as they heard that name, every student visibly shuddered in dread. The only one who wasn't familiar with the Chetmer incident was Eliana, despite it being on the written exam. Seeing that the joint class was getting rowdy, Professor Edmund's voice boomed, instantly stifling the growing chatter. Show respect and pay attention to what Leo has to say. Leo continued describing the day's evaluation. Everyone would enter a hero's world from 30 years ago. It was a calamity that involved a group of first-year Lumen students on a mission to the Chetmer Central Forest. They were suddenly ambushed by Tartarus. Professor Alvis, the Magic Eye Sorcerer, second-year student at the time, was sent in with a rescue team. His quick actions prevented a total massacre. The goal of this exam is to rescue wounded students and defeat hostile demon beasts while assisting a simulated Professor Alvis, who was a sophomore. During that specific period, Professor Edmund added that this was no ordinary midterm. Students would need to exercise extreme caution and constant vigilance. You must stay alert at all times. Anyone deemed to be lacking heroic potential at the end of the exam would face immediate expulsion. Hearing such a severe consequence for poor performance made those unsure of their practical skills very nervous. Noticing his students' anxiety, the professor reassured them. You've come a long way and have grown strong enough for this challenge. You just need to trust yourselves. He might project an easygoing vibe, but Professor Edmund, he knows exactly how to motivate and discipline. Discipline. With the intro out of the way, it was time to organize the teams. Everyone was asked to step forward, individually, starting with Class 1. It looked like they wouldn't be picking their own teams. Instead, they'd be paired up with unfamiliar faces. A random draw would decide their fate, a powerhouse, squad, or a struggling one. When it was finally Leo's turn, he pulled number 11, the last team in this evaluation. Led by Celia Serdinger and Chelsea Lublin, Team 1 seemed perfectly balanced. It was time to flex the power of the Lordran Empire to all the other nobles. This exam, of course, was made possible by none other than the knockoff Gojo, Albus. The aura cultivator with a simple gesture unveiled Albus's world chapter. Prologue. The Chetmer Incident. A surging torrent of brilliant magic enveloped Team 1, transporting them into a vision of the past. A massive magic screen rose up. In the field, a recording device that tracked every move of the team for everyone to witness. Everyone was deeply impressed. Even though Team 1 had just entered, they were already crushing it in the hero's world. With Chelsea's magic and Celia's relentless swordsmanship, they were practically speedrunning this evaluation. The children of prestigious heroic bloodlines truly possessed exceptional talent. Sitting next to Professor Edmund was his annoying rival Professor Seijin. Since Celia was Seijin's student, he naturally championed her as the X-Factor of Team 1. Edmund countered that Chelsea's contributions were even more impactful. The two pillars of Lumen simply couldn't resist competing with each other at every single opportunity. Interrupting their bickering, the director made his entrance. Praising the outstanding pace of Team 1, they were truly worthy of being called rising stars. The director must have known that the two pillars would bicker like children, so he pulled up a chair between them. He simply wanted to witness how much the first years had grown. Turning toward Professor Albus, the gray-haired old man apologized for using such a painful memory for the exam every year. Albus replied that Director Callion should be the one enduring that experience instead. Finally, Team 1's raid came to a swift and bloody conclusion as Chelsea and Celia teamed up to face a formidable beast. The director took note of how the Serdinger and Lublin girls worked flawlessly together. Despite their usually fiery temperaments, they were truly the pride of their country. Team 2 performed without much fanfare, while Team 3 crushed the hero's world in dominant fashion. They let the two strongest first years, Abad and Duran, lead the vanguard, while the rest of the team took on support roles. The director approved of their quick and efficient methodology, which led rapidly to victory. Team 4, surprisingly, also rose to the top tier. Nella Carvan's healing aura was undoubtedly special, but Chenchia's unusual movements really carried the team. The director made a mental note of the girl from the east. Team 7, headed by two of the most promising summoners, also quickly conquered their hero's world. Director Callion and the professors were fascinated by the live stream. Although numerous exceptional students had shown their prowess so far, the most anticipated one had yet to step up. Finally, Team 11 was called. Aside from Leo, another familiar face was on the final team, Chloe Muller. Director Callion reflected. Seeing the boy brought back memories of his glory days. He remembered a time when he was a brave young hero, taking on missions alongside Lady Farina herself. Team 11 took their positions in the magic circle. Leo and Chloe locked eyes. Professor Alvis opened his magic tome and activated his hero's world. For the 11th and final time, Alvis's world. Prologue. Chapter. The Chetmer Incident loading. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of darkness descended upon the magic circle, tainting its intricate designs as the light enveloped Team 11. Leo's instincts screamed that something was wrong. Unlike all the previous activations of the hero's world, the light seemed to surge with unusual intensity. To everyone's astonishment, only two individuals materialized outside the arena. Other than Leo and Chloe, the rest of Team 11 stayed exactly where they were. As the magic circle dissipated, Professor Seijin shot up from his seat, disturbed by the events. Director Callion Badian asked Albus what had just happened. With a tremor of dread in his voice, Albus insisted on an immediate halt to the exams. The hero's page in his book detailing the Chetmer incident had been corrupted by an alien presence. The impossible had just occurred. An unwanted hero dungeon had manifested. Leo found himself equally bewildered when a strange screen materialized. In its place, instead of the usual mission window, he realized they had been thrown into a hero dungeon. Chloe looked around, perplexed. Since there were no missing pages, it was unprecedented for a page of the records to malfunction in such a way. Leo, he tried to contact the professor, but there was no response. Chloe began to fall apart, pleading for the professors to rescue them, but Leo talked some sense into her, pointing out that if the professors could have intervened, they would have shown up by now. They faced only one choice. The hero dungeon was calling, and they had to answer. Shell-shocked, Chloe questioned his sanity. Hardly anyone survived the previous summon there, and they were basically marching into a Tartarus death trap with a death wish. Her knees buckled, and she felt her spirit waver as her last threads of hope faded away. But Leo remained composed. He reminded her that she was still the brightest mind in their class. With the unshakable strength of teamwork, they couldn't fail. The girl bit her lip, clearly envious of how Mr. Perfect managed to keep his cool even in this situation. She steeled her resolve and demanded to hear his brilliant plan. Leo explained his two main objectives. First, rescue the first-year students. Second, ensure their safe extraction. To do that, they need to power up. Chloe immediately dismisses that notion, pointing out they can't buff their skills without outside access. But Leo calmly reminds her that they aren't the only students stranded in this forest. That makes Chloe stop as she remembers that others should be here too. Then without hesitation, he looks at her and says, "Get on my back." Chloe practically blushes with mortification at his nerve, but Leo stands his ground. They can't let their upperclassmen face Tartarus first. Mages like her severely lack stamina, so there really is no other way. At the same time, deep in the forest, a demon named Chewborn spies on the students through its eerie magic cameras. He seems slightly surprised to see only a duo sent as a rescue team, but he's not worried. He's confident that he'll wipe out these wannabe heroes without a hitch. That is until his head snaps around sharply and his whole attitude shifts. He discovers that one of the rescuers possesses an all-class, and it immediately wipes that smug smirk right off his face. His target instantly switches from the group of four to the boy providing the shocking sight of carrying his mage piggyback. Meanwhile, Leo notices his vision starting to dim the deeper they venture into the forest. So he decides it's time to activate Aaron's aura amplification technique. By cloaking his entire body in aura, he pushes his senses to the max and sharpens every instinct. As they push forward, he warns Chloe about a group of orcs up ahead, but she's already on it. She waves her wand once and sends a barrage of icicles straight at the pack, knocking them down like bowling pins or so, she thinks. One survives and pulls out a horn to call for backup, nearly giving her a heart attack. But Leo steps in and takes down the creature before she can even blink. Chloe watches this and immediately feels the power gap between them, wondering if she'll ever be able to surpass him. After that, the two discover a pack of demons surrounding a group of 4 students. Without hesitation, Leo dives into the fray, yelling at Chloe to provide support like a pro mage. The girl up front struggles to finish her spell, but the massive demon overpowers her effortlessly. Seconds away from getting shredded with ease, before she can even scream, Leo materializes in front of her and takes it down, cleanly leaving the remaining demons stunned. The other students just stand there frozen, jaw dropped in disbelief, while Leo strikes a confident pose after saving them. Impressed, the girl he rescued asks, "Are you here to save us, Leo?" Simply nods, turning his attention to another demon in the back. This one is already gathering energy for its strongest spell, roaring, "Vengeance for my brothers." Suddenly, a rain of grotesque leech-like demons falls from the sky, but Leo remains unshakable. He spins with a powerful, almost legendary flourish, igniting his sword in flames. The parasites are instantly incinerated, turning into charred husks. Once again, the students are completely stunned by his incredible skill, but Leo doesn't give them time to rest. He immediately instructs the student, "Cast your spell." She readies an arc beam and unleashes it, completely obliterating the demon without a trace. Chloe watches in awe and identifies her instantly, solely by her unique magic signature. As the sun begins to set, the girl expresses her deep gratitude to Leo over and over for saving her. But Chloe doesn't even give her a look. Chloe simply states, "There's something more important to discuss with my partner." The girl glares at Chloe's bold maneuver, but Chloe ignores her, leaning in close to Leo to whisper, "That girl is Aaliyah, Siren, Professor Alvis Siren's little sister, the one who perished in the incident 30 years ago." And then Chloe reveals the detail that really worries her. Since this is Aaliyah's group, they are destined to meet the same tragic end in this dungeon no matter what. Chloe shares that Shevern, a knight-rank demon from Tartarus, launched an attack 30 years ago. Aaliyah's group was the first to be completely wiped out. The core plan behind that operation aimed to eliminate Aaliyah, an agent among the hero candidates. This led to her name being permanently sealed in the hero records. She tells Leo, "Right now we must focus on survival. We need to clear the dungeon's conditions with a different group." Leo asks, "Do you really want to ditch them?" Chloe replies, "I have no other choice. This is a hero dungeon. As tragic as it is, the dead cannot be brought back. Even so, our boy refuses to back down. He says he won't abandon them, which immediately makes Chloe lose it. She screams at him with such fury that even Aaliyah's group watches. They look like they've been caught in the middle of Mom and Dad's latest tantrum. Seething with frustration, she yells, "I know you're great and powerful, but now is not the time to show off. It's time to man up and stop playing hero." She breaks down in tears while Leo remains calm. He reaches out and gently pats her head to soothe her storm. He says, "You shouldn't talk like that. We're both hero candidates and this isn't a game. It's part of the process of becoming the real deal." Then he reminds her, "We've already messed with the original timeline." This leaves her more than a bit lost. Leo explains that the sky turned pitch black before they ever ran into Aaliyah's team. By this point, they were supposed to be dead, hunted down by Shevern. Seeing that honest look on his face, Chloe pushes aside her conflicted thoughts. She agrees to follow whatever plan he's cooking up. He tells her, "We need to focus on getting out of here together with Aaliyah's group." From behind, Chloe watches as Leo's aura shifts and that moment hits her hard. He is once again miles ahead of her. She clenches her fists, consumed by jealous frustration. She thinks about pulling out her book. Meanwhile, the green-haired student named Toon wonders aloud why they only sent 2 seniors to help us. Dina and Belek instantly begin to suspect he might be a spy, planted by Tartarus, but Aaliyah shuts it down. She reminds them that he literally saved her life, shredding demons like they were wet tissue paper. Then she lets slip her true thoughts and admits she finds the guy pretty hot and totally her type. This earns her some serious side-eye from the rest. Aaliyah doesn't get why Dina is so shocked. Dina explains she thought only her senior Albus could match her impossibly high standards, interrupting their girl talk. Leo tells the youngsters, "Get it together. We need to get out of this forest immediately." Tone doesn't see why they're in a rush, now that backup has arrived, but Leo drops a cold dose of reality saying, "A night-rank demon is lurking nearby." That catches everyone's attention. One of those monsters is enough to solo an army of 100, so the urgency suddenly makes a lot more sense. Leo repeats that avoiding a fight is the top priority. Staying alive comes first. Aaliyah watches him in silence and thinks, "He really is a lot like my brother." With that, everyone bolts through the forest like their lives depend on it. Chloe is clearly still salty about their earlier argument. Aaliyah, as sharp as ever, picks up on her feelings quickly. Back at the academy, the staff is digging through old records. They're looking for anything about pages of heroes turning into hero dungeons. The principal tells Professor Albus, "It's a good thing no outsider has been able to interfere yet." Blonde guy confirms there are only 2 living beings inside. The principal figures it must be nightfall by now. 3 hours have already passed. He asks Albus, "When was the last time you took down Shevern?" Albus says, "I finished off that trash demon around midnight." Right then, Elena bursts into the room to report on a lead about who sold the demon summoning catalyst to you. Before she can finish, the principal's attention shifts to a powerful surge of magic about to explode in the room. He notices Albus's emotions spiraling out of control and quickly steps in to calm him down. But Albus pulls his arm away, declaring that he needs a moment outside for some fresh air. Elena quickly realizes what is actually fueling his fury. Your hatred for demons runs way deeper than Sasuke's legendary grudge against Itachi. This isn't surprising, since he lost his sister in that horrific incident, and not even a trace of her body was recovered. The principal urges Elena to continue her report. Reveals that the black market dealer who supplied the items had been operating in the city for some time, proving to be quite popular among the freshmen. Hearing this, the principal suspects that Tartarus had infiltrated a spy. Elena clarifies, stating that the man wasn't directly affiliated. It seems Tartarus used him to channel contraband through clandestine routes. Gently stroking his magnificent beard, the old man mulls over their goal. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He sees Chloe's name on the buyer list, chillingly placed next to an entry for a forbidden black book. Without a second's hesitation, he instructs Elena to summon Professor Len immediately. After she leaves, his old battle instincts forged in fire. Through years of dancing with death, they kick in, screaming a dire warning that something truly catastrophic is coming. Meanwhile, back in the hero's dungeon, Leo and the others stop at the foot of a colossal tower. Inside the hero's dungeon, our hero relentlessly takes down monsters, clearing his path. But exhaustion is starting to set in. He's been operating with his senses, dialed up way longer than expected. Plus, Aaliyah's team and even Chloe are visibly struggling. So he calls for a quick breather. Tone and Belek look at him in pure disbelief, wondering how the guy looks so fresh, like he just walked out of a not a brutal battlefield. During the break, Chloe sits absorbed in a book about Shubarn. Aaliyah approaches her, subtly probing about her relationship with Leo. Then she asks straight up if Chloe has feelings for him. Chloe looks visibly repulsed by the mere suggestion, but Aaliyah just smirks, noting that her look of disgust seems perhaps a bit too dramatic to be completely innocent. Chloe sighs, throwing a side eye at the self-proclaimed genius girl. Even though she's said to have lived 30 years ago, Aaliyah doesn't look any different from any high schooler in Chloe's own class. She quickly fires back, asking if Aaliyah is actually the one developing feelings. Without a second's hesitation, Aaliyah confesses he really makes her heart race. That response instantly irritates Chloe. Not only is this girl a literal legend from the past, but she had apparently also fallen for him at first sight, which only highlighted Leo's insane riz. Still, Aaliyah admits she's not sure if it's romantic or just that peculiar rush of excitement she feels when her brother pushes himself and finally succeeds. Chloe asks if she means Albus Aaron. Aaliyah nods, explaining that her brother thrives on taking on completely insane challenges, the kind of stuff that no sane person would ever attempt, like mining bedrock in vanilla Minecraft. That little detail solidifies Chloe's conviction that Leo is practically a carbon copy of him. Then unexpectedly she finds herself opening up, admitting to Aaliyah how she had once been Leo's friend, until jealousy tore their bond apart. To her surprise, Aaliyah reveals they are remarkably similar. The genius girl confesses her perpetual jealousy of her own brilliant brother. He, despite his clownish behavior, somehow stumbles into groundbreaking discoveries. She admits that her own unique magic is simply a refinement of a system her brother devised, while she struggles with true original invention. Then, she shocks Chloe by recounting how she failed the entrance exam twice, a failure that only deepened her inferiority complex and fueled her animosity toward him. Eventually, those toxic emotions blossomed into deep admiration. Chloe realizes that the exact same transformation had happened within her. Before she can fully process this revelation, Leo suddenly stands up and warns everyone to get ready. Their escape route has been sealed. The terrified students see their weapons being prepared, but our hero reminds them that they're all future. Heroes and fear has no place on their resume. Still, Aaliyah's group tenses up, visibly as a colossal demonic figure emerges into view, declaring that it has finally located the seed of a great hero. Then, it unleashes a blast of destructive magic straight at Leo. While dodging, Leo remembers that this creature was destined to crush potential heroes before they could truly bloom. However, it now uses the term great for someone like him, a notion that unsets our hero. Even so, he calls out to Chloe, who already has a magic circle ready. Then she summons a colossal iceberg intercepting Shevern's attack. Meanwhile, our protagonist charges his sword with magic and slides stealthily behind the knight-rank demon, ending a deep and satisfying slash on the vile monster's thick neck, a neck as tough as the chassis of a Formula One race car. The girls hold their breath, believing it's all over, but their hope quickly crumbles as Shevern's grotesque flesh transforms, knitting itself back together like it's made of cursed jelly. Witnessing this, Leo shouts for everyone to fall back quickly as the demon activates a cursed magic, the void which nullifies all attacks like a consuming black hole. Tone and Aaliyah panic, wondering how anyone could defeat such an overwhelming foe. But Leo keeps a level head. He knows the void isn't limitless and always drains its caster. Shevern sneers at Leo, mocking that a mere lingering echo of a hero thinks he can prevail. But our boy snaps back instantly. If you're so powerful, why are you worried about a simple noob? He urges everyone to launch a unified assault, as everyone gives it their all. Aaliyah's unique magic deals a critical blow, showering it with a cascade of stars. Shevern begins to wonder if his mistress, Lady Satana, was wise to order him to eradicate these budding heroes before they blossomed into true threats. Suddenly surrounded, he brandishes his weapon, forcing Leo to retreat the moment our boy sees what's coming, and yells a warning for everyone to take cover. Unfortunately, one of the spikes pierces Belek's side, so Leo grabs him and retreats behind an ice wall that Chloe quickly conjures. He checks everyone's condition, assuring them he can stop the bleeding with his aura. Then he tells Chloe to prep a finishing move. With that, he charges forward to buy her those precious moments needed to set up an assault powerful enough to shatter the limits of the void. Chloe opens the black book. She's been holding on to the entire battle. As she grips the pages, she finds it contains the ultimate spell to incinerate that grotesque demon and wipe it out completely. All the freshmen watch in disbelief as Leo runs circles around Shevern, leaving after images to strike him from every angle. At untouchable speed, the demon swings at a phantom, only to miss and get hit from an unexpected direction. Seeing the chaos, Tone wonders if he'll ever master a maneuver that sick. Dina, however, just shuts him down, without a hint of warmth. Meanwhile, Aaliyah remains captivated, with a mix of awe and confusion on her face. The magic Leo is using unmistakably comes from the stars, which means he's no ordinary, average Joe, and he's clearly hiding his true self. Before that revelation can even sink in, Chloe grabs everyone's attention with a sudden rise into the air, conjuring an ominous circle of black magic. With a wild grin, that makes you question everything. Who's the real demon now, she declares. I'm about to erase this monster from existence. Alia panics, screaming at Leo. Get out of the blast zone. There's no way anything benevolent is about to emerge from Chloe's grip. Chloe adds a quick warning, I won't be held responsible for property damage, then unleashes a fiery death ray straight at Shevern. This sets off alarm bells in Leo's head, since she's supposed to be an ice master, not a pyromaniac. Seeing the demon getting completely wrecked, Chloe laughs like a total lunatic and brags about her eternal flames, telling Shevern, go burn where you belong. As the fire consumes him, the flames transform into a black fire, much like Amaterasu. This sparks a new wave of panic in Leo, and he yells at her, put it out before things get out of hand. But she flat out refuses, insisting that trash like Shevern doesn't deserve mercy. He deserves to suffer properly. Seeing her undeniably veering down a darker path, Leo rushes in and snatches the cursed book from her hands, as if it were a mere toy. A short while later, Chloe finally regains her composure. Leo calmly asks her, did you actually create that infinite flame? Magic, or did you get it somewhere else? She admits she's not a genius, confessing that the spell came straight out of the book. This confirms his suspicion that it was a replica of the flame of Erebus. As Shevern starts regenerating from the inferno, Leo quickly informs Chloe that the spell she used is black magic, and that the book is actually a hidden sorcery engine. The news sickens her to the core. With a gloomy look, she mutters, I'm way too corrupted now to be called a heroine. But Leo snaps her out of that downward spiral. He explains that not even he knew that Shevern possessed the void curse until this moment. This suggests the demon must have used it during his previous battle with Alia and her friends. Back then they were mere students, hopelessly outmatched in an impossible fight, but they still refused to give in. He reminds her of their academy's motto, go even further, just like Goku. It's then that she finally understands. Chloe realizes she doesn't hold a grudge against Leo for always leading the way. Instead, she admires him because he has a presence too great to rival. After that, Alia steps forward and tells Chloe, I believe in you. This gives the blonde the final, crucial boost she needs. With the void curse now gone, Leo prepares to end the battle decisively. Just before that, he feels a potent surge of magic. It turns out to be Chloe finally breaking her limits to become someone who can truly stand by his side, no longer feeling like just a shadow. Supported by a formidable new ally, memories of Leo's past life surface as he recognizes her magic. It evokes memories of the allies he once fought alongside. The familiar glow fills him with renewed courage. Shevern suddenly charges forward and hits Leo with a devastating blow. Leo parries the initial attack, but the demon slips in a second strike that breaks his guard and sends him flying into a tree. As he struggles to get up, Shevern advances casually and proclaims it's time for the shadow of the legendary hero to fall into an eternal sleep. Just then, a snowflake flutters in front of Leo. The entire forest begins to freeze. His fear fades as he stands up once more and declares defiantly that demons like him, Shevern had never been defeated, and he wasn't about to start today. The demon looks on, in confusion at the source of his bold defiance, oblivious to the fact that Chloe is behind him and about to unleash the night's most potent magic. She offers a silent thanks to Leo for helping her achieve the breakthrough she sought and unveils her innate magic, a spell called Ice World, which blankets the battlefield in a frigid torrent of pure power. With a flick of her staff, the entire ground beneath her is encased in a layer of ice of staggering thickness. Chloe soars up and summons massive crystalline spears, meant to annihilate any unfortunate soul trapped below them. But Shevern doesn't even flinch, remaining frozen, solid and motionless like a frigid sculpture. Leo approaches the ice-covered demon, and the instant his hand touches it, its soul dissolves into pure black smoke. Immediately after, he finds the black magic book, infuses his sword with fire magic and stabs it directly, triggering a violent explosion that incinerates it completely. System notifications appear, hailing his success in rescuing the freshman from danger and defeating Shevern. But what really catches his eye is how Chloe completely stole the spotlight by showing off a completely new form of magic out of nowhere. This magic turns out to be field magic, a discipline he would never dare to mimic unless he lost all of his survival instincts. He's shocked when Chloe says she plans to come clean about everything, willing to put it all on the line, even if it means facing expulsion. He quickly reassures her, guaranteeing that someone as extraordinary as her wouldn't be expelled over a single slip-up, and that it's much more likely she'll emerge as a celebrated hero. Alia and Dina rush to join the pair and shower them with praise for their impressive rescue, deeply admiring their heroic appearance. Leo returns the admiration and praises their fearless spirit while Chloe hands the staff back to Aaliyah and thanks her for it, saying it helped her unlock her true potential. But then Aaliyah drops an unexpected surprise and tells Chloe to keep the staff as a reward for saving them, while Dina hands her sword to Leo as a sincere token of gratitude. Leo accepts it without hesitation. Just as a calm begins to descend, they hear voices from a rescue team announcing the discovery of survivors. In that moment, Albie appears out of breath, covered in sweat, and consumed by panic for his younger sister. Chloe almost faints when she sees her professor appearing as a peer, and both are struck by the truth that they are merely trapped inside an illusion from 3 decades ago. They watch the older brother succumb to overwhelming relief and worry for his sister, and Aaliyah tells the rescuers about the heroes, saying that one of them is almost as impressive as he is. Just then, the world's version of Albie begins to flicker and then slowly fades away, and Chloe stands there, proud to have granted them all a second chance at life. Aaliyah tries to point out the mysterious hero who saved her to her brother, but when she turns around, they're already gone. Hero's dungeon begins to crumble piece by piece, and just before it completely vanishes, Leo notices a system notification indicating a new reward. The last thing he sees before passing out is a young Albie, overwhelmed by tears of joy, thanking him for saving his sister. The scene shifts to a hospital room where Leo finally wakes up to see Albie once again. This time it's the real Albie, composed, as always. The professor extends his sincere gratitude for saving his little sister and tells him to pass the message to Chloe once she wakes up as well. With that, he leaves the room with his usual coolness, and shortly after, the headmaster enters. The sharp old man asks Leo how he's doing and then gets straight to the point, stating that he already knows about the black magic book that Chloe had. Leo is silently amazed that this venerable figure figured out the truth, and the man explains that he has records of the shop where Senlu bought the summoning catalyst and where Chloe later retrieved it. The headmaster confesses his shock at learning that a sorcery machine managed to infiltrate the academy undetected. These cursed artifacts are made from Erebus fragments, strictly intended for demonic use, and when anyone else uses them, their minds begin to rot from within, eroding their sanity. Leo decides to explain the whole story and provides an exhaustive account of the events, which makes the headmaster start to wonder if the Black Book itself triggered the entire catastrophe. Leo agrees, stating the world returned to its original state the moment he annihilated it. In that instant, Chloe bolts upright in bed, completely disoriented by the presence of the headmaster standing there. He urges her to stay calm, then calls for Elena. His remarkably efficient secretary enters, carrying a large object wrapped in cloth. It reveals the sword and the crystal that Dina handed over earlier along with Aaliyah's staff. Chloe's eyes widen in total shock as Aaliyah's staff suddenly takes shape in the real world. The headmaster shoots Leo, a suspicious look demanding to know how he could score a reward that isn't even supposed to exist. Leo realizes from Chloe's reaction that he's the only one who received a reward, recalling a similar event during the entrance exam. Normally, it's impossible to get a clear reward from a living hero's world. This rule has remained set in stone since forever. Leo wonders if this whole situation traces back to the Fairy King's oath. He straight up admits it was a clear reward, but the old man grills him even harder, asking him if he's absolutely sure that it came from Albie's world. So Leo quickly whips up a plausible excuse, chalking the entire incident up to the dark magic that turned the hero's world into a dungeon. The excuse flies for a moment until the headmaster hits him with a follow-up question: why did Leo get a reward while Chloe didn't? Luckily, the new best girl candidate steps in, suggesting the system recognized Leo's role as the most clutch in the mission, handing him all the loot. The headmaster buys that logic for now, announcing that he'll start a low-key investigation behind the scenes. He tells them they can keep the rewards for the time being, but adds they'll be returned to the rightful families once the investigation is wrapped up, all to keep the secret of the sorcery machine. Chloe looks confused and shaken, asking why he's looking out for her. The headmaster gives a smile, showing off his majestic mustache, and states, not every threat comes from outside the academy. Not all threats originate from outside the academy. After delivering that subtle revelation, he instructs them to get some proper rest and takes his leave for now. As soon as he's gone, Chloe's entire vibe flips like a light switch. She starts twiddling her fingers as if she were about to write a love confession in cursive. She almost confesses her feelings to Leo right then and there. But fate steps in. 3 girls burst into the room, looking exceptionally worried about him. To make things even more chaotic, The old man slips back in from behind, having apparently forgotten to mention a celebration party for the cadets. Tomorrow, he adds they'd better come, prepared in formal attire. In celebration of everyone successfully passing their midterms, the academy decides to throw a party for the students. The announcer seems to be loving the moment, as he enthusiastically introduces the newcomers, wondering if this time there will be more lovely girls or handsome guys. Instead, the NPCs from Class 5 show up immediately, acting like royalty and behaving as if the midterms had been effortless. As the crowd grows, more people file in to enjoy the food. Just as quickly, gossip begins to circulate in every corner. The duo devours the food like hungry orcs. Then Kara pauses between bites, wondering why their class hasn't arrived yet. Just then, the announcer's voice booms again, revealing the next pair of heroes, making their grand entrance, catching the two completely off guard. Nella and Eliana walk in like they're on a runway, looking absolutely stunning in their dresses. This instantly captivates the boys. Meanwhile, the girls aren't wasting any time, making fun of their suits, asking if they borrowed them from their dads. The announcer keeps up the hype with the introductions, announcing the Llewellyn siblings, who walk in looking impeccably elegant in their formal wear while the crowd goes wild. Carr points out how fast they're surrounded while Eliana just shrugs. It's no surprise, given their celebrity status. The host cuts in again, eagerly anticipating the entrance of a certain couple, as Celia and Leo walk inside, by side radiating major power couple vibes. Celia looks visibly tense about their joint entrance. However, the class representative flashes everyone a playboy smile, so bright it could cause temporary blindness. Nella is taken by surprise. Carr and Eliana can't help but cheer for their handsome class rep. The microphone somehow ends up in the hands of the possessed girl again, who excitedly asks the crowd how they're enjoying the party. Carr immediately pales upon seeing her again. Luckily, some students shout that they're having a blast, which keeps her from losing it. She remains surprisingly calm, stating she's glad to hear that, but then casually drops a bombshell she's about to reveal: the midterm exam results. Right now, the energy in the room instantly dies. Carr mutters, "Dinner is officially ruined now." The girl says she anticipated that reaction, explaining that the faculty decided to announce only the top 3 students from each major tonight. Everyone else will receive their results through their tutors tomorrow. The students seem relieved, cheering softly. When she adds that the professors from each major will be the ones making the announcements, Ian steps onto the stage and Eliana whispers that he looks especially handsome tonight. The swordsmanship professor, without delay, praises everyone's hard work and reveals the top names in the night major. A hologram shows Celia at the top, followed by Duran and Chen. Celia looks puzzled, clearly expecting Leo to be at the top, and Leo catches her expression. The magic major professor steps forward and announces Bad, Chelsea, and Mayo as the top 3. Chelsea gets worried seeing that Leo's name is still missing, but Leo calms her down, explaining that these things happen and she shouldn't overthink it. Comments that it's weird that Leo's name hasn't appeared even once, and notices that Chloe's name is also absent. Chloe tenses up for a second, but then quickly hides it with a smile. The professor acknowledges that despite having failed Chloe for using a spellbook, her passion and skill as a mage were truly remarkable. Seijin shares the sentiment and stands up, beaming like a proud father, but Herod smiles and gestures for him to sit down, while Celia gently reassures Chloe. Then the real main event of the night, Yura takes the stage to announce the results of the summoning major, and eager fans shout out immediately to be her summoned pet. She starts calling out names, and Leo's name is once again missing from the list. Celia gets noticeably worried, while others start whispering about how strange it is that he hasn't placed even once. The mic goes back to that same chaotic girl, who asks if the audience is still having a good time. Then she quickly declares that it's time to reveal the top scorer who will represent the academy next year. She lets the anticipation build for dramatic effect, finally announcing the name Leo Plav. This triggers a massive celebration among his classmates, who cheer him on. However, the applause is short-lived, as a student suddenly raises an objection. Mio questions how Leo could achieve the top score when he didn't even place in any of the specific majors. He declares the whole situation seems fishy. Leo admits his own surprise and turns toward the presenter, who is now starting to trip over her words, struggling to piece together a coherent explanation. Then she snaps, her alternate personality takes over. She launches into a tirade of insults at the students, making comments that would warrant an immediate expulsion under normal circumstances. She growls that she'll only explain this once, so they'd better listen closely and shut their traps. Herod watches with amusement, wondering if she's possessed again. Seijin nods in agreement, finding it entertaining as well. she dives into an explanation, stating that students with double majors aren't factored into specific major rankings because their attributes are spread across multiple disciplines. She gives an example noting that a magic knight has a weaker aura than a dedicated knight, and less potent magic than a true mage, yet their combined power far exceeds either individual path. She emphasizes that Leo's combined practical exam scores blew everyone else's away. Mio still grumbles that others achieved higher theoretical scores. She scolds him mercilessly, and then reveals that Leo completed the Hero Realm mission, even wiping out a shoe barn. This leaves everyone completely stunned and in silence. Meanwhile, Leo tries his best to look unfazed, continuing to cultivate his aura as if nothing extraordinary had even happened. The other students just stare at Leo in a stunned silence while Eliana and Carr exclaim, "How could he have cleared that dungeon with just one partner?" Leo remains perfectly calm without offering any response, while the girl presenter reverts to her clumsy demeanor and starts stuttering once again. Sejin casually remarks that her segment is already finished anyway. She wraps up her speech by inviting everyone to enjoy the party. This instantly shifts the atmosphere, as whispers and gossip fill the room. Yura pauses her eating and turns to Len, asking what the rankings would have looked like if the double-class students had been included in the major scores. Len replies instantly that the entire leaderboard would have faced a massive upheaval. He calmly explains that everyone's rank would have dropped one spot. When Yura asks if that means Leo secured first place, Magic Professor confirms that he was indeed his prodigy. Yura is visibly amazed, stating that it would have been the same for the summoning major, and Ain confirms it applies to his department as well. Yura tries to fully wrap her head around the revelation, though Ain remarks that Leo's general class goals now seem significantly more achievable. Len chimes in again, proclaiming that despite everything, Leo's future path will undoubtedly be sorcery. Yura quickly snaps back, arguing that she wants Leo in the summoning major. Meanwhile, the Frost Knight listens to their bickering and states coldly that Leo seems like a natural-born swordsman. This makes them burst out in curses, while the assistant professors share worried looks in the background. The next morning, Carr is completely wiped out from a night of drinking. Chelsea mentions she had never seen anyone chug 2 whole liters of orange juice before. Professor Herod enters the classroom and demands silence. He shows a world map and reveals the destination for their next class trip, declaring that they will travel to the land of the elves. The students immediately get hyped, knowing that this trip allows them to choose where they want to go. They start dreaming of countless places, but Herod quickly points to the map and declares their destination is Salvaquia, which immediately kills all their excitement. The place is notoriously freezing, so it's no wonder everyone starts complaining. He silences them, revealing that the decision came from the class representative. This leaves everyone completely dumbfounded. However, Leo puts on his most innocent face while Carr turns to him and demands to know why he chose such an unforgiving place. Leo simply tells them, "Stop whining and start getting ready right now. They need to get their supplies quickly." Eliana cries dramatically, announcing she's going to buy gloves, while Chelsea is just excited to try on all her winter coats. Leo dives into deep thought, remembering that although many believe Salvaquia is insignificant, it is actually the secret home of the fairies. He feels a pang of nostalgia, wondering how Silrad has been all this time. When they arrive in the city, Leo tells Nayla, "I'll take care of getting the food and the gear while you handle the potions." After some intense haggling, he finally scores a sweet deal and heads off with the supplies. Leo is totally wiped from running errands, but just then he grows wary after sensing an anomaly in a nearby alley. He recognizes this as Block 13 and moves toward a specific building, identifying it as the same place where Lou and Chloe had bought their sorcery machines. Dropping his bag, Leo steps inside to find the shop completely empty, except for a small, charming teddy bear oddly perched in the middle of the floor. Nothing seems out of place, which makes sense if the investigation team had already swept the place. However, a creepy feeling lingers. His mind connects the dots a moment later. He realizes that the teddy bear shouldn't be there at all, since the Lumen should have cleared out every object once the facility was secured. He immediately moves to strike, but the bear suddenly spins in the air and spews a blast of black slime. Leo instantly identifies this as a demonic entity. This is no ordinary demon, either, as it's boiling with potent curses and malice. As the gibbous mass of shadow begins to congeal into a shape it tries to speak, his gaze sharpens because the voice sounds eerily familiar. The demon mocks his sharp senses for detecting the curse so quickly. Leo then locks eyes with it and finally identifies her as the Witch Queen Salatna, one of the 3 Legion commanders, whom the heroes failed to defeat in the past. However, this body is not her true form. The demon asks if he is a magic knight, then sneers at him, claiming that his heightened senses will now cause him. Her doom lunges forward. Leo barely manages to dodge the attack as it grazes his arm. Our hero realizes he's got no shot against her like this. She gradually glides closer, thanking him for such a delicious offering. Just as she prepares to deal the final blow, Leo reveals a sly grin. A blinding flash of light breaks behind him. A burst of holy energy slams into the diabolical entity, sending her crashing violently into the ground. As she tries to scramble away, she shrieks the name of the magic eye sorcerer. Even without a head, the demon's body lunges at Leo. She's still a threat, swearing to devour Leo's juicy fairy eyes. Leo retorts that he wants nothing to do with a cheap knockoff like her. Then, roaring for her demise, he unleashes a devastating beam. Miko. The creature is completely annihilated, dissolving into scattered teddy bear fragments. In the meantime, Leo recalls the professor's other formidable title, I'll be the Reaper of Tartarus. Whispers suggest he only joined as a professor at Lumen to get clearance beyond the kingdom's borders, allowing him to hunt demons. Leo breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for the hero of the era. But Albie stares at him with an intense look. What the hell happened here? Leo explains that the demon manifested during his solo investigation, hidden inside the teddy bear by a powerful curse. Albie grabs the teddy bear's head. The research department is definitely going to take the fall for this mess. He turns to Leo. I'll overlook this solo investigation this time, but call for backups next time if you need them. You still owe me for what you did. That comment stuns Leo. He picks up his bag of supplies, a quiet thought forming in his mind. The Zero House is one of the 3 great families, so he might be able to use Albie's position to gain access to the Forbidden Library. Upon returning, he finally sees Nella. She looks thrilled to see him, only to instantly panic the moment she notices his injuries. She rushes over to him, casting healing magic. What exactly happened? However, Leo is deep in thought. This incident pretty much confirms that Salatnia is responsible for the demonic creature and the cursed grimoire, but he still can't figure out her end goal. A week later, the students gather before a massive portal. Leo goes through the checklist with his class, making sure they have all their essentials. He's approached. Why is your group heading to Salvia? He explains it's a summer retreat, a way to beat the heat. She smiles. I hate the cold. Then she wishes him the best before taking off with her own class. He watches her leave, then turns to his students. Time to move out! Chelsea is beaming while Karsai groans, I hate the cold too. Leo turns to make sure everything is set, and then finally steps through the portal to the Elven domain. Meanwhile, at the Zero Academy, 2 elves are harassing another student. They mock his outfit and challenge his right to belong to the esteemed Zero Academy. You half-breed, they jeer. The boy just hangs his head in shame until another student steps forward. Quit the harassment and act like proper students. The bullies try to twist her words. Doesn't it bug you that a half-breed dresses like that? But she's had it and unleashes a string of curses. She roars. If you don't like his clothes, then strip and give him yours. The 2 are stunned by her foul language. Show some dignity, she snaps. She snaps back. Aren't you ashamed of attacking an innocent kid? She orders them to get lost. They grumble, muttering that she acts like a mad dog. Turning toward the boy, she asks, why are you dressed so lightly? He explains that someone stole his clothes. Then he introduces himself. I'm Luca Inaris. Runilla instantly gets furious at the culprits. Luca shyly tries to return her scarf, but she waves him off. Don't sweat it. He notices her unusual happiness. She admits, my contractor finally hatched. His face lights up as he congratulates her. She gives him a smile and then takes off. Runilla rushes straight to her father's office. Her father quickly reminds her not to use that tone at the academy. Her father, visibly anxious, confirms that Farnia's son has hatched. This makes her face light up, like a kid on Christmas morning. Then he admits to a serious problem. A contract has already been formed. This news instantly drains the joy from her expression. I'm looking into it, he states. She slams her hand on the desk, demanding to know, who the hell stole my contractor? Meanwhile, Class 5 safely reaches the academy. Everyone starts complaining immediately about the freezing temperatures, but Leo orders them to suck it up. Herod cuts through the noise, telling them to fall in. Does anyone know the history of this place? He asks. Chelsea raises her hand. She reveals that the capital, Belkia, was named after a fairy knight, one of the followers of Luna, the poet of the stars. Leo remembers things a bit differently. Belkia, he quips, was more like the hot-headed apprentice of both Luna and Aaron adds that despite his attitude, the guy still earned the title of Fairy Knight. Professor Herod confirms their words and clarifies that House Ezra holds sway here, as they are the direct bloodline of the Fairy Knights. Suddenly, figures begin to emerge from the mist. Herod spots them as the group gets closer. Carr gets worried, instantly asking, "Are they thieves?" The professor states that danger can lurk anywhere, but even he is startled when a familiar voice greets him, asking how he's doing. A group of elves finally emerges from the mist, led by a striking figure with white hair. The girl starts swooning, as if a superstar had just appeared. The white-haired elf steps forward. "I've been expecting you." He's revealed to be none other than Lun, Ezra, president of the council. Herod nods, noting that he hasn't changed a bit. While the girls shower him with praise, they are convinced they've found their soulmate, their crush reaching new heights. Leo breaks their daydream. "Does age really mean nothing to you guys?" Eliana playfully shoves him. "Are you jealous?" Leo stays cool, observing that elves live long lives and barely age at all. Then he throws the question back. "How old do you think Lun actually is?" The two adults listen to the chatter and comment on how lively this group is, unlike previous groups that were much more restrained. Herod simply chalks it up to the freshmen just having a good time. Eliana steps forward and confidently asks for Lun's name and age. "My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Lun. Ezra and I am 97 years old." Eliana's dreams are instantly shattered. Gently nudges the stunned girl aside. "Are you perhaps our guide for this trip?" Lun extends a hand. "I am the presiding member of the council." He gives him an awkward handshake. Mortified on the inside, while Professor Herod mutters, "We'll have to talk later." Sometime later, they find themselves in a dusty old chamber, and right on cue a mouse scurries by. The students panic, demanding to know if they're seriously expected to stay in this dump. Leo shrugs and offers them a makeshift shelter. Eliana immediately starts sucking up to him as their esteemed class leader. Leo suggests his outdoor tent as an option. Carr abruptly reconsiders, declaring, "We have a lot of unpacking to do." After tidying up the place a bit, some guys sneak over to the staircase. Carr wears a sly grin, claiming that the best part of school trips is peeping on the girls. But at the top, they stop dead in their tracks. Chelsea is already waiting there with a look of pure rage. She wastes no time unleashing a blast of wind magic that sends them all flying back down. They scream for mercy. Leo watches with amusement, commenting, "Looks like everyone is enjoying the trip." He decides maybe he'll explore a bit too. Before he gets far, a voice calls out to him as, "Lord Leo." He turns toward a uniformed elf who tells him, "The head of the house wishes to speak with you." Shortly after Leo enters Lun's office, the council president barely looks up from a massive stack of paperwork. "Come in," he says. "My apologies for the wait. Could you please bear with me for just another moment?" Instead, Leo asks for permission to check out the room, noticing some intriguing objects in the office. Lun grants his request immediately. Leo approaches the weapons displayed on the wall, noting their impressive age. His gaze sharpens on one blade in particular, Urkinth. The name alone triggers an immediate response. Lun looks shocked, asking, "How on earth do you know that name?" Its history is shared exclusively among the heads of House Ezra. Leo breaks into a slight sweat but recovers quickly, claiming he found the story in the old Lumern library. A story that Lun accepts without hesitation, while Leo places a hand on the blade. Sensing an infusion of star mana, he quickly discerns that it's not the authentic artifact, but merely a replica. His mind wanders, diving into a vivid memory of his past life as the hero Kyle. His companions had excitedly discussed a new weapon back then. Luna proudly showed it to Kyle, asking for his opinion, but he joked that she looked like a goblin thief, instantly triggering her fury. The real Urkin had been wielded by Luna for the first time, but was later handed down to her student Belkia. However, it vanished before the search for Tartarus. Lun approaches him from behind, revealing that his ancestor had recovered Urkin after conquering Belkia's heroic world. Yet weapons from the heroic worlds can only be wielded by their original conqueror. Realization hits Leo, explaining why it had felt like an empty shell. Lun then gestures for him to take a seat. "Herod told me you're a versatile student, and also the freshman representative," he says, a fact that Leo confirms. Lun then makes an unusual request. He wants Leo to talk with his granddaughter. She's an exceptional student at Sarun Academy, but ever since she started school, she has lost all motivation. Lun believes that someone like Leo, being from a different race, might be able to snap her out of her apathy. Leo approaches her room, wondering if Lun's gesture of handing him the key was actually appropriate. Still, he knocks and enters, only to be confronted by what he mentally calls absolute chaos. He coughs, commenting that the room is excessively dusty. Then he begins to notice the posters and deduces that she must be a die-hard fan of the great heroes. He's seen others hoard such memorabilia before, but this is a fixation like no other. He notices a uniform, carefully hung up, and assumes it's from the Saren Academy. At that moment, the girl emerges, mistaking him for her grandfather. She launches into a tirade about how inappropriate it is to barge into a young lady's room, only to stop abruptly, frozen in shock at the sight of Leo standing there. Her face turns beet red as she screams, "There's a human in my room," and instantly hides under her blankets. Leo introduces himself, explaining that her grandfather wanted them to meet. However, she remains silent, wrapped tightly in her blanket like a cocoon, getting no response. Leo picks up a book and casually comments, "You've collected almost as many volumes on Hero Kyle as I have myself. I'm curious to see how the elves portray him." As he flips through the pages, he's truly impressed by the meticulous organization of her notes. He praises her deep knowledge of Kyle's achievements. Finally, she emerges cautiously, asking in a low voice, "Do you like Hero Kyle too?" She asks him about the Battle of Darnos. He describes it as the site of Taberka's defeat and the first confrontation where the heroes joined forces. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she quickly follows up with another question. "Do you know where the legions of Commander Surga met their end?" He answers instantly, "Edbalik." She nearly trembles with euphoria, amazed that he possesses knowledge about the great heroes that most people overlook. In her eyes, Leo suddenly radiates like a brave knight. She shyly looks down, introducing herself as Aaron, and asks, "Did my passionate speech scare you off?" But Leo reassures her, saying the great heroes would be thrilled to know that someone still treasures their sagas. She persists, stating her belief that Kyle is an unsung hero. Leo agrees, declaring his conviction that Kyle is a genuine hero too, and he even plans to join a club that researches his legacy. That fires her up, until the mention of school sinks in, and her mood tanks once again. Leo observes her quiet, withdrawn attitude and asks gently why she doesn't want to go back. She confesses that she feels like an outsider at Serene Academy, since everyone there aims to be a hero, and a shy soul like hers doesn't deserve a spot among them. Leo looks at her uniform, noting its pristine condition, and deduces that deep down she still yearns to attend. He tells her that he's not the only human around, adding that his classmates would probably be thrilled to meet her and geek out over her ideas. Her surprise is obvious, but then he mentions the existence of other academies that train heroes of all different races. With a smile, he tells her, "If you're curious, you should come see it for yourself." With that, he says goodbye. The moment he steps out, Lun is waiting with eyes glowing in anticipation. His sudden presence startles Leo, but Lun leans in and whispers excitedly, "Were you really talking with Aaron?" This whole time, he wipes away a dramatic tear, overwhelmed that Aaron had managed to hold a full conversation for once. Now he wants to give him a magical artifact as a reward. Leo accepts, thinking it would be rude to refuse a gift. Lun takes him to the treasury, telling him to pick out whatever he wants. Nothing catches his eye at first, until Leo notices an unusual object and picks it up. Lun casually remarks that it's just a jewel, infused with fairy magic, though he considers it more of a trinket. Leo calmly states it's perfect and that he wants this one. Lun happily agrees. However, Leo soon realizes he's certain that the fairy inside isn't just a carving, but alive. Later, the five of them gathered in the hallway while Professor Herod explained their new routine. Starting tomorrow, they would wake up at 6:00 a.m. for individual drills, followed by mission practice in the afternoon. Eliana tried to object, pointing out that they had trained non-stop at school, but Herod cut her off. This trip wasn't a vacation. Instead, it was designed to polish their weaknesses. Then he calmly dropped a bombshell. This entire schedule had been planned by their very own class representative. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Leo, filled with total betrayal. But Leo grinned widely and declared, "This place is ideal for combat drills." Eliana convinced herself he must have honorable motives. Herod concluded the meeting, advising them to enjoy this final day. It would be their last taste of leisure. Later that night, Leo sat in his room, examining the jewel. He concluded it contained the magic of the Fairy King. This explained why Lun considered it a mere decoration, since, after all, the contractor of the Fairy King had vanished after the era of calamity, and no one had wielded that magic since. But Leo knew it intimately. This was the power of Seal Road. He channeled his own magic into the jewel, making it glow intensely. Finally, it was time to trigger the Fairy King's promise that he had received before. With that, the jewel began to crack and open. A tiny voice stirred, asking, "Father, have you broken the seal at last?" But when the fairy saw Leo, confusion washed over him. He demanded to know why a mere human was before him. Leo calmly asked, "And just who are you supposed to be?" The fairy took offense, declaring, "I am Kirin, the firstborn of the Fairy King." Seal Road began to rant with royal arrogance, but Leo calmly readied his fingers just as Kirin said his name with a smug look. Leo flicked him right on the forehead. Kiran froze, struggling to process this human's sheer audacity. Leo's expression hardened. He stated that even Seal Road treated him with respect, making him wonder exactly who this brat thought he was. Infuriated, Kirin started spitting out racial slurs, but as he kept going, Leo just kept flicking him on the head, one after another like an exasperated parent. Finally, Kirin found some manners. He looked at Leo in awe, realizing he must be the contractor his father had mentioned. Leo leaned in and warned him one more time, "If you have a complaint, you'd better say it." But Kirin backed down, deciding a pact with a human might not be so bad after all. Leo patted his head casually, commenting that for Seal Road to take away Kiran's 6 wings, the kid must have been a real royal pain in the neck. Kirin was shocked that Leo knew that, but before he could say another word, Leo told him, "Go summon Seal Road." Now Kiran got cocky again, claiming he could only summon his father after getting his 6 wings back. He added that the first one was nearby in the forest. Leo smiled, calling it fate that their paths had crossed. Then he gave him another flick just for good measure. The next day, the class ventured into the forest amidst freezing winds. As they moved forward, everyone froze again, this time in shock as Chelsea was suddenly knocked down by wind magic. Leo helped her up, a smirk playing on his lips. He told her, "You'd better train harder if you want to keep up." A few minutes ago, Eliana had snapped when Leo claimed she couldn't harmonize her swordsmanship with her magic. That's why she assumed he was training alone. Leo didn't bother to answer that. Instead, he shifted the focus and informed the duo that their summoning skills needed some serious work. This rattled them, since summoning was the one thing they thought they'd mastered. Then Chelsea piped up, remembering he'd told her something similar during the entrance exam, that she lacked a proper grasp of wind magic. Drawing her weapon with a smirk, she challenged him to show what he could really do. Leo gladly accepted. She felt his performance so far had exceeded expectations, and she was curious about what else he was hiding. She didn't give him a chance to get ready. She launched her wind slasher spell, without warning, sending a massive gust roaring toward him. Leo didn't even flinch. He unleashed his own wind slasher instantly, canceling hers out and leaving her stunned. Eliana was completely baffled. High speed casting was Chelsea's specialty, but Leo had just matched her pace perfectly. Chelsea doubled down, unleashing Wind Chain. Leo just sighed, reminding her of his warning from their first meeting, not to use wind magic that way. Then he cast Wind Ray, a truly monstrous spell. It tore through hers and lunged at her, catching her totally off guard. The impact sent her flying into a tree. As if nature itself wanted to add insult to injury, a pile of snow fell right on her head. Immediately after, Leo walked over and pointed his sword at her, calmly declaring his victory. Chelsea still seemed dazed, muttering, "Was that real wind magic?" Carr chimed in, saying he didn't expect her to lose. Eliana couldn't wrap her head around how their class rep got so strong. Professor Herod offered his perspective. Although Chelsea isn't weaker in terms of raw power, the real disparity lies in their understanding and control of magic, of the wind. Leo pats the grumpy cat's head as the professor continues, explaining that even when learning new skills and higher ranks, they must not neglect honing their existing knowledge. He concludes by urging everyone to polish their skills under the class rep's leadership, which immediately sparks a chorus of complaints about the freezing cold. Sometime later, Leo is walking alone through the snowy woods, gathering herbs for an assignment. He remembers how the others had completely worn themselves out, promising to finish their tasks later. He smirks, thinking they're probably still fast asleep at their middle-of-nowhere inn. Kiran appears, announcing proudly that he has gathered quite a collection of herbs. Leo gives him a pat on the back for a job well done, which makes the little guy puff out his chest and beam with a bit of fairy pride. At that, Leo decides the haul is enough and puts the bag away. He starts to ponder if it's time to seriously scout the forest. He declares that the quest for Kiran's wings officially starts now. As they move ahead, he suddenly stops. Leo asks when Kiran was exiled. The fairy replies that it was about a century ago. Leo narrows his eyes, urging him to look closely, because there is illusion magic at play here. Kiran quickly senses it, confirming it's Fairy King magic, but not his father's. Leo connects the dots, concluding that the spell belongs to Seal Road's father, the Fairy King from the era of Calamity. It's been a century since the magic was cast. Judging by the timing, the energy fueling the spell must be Kieran's wings, somehow repurposed into an ancient formula. Suddenly a voice cuts through the air. I heard something valuable is hidden nearby. Both of them instantly go on. Guard as an aura. A foul stench fills the area. The stranger approaches and asks why there are humans wandering through elven territory, but Leo flips the question back at him, claiming it's even weirder for the undead to be lurking here. The hideous skeleton roars, "This land has long been under the influence of Tartarus." But Kieran snaps back, yelling, "This place is a fairy sanctuary." The skeleton laughs and mocks him, asking how a weakling like Kieran could even call himself a fairy. That cuts Kieran deep. His magic flares up and he charges at the skeleton without a moment's hesitation. The creature barely reacts in time before Kieran blasts a hole through its chest, reducing it to a mere pile of bones. Kieran mutters, "It crumbled way too easily for something so loud and cocky." Leo just raises an eyebrow, asking why a fairy is fighting like a raging barbarian. Kieran stretches and says, "It worked since fairy and undead powers naturally cancel each other out." But then he freezes as the skeleton starts to speak again, admitting that even though Kieran is low level, he's still a fairy. Then it begins to reform right in front of them. Kieran pinches his nose at the foul stench and charges again, vowing to truly crush the creature this time. But mid-attack something doesn't feel right. Leo yells, "Get out of the way!" The skeleton slams its sword into the ground, unleashing waves of that noxious aura. Kieran dodges at the last second and crashes straight into Leo. Leo steadies the dazed fairy, who asks, "What the hell is that thing?" Leo responds, "It's an ancient monster from Tartarus known as a Death Knight." The skeleton draws itself up, finally introducing himself as Kargor. He declares his loyalty to the Lich King. Instantly, he lunges at them again. Leo steps forward trying to counter with his sword, but Kargor vanishes, reappearing behind him like Houdini. The Death Knight raises his sword coldly, announcing, "I'm here to take you straight to your end." Thinking fast, Leo activates his spectral form, creating a barrier just in time to block the strike from the Death Knight. The clash echoes in the haunting silence of the forest. The monster lunges forward, surprised that a human could conjure an aura shield so quickly. He gives a crooked grin and attacks again. This time, however, Leo successfully blocks the hit. The Death Knight mocks his efforts, calling them useless, as he starts pushing Leo back with sheer brute force. Kieran panics, rushing to help, but is tossed to the ground with ease. Groaning, he rubs his forehead, muttering that he's already out of juice, and bitterly wishing he had his wings back. Without wasting another second, Leo begins to chant, soon engulfed in crimson flames. This catches the Death Knight off guard. Suddenly, phoenix wings sprout from his back, their glow illuminating the dark woods. Kieran watches in awe, realizing that Leo must also be a contractor. Leo then lands a swift, precise blow that splits the Death Knight clean in two. The little phoenix lands proudly on Leo's shoulder, followed by Kieran, who immediately starts messing with the fireball. Kieran tries to shoo it away. The bird, annoyed, puffs up, but before the squabble escalates, the Death Knight's voice roars again, swearing, "None of you are getting out of here alive." He drives his sword into the ground, unleashing a curse that opens a dark abyss, summoning an undead army from below. One by one, skeleton warriors begin to rise with weapons drawn. Leo realizes that it's a curse that relentlessly revives the dead. Leo lowers his shield, alerting Kira, who asks, "Are you giving up?" Leo just smiles back, striking a confident pose, and says, "I finally have Kyle's mana." Without hesitation, he unleashes Earthwave, sending shockwaves blasting outward, knocking the undead off their feet. Leo charges forward, cutting a towel path through them with ruthless efficiency, using his vortex slash, completely ignoring the Death Knight. The monster roars in frustration, demanding Leo face him properly, but Leo simply calls him out for hiding behind his summoned horde. Using a jump boost, he leaps high into the air as the Death Knight screams at him. Finally, Leo stops running, thinking he has gone far enough, though he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong with a Death Knight appearing in a fairy forest. While trying to make sense of it, a skeleton stumbles out of the trees. He readies his sword, assuming it's a straggler, but before he can act, the creature is torn to pieces. An elf appears, pointing his sword at Leo, and demands to know, "Was it you who summoned it?" Leo calmly explains, "I'm just a Lumeran student," denying any involvement. Leo identifies him as a Siren student, recognizing the uniform from Aaron, but the elf doesn't buy it and lunges. Leo dodges easily, knocking him down with the hilt of his sword. A voice interrupts, asking him to stop, as a red-haired elf steps in and apologizes for the other's rudeness. She introduces herself as Rune, assuring Leo that not all Saren students act like that piece of trash. He accepts the apology, asking what brings her here. She replies that she's on field training, while Leo explains that his classes are here on a school trip. He excuses himself to report the incident to his teacher. Runel sees him off, though he pauses for a moment, trying to remember why his name sounds familiar. Meanwhile, she is already chewing out one of her students for making a mistake. "You're an idiot, Sandwich." Back at the academy, Lund seems skeptical about the whole Death Knight situation. He mentions that while monsters have appeared, events haven't escalated to that extreme. Professor Herod supports Leo's account, insisting that he wouldn't lie about something of this magnitude. Just then, someone calls out to them, stating that misunderstandings often stem from ignorance. A dark-haired elf emerges, ridiculing the notion that a first-year candidate encountered a Death Knight. He introduces himself as Professor Herdium and lone gestures for him to elaborate. Herdium maintains that Leo likely confused a skeleton knight with a Death Knight. He argues that a true Death Knight would have ended Leo's life instantly. He doubts if Herod really believes such a story, but Herod confirms he does, explaining that Leo is the representative for the entire class. This astounds Herdium, leading him to consider Leo a remarkable individual if he really can influence the perspective of the students from Siren. He then asks Leo if he's also proficient in magic and suggests a collaborative class between Lumern and Siren. Sometime later, all the students are partying. Karpa muses on how messy the event is, but Chelsea points out the logic behind it, considering that the Emperor himself is the host. Eliana and Nella, they are overflowing with anticipation at the thought of witnessing Siren's teaching methods firsthand. Leo, however, remains somewhat cautious, suspecting that Gerdium is the kind of person who only trusts what is visible to his own eyes. His thoughts are interrupted when Run reappears, asking, "Would you like to dance?" They glide together seamlessly, as if they had practiced for centuries. She is delighted to find out that he knows the elven dance, and Leo explains that he mastered it a long time ago. She realizes she never asked his name, and asks, "What should I call you?" The moment he introduces himself, her attitude transforms completely. She grabs him by the collar, screaming, "You're the one who stole my contractor." Her grip tightens on his neck as she proclaims, "I'm going to finish you off right here." However, Leo doesn't even flinch. Just then, Leo remembers what the Lady Phoenix said about someone else being chosen as the bearer of the Fiore Pact before him. He realizes that Runella is that very person. Her body trembles with fury as she stares him down, accusing him, "You shameless thief." But Leo just smiles, assuring her Fiona is fine. This pushes her even further past her limit. She screams, "Die." She lunges forward without a second thought. Sometime later, Runella bows her head and offers an apology for her outburst. Leo doesn't dwell on it, forgiving her instantly before departing with Professor Herod. Meanwhile, Gerdium quickly begins to admonish Run, warning her never to repeat such a careless mistake, especially given her role as the first-year representative. Run looks dejected, nodding in understanding, but the professor insists that they must now prove Siren's superiority over Lumern. He then begins to shake her vigorously, proclaiming with vehemence that they must surpass all other hero academies. But then he suddenly gets worried, wondering if maybe he went overboard. However, Run starts shouting with renewed fervor that she will completely demolish that miserable thief for the honor of Saren. The next day, the collaborative class finally begins. Professor Herod greets the students of Saren, explaining that today they will get a direct look at how Lumern Academy operates. This instantly sparks their curiosity. He gestures for Car, Eliana, and Tad to step forward, directing them to lead the lesson, an order that visibly shocks the three of them. Herod calmly clarifies that they are among the most outstanding students at Lumern. It's time to show off what they've learned, a revelation that completely captivates them. Chelsea quickly catches on that one student from each department was chosen to instruct, while Leo just suspects that the professor is shirking his responsibilities yet again. The three begin to share all their knowledge of their magical arts. Their enthusiasm effortlessly grabs the elves' attention, while Professor Gerdium smiles subtly, seeing that interacting with other races sometimes reveals entirely new magical approaches. However, he wonders why the class representative hasn't presented yet. Chelsea applauds them as they take a bow. The elven professor praises their efforts, noting that he can sense the deep devotion each has poured into their training. Taking the chalk, he begins to explain Siren's distinct teaching methodology. He states that although the elves use magic as a cornerstone, they avoid relying entirely on it to maintain balance. Leo mentally refutes this instantly, because even if they claim to teach holistically, their curriculum is still saturated with magic. He reflects on how elves have always been flashy, and that honestly, nothing ever changes. As the professor begins to elaborate on an intricate spell theory, Leo yawns out of pure boredom. Gerdium silently observes that the kid not only claimed to fight a death knight, but is now showing behavior that is totally unacceptable in class. Deciding to switch gears, he drops the theory and conjures a brilliant golden star in his palm, calling it the essence of Siren. Even Leo's curiosity was piqued. He explained that the elves are a people intrinsically linked to magic. Then he tossed the star into the sky. It burst into a myriad of smaller stars that descended toward the students, triggering gasps of amazement. Chelsea's eyes shone as she shouted that this must be star magic, a unique magic system created by the elves. The professor confirmed with a proud nod that this was the heart of their magical heritage. He drew on the chalkboard, a spell that came directly from the enduring legacy of the Great Moon. It served as the foundation for all star magic, encompassing countless variations. He smiled and asked the class, "Isn't it beautiful?" He stopped abruptly when he saw a hand go up and granted permission for the class representative to speak. To Leo, star magic didn't matter, but he stated calmly that the interpretation of the spell was flawed. That instantly chilled the room's atmosphere. The professor's face turned red with rage while Leo clarified that the magic simply cannot ignite. Everyone stood there, jaw dropped as if he had desecrated a sacred artifact. The professor tried to regain his composure, saying, "It's clearly obvious that it won't, since the spell remains incomplete." He explained that his ancestors had meticulously decoded the ancient texts of the founders and gradually assembled the spell into its current form. Leo quickly deduced that this was one of Luna's lost spells, realizing that most people wouldn't know it because Luna had created this magic exclusively for Kyle. While developing the star magic system, the professor bristled at the insinuation and threw down a direct challenge demanding Leo reveal exactly where his understanding had failed. Professor Herod tried to intercede and calm the rising tension, but stopped abruptly when Leo actually stepped forward. Meanwhile, Leo's mind was racing, concluding that since the magic the elves used now was just a watered-down imitation, he had received the true complete version directly from Luna. But she perished before she could pass it on. His gaze fixed on the board, he wondered if fate had orchestrated this reunion. Herod broke into a cold sweat as he understood the deep significance of star magic to the elven people, and messing with their founder's legacy risked a total catastrophe. However, Leo moved with resolute purpose, starting to revise the arcane formula with his own unique magic. The elven students whispered in baffled confusion. No one had ever witnessed such a display. After a few moments, Leo declared it complete, and the newly formed formula caught fire with an intense glow. The professor stared at the radiant pattern, with eyes misting over with emotion. He softly murmured, "What kind of spell is this? Have you used it before?" A sudden flashback washed over Leo. He was standing at the edge of a cliff, and Luna's voice echoed. She proudly announced, "I have perfected the magic." With a warm smile, she informed Kyle that she would now teach him this enchantment, capable of making flowers bloom, while she cradled a glowing golden flower in her hands. Leo recreated the magic that Luna had bestowed upon him, unleashing a cascade of glowing flowers that swept through the lecture hall. The room lit up instantly, and the students erupted with excitement. Diana turned to Nella, wondering if the class representative had just pulled off another miracle. Nella simply nodded without a word. But what captivated Rooney even more was the professor's completely shell-shocked reaction. He began to wonder if Leo had truly deciphered the founder's entire legacy right before his eyes. The professor fell to his knees, totally bewildered, holding a golden flower and whispering in disbelief, "I can't wrap my head around it, that the magic we've all been using is just a spell to make flowers bloom." Leo calmly corrected him, saying it's not that simplistic. He explained how flowers had almost disappeared during the era of desolation, and hinted that they likely held a deep meaning for the founder of the nebula. He remembered how Kyle once told Luna that such seemingly trivial magic wouldn't help at all with survival and combat. However, she replied that flowers possessed an inherent beauty and that one day she longed to see a world completely adorned with their blossoms. The professor admitted that the founder must have woven a deeper truth into the enchantment. As the fleeting flowers began to dissipate, the students started whispering, struggling to unravel the enigma of this individual. Leo discreetly informed the professor that he had mastered magic independently through ancient scrolls and that he was a natural, dual-class mage, but lacked elven lineage. Professor Herod stepped in, offering an apology for Leo's conduct, and proposed ending the joint session for the day. He argued it was premature to evaluate Leo without an official decree. Before he could elaborate, Professor Gerdium abruptly interrupted, unexpectedly grabbing his hands. He asked point-blank, "Can Leo be transferred to the academy?" This left Herod completely floored, as the entire class erupted into pandemonium. Later, they returned to their dorms. Chelsea proudly served up a mysterious soup that bore a striking resemblance to a passage from Journey to the Underworld. Meanwhile, Eliana offered an equally lethal-looking risotto. The boys instantly began debating which concoction would kill them faster. However, Eliana didn't hesitate. She quickly fed a spoonful to Carr. He froze for a second, before gagging it back up without a doubt. Luna walked in, finding the whole scene hilarious. Herod, however, wasted no time taking Leo aside for a private chat. Luna tells him that the High Assembly has made a decision regarding the Death Knight matter. Meanwhile, Nella sneaks over to eavesdrop. Luna then shares that numerous reports of undead beings and even a Death Knight have come in from the fairy forest. She says an official investigation is being organized, and a joint search party will be formed. As the others listen in silence, Luna explains that the mission will be way too risky for new students. They will be paired with experienced students from Siren. Leo then asks if that was the only reason Luna came. Luna shakes his head and explains that he actually came for Leo, since his granddaughter really wanted to see him. Siren approaches hesitantly. "How have you been?" she asks. "I came because you said I could." Leo turns to introduce her to the others, but the girls immediately rush over, praising how adorable Siren is. She feels overwhelmed, runs upstairs and shouts, "I'm so sorry, everyone." The girls wonder if they made a mistake. Luna tells Leo that he trusts him implicitly. Leo heads upstairs and finds Siren huddling quietly on the balcony. He puts his jacket over her, which startles her. She quickly tries to give it back, but he says, "Don't worry about it." "Why did you leave?" Siren asks. "I did it because I didn't think I was cut out to be a hero," she replies. This was a sentiment Leo was getting tired of hearing. She shares that during her struggles, she met someone who radiated like the sun. Then she declares with awe that it was Run, who felt like a true heroine in every sense of the word. Since then, she started watching her from a distance. She realized that Run embodied everything she was missing, so she chose to emulate her path, even reaching the top of her class. But something went wrong during the dual evaluation. After that, Runella seemed to look down on her. Leo finds this odd since Runella doesn't seem like that type. He decides to ask her about it later. He thinks Siren reminds him of Berquilla. "Do you know her story?" he asks. She brightens up immediately, knowing it's the legend of her ancestor. Leo shares that Berquilla followed this path of great mentors, heroes, which is how she became a heroine herself. He reassures her not to care about other people's opinions, and that she must forge her own unique path. This lifts her spirits right away. With a smile, he gestures for her to come down. He promises that his class is full of kind and cheerful people. Sometime later, as everyone gathers for the expedition, Runella rushes over, demanding to know how Leo managed to convince Arian. "I just told Arian that there was no need to be afraid of you," Leo replies. This clearly catches her off guard. He explains that Arian mentioned Runella had given her a scary look, making her feel looked down upon. "I was just focused," says Runella, since Arian is truly talented. "Look after the girl," Leo tells her. "She probably needs you." Just then, Professor Gerdium greets someone, drawing their attention as a group of third-year students approaches. Lauder steps forward to greet him. The professor expresses his admiration for the work Lauder presented earlier. Leo looks at Run. "Who's that guy?" he asks. "He's my senior," she replies, "who suddenly shot from obscurity to fame this year." Leo finds this a bit fishy. Professor Herod then gathers everyone and declares it's time to form teams. Each team will have 3 members, he says. Immediately after, Gerdium announces that the first team will be Leo, Runella, and Lauder. This seems like anything but a coincidence. Runella starts grumbling as soon as they set off. She complains about the professor's idea to use this as a bonding opportunity. Leo makes a playful remark about the thief, which instantly ignites her fury. "I still haven't acknowledged you," she snaps. But he simply ignores her, treating her like background noise. Instead, she looks around, wondering where Lauder is, since they're supposed to be traveling in teams. Leo recalls Lauder claiming he'd go solo, assuming he has other plans. Placing his hand on the ground, Leo suddenly feels like something's off. "For all the ground we've covered," he comments, "Rooney, we haven't seen the single undead yet." But Leo is preoccupied with something else. He notices the ground around them seems undisturbed and recalls his conversation with Kieran. A deathly curse already lies upon this land. Only someone like him who endured the era of ruin can truly feel it. The King of Death Hellkaiser was the most staunch devotee of Erebus and the leader of the Tartarus Legion. Leo doubts Hellkaiser came himself. He believes instead that he sent Kargor, the Death Knight, as his representative. Getting to his feet, Leo discerns that beyond this point lies a secret within the fairy forest, one that Silrod fiercely protects. A perplexed Rune asks if he felt something, but before Leo can answer, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence, alerting them to an approaching presence. Leo instinctively grips his sword only for Lauder to appear nonchalantly, asking about their progress. Lauder asks if they had encountered any undead creatures, which they deny. He then asks if Leo was the one who initially reported the presence of the Death Knight. Leo confirms, offering a handshake, though he notices a strange detail about the black ring Lauder is wearing. Lauder then suggests that Leo might have been a bit too hasty in his judgment, insinuating that he just got overexcited as a freshman. He asks if they realize that powerful undead like Death Knights cannot remain manifested without a necromancer supplying mana. This explains why demonic summoners usually accompany them. Rune concedes that if it's true, a demon must be present, lurking somewhere in the forest, but Lauder fires back, stating that this is the capital of Salbaquia, reminding her that as a student of Siren, she should understand the astral magic that surrounds Berkia. Rune agrees, but Leo cuts in with a firm tone, stating that no rule says a necromancer has to be a demon. Other races are perfectly capable of wielding dark magic, including elves. Lauder chuckles and retorts that elves are too proud to engage in such practices. He drops the argument and instructs them to simply complete their investigation. However, Leo senses he's looking for something. Even Runella starts to notice the weirdness in his behavior. Later, that night, the students gather to share their findings. Everyone agrees that they haven't seen a single undead creature, let alone a Death Knight. Chelsea is immediately suspicious of how quickly everything vanished once they started investigating. Kargor tries to sneak off early, faking exhaustion, but Chelsea stops him anyway. Meanwhile, one particular individual, clearly harboring ill intentions, jumps out of his dorm window, landing silently. Leo heads toward the academy's dorms and infiltrates Lauder's room with practiced ease. He already suspected Lauder would slip away, but once inside, he discovers an unusual map with the entrance to the fairy forest clearly highlighted. Just then, Rune bursts in, shouting at Leo and demanding to know his business. Leo shushes her immediately until she calms down, explaining that his presence reflects her own even though Lauder is already gone. Before they can argue further, voices echo from outside, asking about Lauder's sleep. Leo abruptly grabs Run, jumping straight out the window. Arian hears noise and peeks out, just as Leo is holding Run in his arms. Her face turns crimson red, dropping her book in a panic as her mind races through every conceivable romantic scenario. Meanwhile, the two disappear into the woods. Leo finally asks how long Run intends to keep following him. Rune demands to know if he still suspects Lauder's involvement, especially since Lauder only arrived that morning, and Leo witnessed the Death Knight days ago. Her thoughts are cut off when another voice joins theirs as Arian appears. Having chased them this whole time, Rune looks ready to flip out, asking how long she had been following them, while Leo casually admits he already knew. With her face suddenly glowing bright crimson, she exclaims that dating is strictly forbidden among students, leaving them both completely bewildered. She nervously explains that she witnessed their stealthy exit from the dorm, then starts rambling about his beauty and charm, insisting that it's still improper. Leo grabs his head, muttering that she's totally got it wrong. He then asks Runella to clear up the misunderstanding, but Runella, equally flushed, barely manages to stammer that it's not what she thinks. Just then Leo freezes, sensing danger. A decaying hand bursts from the earth as, one by one, the undead begin their ascent. Leo doesn't hesitate, unsheathing his sword instantly. Meanwhile, a chilling voice offers a slow, "Welcome to the fairy forest." As the deceased emerge, Leo brandishes his weapon and warns the others to stay vigilant. As they face high-ranking undead knights, he shouts behind him, checking Runella's readiness, and she slams her hand against the ground, summoning flames erupt in response, firestorm that lights up the whole area. Smiling proudly while asking how she did, completely unaware that a knight is still charging straight at her. Leo sees it too late to step in, but Arian leaps forward, intercepting the blow with the strength of a true Amazon warrior. This makes Leo realize she's wearing animus armor. She moves quickly, tearing right through the skeleton and making it another victim of a swift decapitation. Runella cheers for the reserved elf, who begins to blush deeply. Leo calmly comments that it looked like Berkia sending Arian into a blissful daze. But then the shy elf shifts her focus, asking why they were here all alone. Runella finally finds her voice explaining they were sneaking into the third-year dorm to investigate something. She gets flustered once more, stating firmly that any romantic entanglements would only hinder her studies. This pronouncement makes Leo raise an eyebrow in disbelief. Arian doesn't let that slide without a retort miss. Runella will always be the top student, destined to be a hero. That hits Runella hard, as she realizes that Arian had always seen her that way. Her memories flash back to their past duel where Arian barely managed to parry her attack with a mana shield. A smug smile touched Runella's lips upon realizing that only Arian had the strength to be her true rival. So she decided to unleash her full power, channeling a massive fire spell. However, Runella's furious expression startles Arian, causing her to drop her guard, but it was already too late. The fire spell erupted, engulfing Arian in an explosion. Only then did Runella grasp the meaning of Arian's look. She lets out a sigh, realizing it was all her fault, that Arian had stopped showing up. She tells Arian, "I want you to come back to school. You're my friend." The shy elf seems to hesitate, but Runella tells her with full confidence, "We are absolutely friends. I want you to keep competing against me as my rival." Right after that, Arian suddenly stops again and asks, "Runella, are you really sure we're not a couple?" This makes Leo stare in total disbelief. Runella gets completely flustered, quickly brushing off the idea while Leo simply plays the part of a wise mentor calling out to the kids. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the Death Knight growls that the mage has reached his limit. Intruders are swarming everywhere, but the hooded mage retorts, "That's your problem, Knight, not mine." The hood is pulled back, revealing the figure as Lauder himself, whom the skeleton dismisses as an annoying brat. Irritated, the skeleton steps forward and demands to know why he's treated as a mere subordinate despite being a Death Knight, sworn to the Great Lich. Lauder remains unfazed, simply showing his ring mockingly. "The Great Lich chose me instead." As he walks away, he casually adds, "Once the summoning circle is complete, there will be no more need for Tartarus. I'm counting on you until then." The skeleton lets out a mocking laugh, agreeing to do exactly as he says, and definitely not planning to betray him. Back with the group of heroes, Arian states she still can't believe her senior, Lauder, would side with demons. Runella echoes her disbelief, but then Arian complains that the air has suddenly turned colder, and even the red-haired elf feels something is wrong, while Leo remains silent, sensing a subtle shift. Conjure several magic circles with a quick motion, as practiced as opening a favorite book, telling them, "We should get ready before we venture deeper." He summons his two faithful spirit companions, and Runella instantly gasps in awe at the sight of the chubby red bird snuggling up right away. Arian asks who they are. Leo introduces them as Fiore and Kieran, impressing Arian even more. But she quickly refocused, saying, "That's enough. It's time to head into the heart of the forest." They venture into the encroaching darkness while Leo states, "Things are about to get real." As soon as they enter, the trio starts running immediately, facing off against the monsters. Runella finishes off the stragglers with a fireball, but right after the charred, corpses begin to ooze. Dark energy and the fallen undead start to stir once again, making Runella realize that a necromancer must be nearby. Leo starts swinging his weapon, completely smashing the skeletons. He responds, "There's no summoner anywhere near here." But Runella doesn't buy it. He explains that what they are witnessing is an undead curse, a revelation that catches them both completely off guard. Runella admits, "I've never heard of such a thing." But then Arian steps in, explaining it's a curse that constantly manifests undead in a region, turning the land into a realm of death. Leo finishes the thought, adding that the spell can only be cast by the General of Tartarus, Hell Kaiser, the dreaded Lich King. Runella starts to panic intensely at the sound of that name, saying, "We should report this to the professor immediately." But right then a sudden icy blast hits them as if a frozen portal had just opened. A sinister voice welcomes the hero candidates. "Welcome to the land of the dead." The Death Knight makes another appearance, and as he clashes swords with Leo, he begins to laugh maniacally, claiming there is no way out. But Leo doesn't even bother to respond, blocking the attack with effortless grace.